Okay, right, let's kick off. Good morning, everyone. I declare open this hearing of the Economics Legislation Committee into the 2026-27 budget estimates. I begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past and present, and I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. The committee is due to report to the Senate on Tuesday, the 23rd of June 2026. The committee has set 12th of June 2026 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 24th of July 2026 as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice. The committee's proceedings today will begin with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Program 1.3, supporting a strong resources sector. The committee will be conducting today's hearing in person and via video teleconference. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance of questions at estimates hearings. Any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purpose of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with the expenditure of public funds where any person has a discretion to withhold details or explanations from the Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into the Hansard. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and the capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to mute their microphones. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Anthony Chisholm, Assistant Minister for Resources, representing the Minister for Resources. Senator, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Chair. No, thanks.
Thank you. And I welcome back Acting Secretary Ms Julia Pickworth and call officers from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, Program 1.3, supporting a strong resources sector, focusing on minerals and resources and oil and gas. So we will go straight to questions. Senator McDonald, are you kicking
Thank you,
off?
Chair.
Thanks.
Good morning. Morning, Minister, and good morning again, Ms Pickworth. It's estimates time when we all get to know each other, don't we, with these late nights. I want to start by asking you some questions about some data released by the ABS on Tuesday. These new figures showed the trade balance fell from a surplus of $1 billion in the December quarter 2025 to a deficit of $2.4 billion in the March quarter of 2026. Due to a fall in mining exports is what the AFR attributes it to. From a DISA perspective, does this indicate more mining is needed, and is this indicative of any issue that you can see that needs addressing through policy?
Thanks, Senator. We've got a couple of colleagues at the table who are just gathering themselves. There's a few elements to your question, so we might take it in a few different ways. Might ask Mr Jeremenko to do the broader frame, and then Mr English has probably got some of the data analysis and interpretations in there.
Thank you. So, Robert Jeremenko, Deputy Secretary, Resources and Strategy Group. Thank you, Senator. I haven't had the chance to go through the detail of the ABS publication, but certainly the contribution of mining and the resources sector to the Australian economy is absolutely crucial. There are a number of various government policies that are aimed at encouraging that investment and encouraging the continued extraction of a very crucial resource. Now, just checking whether my head of Analysis Insights Division has anything more on the ABS data, which is your question.
Dom English, head of Analysis Insights and Strategy Division. I think it is true to say that Australia is when you look at the traded goods accounts, that is a partial picture of Australia's economic engagement with the world. We are heavily engaged in services as well as traded goods, and we are benefiting from a range of those advantages that we bring to the world in those markets. So to judge our long-term performance and the contribution of various sectors off one set of numbers, I think, is a little hard. I think the policy settings that the Deputy Secretary described remain important to make sure that we are well placed and competitive. The government's broader agenda on future made in Australia and productivity are important as well. So I think there's a range of policy settings that are in play to try and ensure our position in the world remains competitive. The short-term influences of exchange rates and global prices and various opportunities over time, I think, need a longer-term perspective.
I note that in the budget papers we have moved from having projected investment in resources from 0.5% to 1%, and then finally in 27-28, 0%. This is obviously a massive concern to anybody who understands that the resources sector pays the bills for this country. Do you think that this is the canary in the coal mine, isn't it? That this is what happens when returns, low commodity prices or returns on commodity exports fall. That we have a fall in the trade balance, and it means that government has less choices financially about how we spend our money.
Senator, if I could just jump in before Mr English responds. Can I just confirm, please, are you referring to a table in Budget Paper 1, Domestic Economy, Detailed Forecasts?
Oh, well,
Table 2.2?
I was actually wanting to ask questions about the ABS, and I had turned away to discuss future investment.
Okay.
Yes.
But on that is a table of growth. So I know you touched on this yesterday. So the figures of half, 1%, and then 0, they're growth numbers. So it's not, whilst that is showing that there is a variation in the growth in mining investment, and that is what Treasury, who are best placed to drill into any further detail than I can give, use in terms of their forecast. So this is what sittings behind their forecast. It doesn't mean there is zero mining investment when there's a zero figure.
No, and of course the point is well made, but at a time when we have done so much work on critical minerals development, our commodities are hot, there is such a huge demand for mining and resources, and yet in Australia we expect to get zero growth, at 0.5%, 1%, and then zero growth, I think is shocking, and something that as a nation we should be exceptionally worried that it means investment is going to other jurisdictions. And that means that we receive less income. The government either runs a greater deficit, we have greater debt, but it's all bad for Australia if we don't have growth in our investment. I don't think there's any dispute around that.
And there's, we'll come to it no doubt through the day, but we can talk to some of the policies that are aiming to, encourage that investment, and I don't think anyone would be unhappy if those figures improve on the upside in terms of growth. But sorry, I did jump in before Mr English could respond.
No, I think the key point already made is that is a growth figure, not a levels figure. We are at historically high levels of investment. To see that it is sustained at a continuing growth is possibly not hugely surprising when we are already investing at a pretty good clip by recent history comparisons. There's also a composition issue that we'd want to see over time, so we are shifting towards critical minerals and other sectors and away from the gas investments that defined earlier investment periods in the mining sector. So the composition's different, the size of the investments and the cost of those investments are different. So I think that headline growth rate, again, it's a little hard to draw too much from it.
We'll come back to that mix because I've got some questions around that. The same AFR article attributes an economist saying much of this mining output is sitting in storage or at ports across the country. Does DISA intersect with supply chain problems such as minerals and resources being stuck at ports?
So I know that in yesterday's hearings you were touching on, well, the committee was touching on supply chains more generally. I mean, we are certainly in the resources group part of that broader work across the government, across the department, firstly across the government in terms of mining's involvement in any supply chain risks stemming from the Middle East war, and particularly we are keeping close to the mining sector on their use and need of volumes of diesel and jet fuel as well, particularly for fly-in, fly-out workers. And so that is an ongoing engagement that we have with some of the key stakeholders that we deal with in the mining sector.
So is that via a task force that you're engaged with the supply chain challenges?
So just as part of our normal business as usual work in the resources and minerals resources division particularly, we engage with those stakeholders, but we do feed in through to the Prime Minister and Cabinet Task Force, yes.
How does DISA identify issues and report those? And can the department provide any advice or examples of blockages to our resources getting hampered in ports or elsewhere?
So,
do you watch the media? Do you go to mining companies and ask for their feedback? Do you get feedback from trade? Do you get feedback from the Ports Association?
So we talk regularly with colleagues across government, including the trade portfolio in DFAT. There is ongoing engagement to make sure that we are alive to any issues that are emerging, particularly actions that countries other than Australia might be taking to affect various exports. So it's an ongoing engagement that keeps us fully informed of where things are at. But if there's something specific you're referring to, I'm not sure whether colleagues could add.
Senator, just in terms of Mr. Jeremenko mentioned the supply chains work, which we covered in yesterday's sessions. So as part of that, we are looking at we look at imports and exports and pinch points and those sorts of things. As Mr. Jeremenko said, we do, as a department, engage with lots of sectors, including the mining sector, about when if they're reporting issues, we're A, alive to them, and B, trying to, particularly in the current climate, trying to work through solutions on that, including with colleagues across government. So we're very engaged with our colleagues in infrastructure and transport. We're engaged across with Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment, Water. So yeah, we are monitoring, including data, but also insights from companies.
Minister, are you or is DISA aware of a group called Rising Tide that stormed Newcastle Harbour, preventing 2 coal ships from docking at the city's port about a week and a half ago? And I've just tabled an article documenting that.
I can sort of recall that it received some media coverage at the time, I think, Senator McDonald.
Department? Ms Pickworth, you're aware of Newcastle Port being blocked by Rising Tide activists to stop coal ships entering?
I'm aware just of regular protests that are, people expressing their right here to express their views. Sometimes that has further impacts that are less than desirable from my point of view in this particular instance.
Minister, or the department, but Minister, are you aware of Conservation Council ACT which is also a charity group with a deductible gift recipient status. So for those watching from home, that means that you, taxpayers, support this organisation receiving deductible gifts recipient status for people who seek to give them donations. They host events such as the National Rising Tide Book Club, which has occurred over recent months. The deductible gift recipient will be promoting the activities of and recruiting supporters for Rising Tide, which means the taxpayers' funds could be supporting illegal activity like the People's Blockade of the Port of Newcastle. Minister, are you aware of that?
Not overly familiar with their work. I was aware of the protests at Port of Newcastle, but the broader points you make there I'm unaware of, Senator McDonald.
Minister, it's the first time the Rising Tide Climate Protest Group has forced a boat to turn around. Is this appropriate in the middle of a global crisis surrounding energy?
Well, it's not, and I believe people have a right to protest, but it should be done in a safe manner. And I've been out on the Port of Newcastle and I've seen the ships and I've been on a tugboat, and being out there in a little tinny is not the place to be, Senator McDonald. So, no, it's not the right way to attempt to make a point about these issues.
This is not the first time that we've had government-supported organisations seeking to stop resource projects. We had the Environmental Defenders Office with the Barossa project offshore a couple of years ago. Now we have Conservation Council ACT using their deductible gift recipient status to support groups who are blockading resource projects and resource supply chains. Minister, have you or anyone else in the government had a conversation with the Assistant Climate Change Minister about his son attending this process, as seen in the media coverage being circulated?
I think you can do better than that, Senator McDonald.
Well,
targeting someone's son, like, honestly.
I think he's targeting us.
Well,
he's targeting Australia in the resources sector, investment, trade relationships, and putting his life at risk.
You can do better than that, Senator McDonald.
I appreciate your batting this away, but he is a part of the Labor Party family.
I don't think you want to go talking about our colleagues and their children. I'd advise against that. It's up to you, but Josh is a very valued member of our team. If you want to ask questions about him and the role he plays, I'm happy to take them, but I caution you against talking about our children.
I hear what you're saying, but this is the second time. This is the Assistant Climate Change Minister, members of his family protesting at Woodside in Perth recently, and now shutting down the Newcastle port. This is not small beer now. This is turning away big coal ships, hundreds of thousands of dollars in demurrage, and risking our trade relationships as well as investment in the industry. I appreciate the government doesn't support fossil fuels, but this is taking it too far.
Well, look, honestly, Senator McDonald, I think that you're really missing the mark on this. If you want to talk about the broader issue, I'm happy to do it. I think it's a real mistake for you to be talking about Josh Wilson's son.
So does the government support, thank you, does the government support this kind of activity, the taxpayers supporting organisations who are frankly abusing the DGR status to fund activists who are stopping coal ships coming in to use at great cost economically, potentially physically, to Australians, and to blockade our coal exports?
Well, as I said at the beginning, I think that it is dangerous activity, and it's, I believe people have a right to protest, but it should be done in a safe way and not one that puts their lives at risk, but also other people's lives at risk. And I think that there would be evidence, particularly with the Port of Newcastle, that that was a dangerous activity. So I do condemn that, but I also believe people have a right to protest.
It is illegal to stop maritime vessels, particularly in such a way. I mean, is the government going to take any action, or are we just going to continue rolling over to activists who threaten the financial viability, not to mention our trading relationships and energy security in our region?
Well, I don't think the enforcement of such action would be a responsibility of the Commonwealth, Senator McDonald. I presume it would be one for the state government to be on top of, and I assume and encourage them to be doing that.
I'm disappointed that there's not a stronger response from you as the Assistant Minister for Resources.
Well, I'm disappointed about some of your questions as well, Senator McDonald, and maybe we should leave it there.
I'm going to rotate the call, Senator McDonald. Thank you. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much. And I just wanted to ask some critical mineral questions. So we've got the right people at the table.
Yes.
They'll just join us at the table, Senator.
Certainly.
And just while we're waiting for those people make their way to the table, we'll just table the document that was circulated.
So I think Australians are excited about the reality of a critical minerals strategic reserve, but it's a relatively new concept, and my questions go to how is that sort of building out at the moment. The first line of questions is really about First Nations Australians. In the mining workforce, what proportion are Indigenous people?
Thanks, Senator. As Ms Illman gets set, I do know that there is a much greater proportion in the resources sector of Indigenous workforce than the sort of average across the country, which is a positive tick for the workforce and the resources sector's focus. I know Ms Illman has the exact number, and I'm just letting her get set, so she's ready now.
Wonderful. Thank
Good morning,
you.
Senator. Mara Ullman, Head of Minerals and Resources Division. Your question goes to First Nations employment in the sector. First Nations people have a strong presence in the sector with 4.6% workforce participation in mining, the highest rate of any industry in the country. This data is drawn from the 2021 ABS census.
Okay. So you just indicated 4.6, the highest of any sector. What's the nearest if we were to look at a comparator?
The nearest is public administration and safety at 3.3%.
Okay. And after that?
After that comes arts and recreation at 2.5%.
Okay.
I also have administrative and support services at 2.5%.
Okay, well they're quite helpful data points to give a sense of how significant this is, and clearly it's in an expansive phase with the establishment of the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. Can I shift to that? How is the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve progressing?
So it is progressing very quickly, is probably a fair overarching statement, Senator, as in the government committed to establish the strategic reserve, which, to outline what it does, will be a mechanism that allows government to secure, sell and stockpile crucial critical minerals and rare earths that are vital for Australia's economy, national security and for the future made in Australia. And we have the government has passed legislation in March this year to bring that reserve to life, and there has already been the first transaction supported under the rubric of the strategic reserve with a letter of support from the government only in the last week or so. So there's a lot of interest. It's moving quickly. The legislation's established, and I'll pass to Ms Illman to talk to a little bit more of the detail.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr Jeremenko. As described, the task force was set up in mid-2025. It proceeded to do its work through the back end of 2025, and in January 2026, Minister King announced a subset of minerals that the reserve was going to focus its efforts on, so antimony, gallium and rare earths. By March, the government had introduced a bill to amend the Export Finance Insurance Corporation Act to establish the reserve, and it received passage on the 31st of March. The task force has since rolled into Minerals and Resources Division in the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, and we're now leading the work to operationalise the reserve. And as Mr Jeremenko said, on the 21st of May, the government issued a non-binding letter of support for some rare earths offtake from Arafura's Rare Earths Nolans project. So making progress in that regard.
So for many Australians, the wheels of government often move slowly, and when we sit here in estimates, it's not just the hours that drag on, it's a sort of sense sometimes that things are really hard to get moving. This appears to me to be a standout project in terms of the pace at which it's moving. Just on the report you've given there, I'm sure there are many moving parts to have brought it into being, and I'm interested in its relocation into your department. What's the next phase? Like, what's the next level of uplift? You've mentioned antimony, gallium, and rare earths, other rare earths.
So the reserve is open for receiving proposals from industry. The department is working with our partner Export Finance Australia on considering proposals that come forward to government. Our next phase is considering those proposals. We have a subset of priority minerals that the government has identified to focus on, and we'll be making sure those proposals progress through to government for consideration.
And the rationale for that focus is not just about the creation of jobs, though. It speaks to other matters of interest, national security and defence.
Yep.
Could you just fill out why these particular elements are the ones that are of interest to Australians, and why the work that the department's doing is so important?
So the reserve's focus on rare earths is particularly important, because Australia is very well endowed in rare earths minerals.
So there's a business opportunity for the nation.
Yes, and we certainly have the geological endowment, and also the agencies like Geoscience Australia who do their pre-competitive geoscience to improve the understanding of our geological resources. But rare earths are used to make high-performance magnets, which are essential inputs to things like MRI machines for medical research and diagnoses. Another mineral that's in the strategic reserve priority list is antimony. It's used in household and commercial batteries. It's used in night vision equipment, and also high-performance flame retardant materials, so really essential for the day-to-day operations of our emergency services and also in our defence forces. Gallium is the third mineral that's identified for priority under the reserve. It's a key ingredient for advanced semiconductors used in radar systems, telecommunications, mobile phones, those sorts of things.
So important work being done, and we have to thank all those brainy people who created science, who ended up in the careers that are advancing this in our national interest, and I convey my thanks to them. In terms of production tax credits, last question. Okay, so I've got a couple here in this section. If I can just go to how the production tax credits encourage more jobs in Australia, and I might come back with further questions after that, Chair. Thanks.
Yes. Okay, thank you. So we'll go to Senator...
Oh, we've got an answer to that one. How the production tax credits encourage more jobs in Australia.
Hello, Senator. Samantha Robertson, General Manager of the Critical Minerals Office. So production tax credits, they're designed, particularly with the critical minerals space, is designed to create jobs and making it commercially viable to process and produce in Australia rather than offshore. They lower ongoing production costs, and they bring forward private investment decisions for things like critical minerals, and also there's the renewable hydrogen incentive as well. The critical minerals processing facilities that will be supported by production tax incentives probably would otherwise be located overseas or not proceed if we didn't have this within Australia. And we're looking at these to support construction and long-term operational jobs, create onshore value adding, generate regional employment opportunities, and also to crowd in private capital and supply chains. The modelling that was undertaken for the critical minerals production tax incentive estimated that it would contribute up to 143,000 jobs.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Senator O'Neill. Senator Little.
Thank you. I just want to go back to the, some of the commentary that I heard around the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander participation rate. We know that the resources sector is a significant employer and it's up to 20% in areas where there is a mine or an exploration project. What's the proportion of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people employed in your department?
Senator, the colleagues who would be best placed to answer that were here yesterday in terms of corporate, but I will, someone will get me that number and I'll come back to you.
That would be great. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I... Sorry. You're waiting on an answer? Thank you. I want to turn back to Australia's bauxite and alumina sector. I'm very concerned that we will have a similar outcome to that of nickel. What happens to gallium recovery in Australia if alumina production becomes uneconomic?
Thank you, Senator. The question around gallium recovery, so gallium recovery does occur alongside bauxite refinery, and there is certainly plans at Alcoa's project in Western Australia, their Sojitz facility. Alcoa's Sojitz project, and I will just have to find my information about that one. Bear with me, please. Apologies.
I'm sure Ms Gilman has further detail than what I have, Senator, but I have one figure that might assist. Under the critical minerals facility, the government has supported the Alcoa Sojitz gallium recovery plant in WA with up to $300 million in equity.
I mean, I guess that point about the government can continue to bail out facilities, processing facilities, but the underlying structural issues around bauxite, aluminium, alumina, gallium are ones that we're not addressing. The EU made changes to its critical minerals list in 2024 to not just add gallium, but the entire bauxite, gallium supply chain. They put that on the critical minerals list. You know that before the last election, the coalition did the same. Given bauxite is the primary ore source for gallium, wouldn't it be sensible to list bauxite as a critical mineral, or at the very least a strategic material?
So the minerals and materials on both those lists is constantly being monitored by government. You'll know, Senator, perhaps that the critical minerals list itself built up to the current 31 over a couple of years with some amendments and additions as market conditions required. And the strategic materials list sits alongside that and is not set in stone. The critical minerals strategy from 2023 made clear that both the strategy and the list of minerals and materials will be reviewed every 3 years at least. And with that addition of minerals to that critical minerals list in the first 3 years, we can see that the government doesn't wait for the 3-year mark, but does it as necessary. But this year being 2026, we're in the sort of review phase of updating the strategy, and the government keeps a weather eye on whether additional materials or minerals need to be added to the list. And that is the same for the strategic reserve. I mean, the three items or materials that are on that reserve at the moment can be added to, and we've started, as Ms Illman has said, the government has announced the rare earths, antimony and gallium as the initial focus.
So I think the lack of urgency from the Minister, from the government on this, I mean, the Coalition was calling very hard for nickel to be included as a critical mineral. Finally it was added, but it was of course too late for the nickel industry to access any of the support that the critical minerals listing process would have assisted with. Here we are in the same, going down the same road. The Coalition said you've got to get bauxite, aluminium, alumina on the critical minerals list 12 months ago, and here we are still discussing whether maybe it would be a good idea or not. I just think our lack of urgency is going to damage our competitive nature for investment in this country. I mean, we talked about, you touched on the critical mineral stockpile. Where are the stockpiles being located? I mean, we do have this fabulous stockpile area called the ground, but given that we're getting little growth in investment, what's the plan to actually put it somewhere, and how's that working?
Senator, the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve has a range of tools that it can use, stockpiling being one of them. Stockpiling can be a physical stockpile, as you describe, or it can be a virtual stockpile, as in a commitment to purchase material from a project and then sell it onwards at a later point. So the reserve has those two, has the capability to physically stockpile or virtually stockpile. Currently there hasn't been any transactions of that nature put to government.
Okay, so there's actually nothing happening on the critical minerals stockpiles?
In the sense that the reserve is established, it has a set of tools, it has some priority minerals to focus on, and the government, there are proposals being put forward. Those things are in train, right. But as far as a physical stockpile itself, there has not been the creation of a physical stockpile. I'm still
not getting a sense of urgency from the government. This sounds like a plan waiting for an action, and apparently this is all urgent, and we've got critical minerals deals being done with the US and other trading partners, and yet we've actually taken no action apart from having a plan to make a plan.
So, Senator, as I said, legislation was passed to establish a reserve in March this year. The government has already issued a letter of support under the Strategic Reserve to Arafura in the last fortnight. That is evidence, as I see it, of progress. And as Ms Illman mentioned, there are a number of proposals that have been put to government that the Critical Minerals Office and the Strategic Reserve are examining. And I think it's a case of watch this space because there's a lot of interest.
Well, I am watching this space and also have a lot of interest, and I hope that there is a sense of urgency from the department, from the Minister, to get this thing going fast, because we will miss out to... You're watching what's happening in Brazil, in other places in South America, in Africa. We are not the only place that produces critical minerals and rare earths, and we are, you know, our approvals process remains slow. We are...
I would highlight the EPBC reforms, but also the production tax credits as well as being an important part of what the government are doing in this space. I know you oppose the production tax credits.
Well, they haven't started yet, Minister.
I understand
they haven't started yet. This is my point. Great ideas actually need action, a commencement date, and they haven't started.
Well, I think the department have talked through the progress that we've made and some of the wins that have been in place, but we believe that we've got those policy settings right. You oppose some of them. but we think they're going to be important for the development of the industry.
Well, I could be dead and buried before they start, Minister. This is my point, is my opposition is not for a lack of support for investment and encouragement for new mining. It's that it is all too slow. And there are announcements being made every day by other countries and jurisdictions who are being incredibly competitive in this space around attracting investment for other critical minerals and rare earths projects in places that have lower cost bases than ours, that don't have our crazy rush to renewables and that have lower energy, have lower wages costs, have lower capital investment costs, have faster approvals. And I don't think we are grasping just how difficult we're making it. 16 years from exploration to first ore, and now we've just introduced changes to the CGT rules that also make it incredibly difficult for our small caps and explorers to do that hard work in the valley of death of approvals before they can get a big... Thank you. I do have another question because the Minister is not going to provide me with satisfaction in this regard.
I'll have to rotate the call in a minute, but if you want to finish this block,
Thank
then
you.
we'll move.
So what is the practical policy purpose of having separate critical and strategic lists, especially when there is no consultation with industry on the creation of the strategic minerals list?
So I'll, while Ms Illman turns to her brief, the creation of both of those lists, Sender, has been this as a result of extensive consultation in terms of the work that was done, including speaking with key stakeholders to develop the critical minerals strategy, which then led to the ability to have the list populated. There was extensive consultation, and that includes with geoscience in terms of the actual prospects and reserves that we have in the ground for particular critical minerals.
But it's still geosciences. Wearing my scarf today is a shout out to geosciences because we're not seeing them today. But geosciences do a wonderful job of identifying resources and prospectivity, but the people who actually mine it, who convert the Australian ownership of the resource into jobs, dollars, investment, that is not being addressed if critical materials doesn't give you any sort of advantage that being on the critical minerals list does, which gives you access to the Critical Minerals Fund, it gives you access to the fast tracking in the department. They're all the things that a critical minerals list does as opposed to strategic materials. I would be fascinated if you had anybody who said they were satisfied to be listed as a strategic material. Can you give me any benefits of being a strategic material apart from having your name carved into a list somewhere?
Well, Ms Illman can talk through the criteria, but basically the strategic materials list identifies those key materials that don't quite meet all of the criteria to make the critical minerals list, so they're almost there. And really it goes to the supply chain risk and that not being there for those materials that are on the strategic materials list versus the critical minerals list. And I'll let Ms Illman either correct me or add to that.
All right, so what we're looking for, Ms Illman, is benefits for being on the strategic materials list.
Thanks, Senator. I might just quickly go through the critical minerals list and how it has evolved over time.
I think the Chair will pull me up on time. Let's go for benefits, if you wouldn't mind.
Okay, so the government does have a strategic materials list. It sits alongside the critical minerals list. The list of strategic materials, for the record, are aluminium, copper, phosphorus, tin and zinc. These materials don't meet the criteria for the critical minerals list, and those criteria are whether they're inputs to priority technologies, the geological potential for the resources, the vulnerabilities of our supply chains and alignment with the need of our strategic partners. But what they do is they They are recognised as having an important role in the global transition to net zero and broader strategic applications. As Mr Jeremenko mentioned, the critical mineral strategy and the list have regular review points. Those review points occur this year. It's a matter for the government to decide on their review.
Ms Ullman, I didn't hear any advantages to being on the list apart from seeing your name up in lights.
Senator, we do actually look at those minerals on a regular basis and assess their vulnerability, their supply chains. Although we review the list on a regular basis according to the methodology, those particular minerals that are on the strategic materials list are also monitored to see whether or not they will actually fit the criteria for listing on the critical minerals list eventually.
Yes.
And Senator, just to add, we talked a fair bit yesterday about aluminium and touched on copper and zinc. So the government and the department are focused on those key minerals that Ms Illman just read through. So I wouldn't want to suggest that there's not significant government effort going into those materials, including particularly we stepped out some of the aluminium interventions yesterday.
Again, the list is a nice to have. It doesn't do anything for you. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Senator. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Minister, you might have seen last week I was following up with your colleague on some data I requested via Minister Bowen's office. Your colleague, Minister Ayres, unfortunately didn't have the information requested and wasn't particularly forthcoming, so I'm hoping that you might be able to help me out today. I sent a similar letter to Minister King on the 18th of May, and I think has that been received by the department in response to that letter? I can table it again now.
Yes, please, you're tabling that.
Have you received that correspondence?
I'm not personally aware of it, but it doesn't mean we haven't received it.
So essentially the purpose of this letter is asking what meetings were held between the Minister for Resources and the gas industry over the past 6 months, and hoping that you might have some of that information to hand today.
Well, I can't speak for the Minister and who she, or indeed if you're meeting the Minister next to me as Assistant Minister, have met with. But certainly as a matter of our day-to-day business as usual, the department meets with members of the resources sector broadly, including oil and gas stakeholders.
Yes, thank you. Well, perhaps I'll go to the Minister. I certainly wasn't hoping to spring this on the department, and was hoping, and the Minister hoping that you could provide that information. The letter was sent a couple of weeks ago now, so really hoping to get.
Sorry, I haven't seen the letter. I apologise, Senator Hodgins-May, but I'm happy to take it on notice and provide whatever information I can. But I certainly know I engage with the industry all the time on matters related to the portfolio.
Yeah, thank you. Look. It really is just such a crucial time for the public to be aware of the consultation that I think is happening with industry. We're seeing an overwhelming number of people calling for things like a gas tax, and we're seeing a reservation policy announced. And I think that information is really, really important and in the public interest. It's disappointing it's not here today. I will take your word that you'll provide that on notice, though. And not sure the point of writing these letters in advance, frankly, if they're not making it through to the relevant people. Minister, did you attend the budget night fundraiser that was hosted at the Realm?
I did, yes.
And are you able to explain whether there were fossil fuel representatives in attendance on that evening?
Oh, look, I certainly know that anyone who attended that would be declared as per the legislation, and the Labor Party always upholds those rules.
Okay, so where would that be declared? Is that information available now? Do you know?
I'm not overly familiar with the declaration laws these days. They'd probably be better put to the Relevant Estimates Committee, but I certainly know we always observe and obey those rules.
So there's nowhere that we could know now, though, the public could know now who was in attendance at a pretty crucial moment of, discussions around how we're raising revenue or not raising revenue, how we're...
Look, they're not things that I have to take responsibility for, Senator Hodgins-May, so they'd be better put to the AEC officials, which I assume appear at estimates, and they'd be able to give you the timeframes that parties are expected to meet in that regard.
Did you have a beer with anyone from Santos or Woodside? Anyone that you're comfortable sharing, given it is?
I don't drink at work functions these days, Senator Hodgins-May. I don't think
a chinwag, maybe a chinwag with Santos representatives, AEP, anyone that's been really central, I think, to the gas conversation at the moment.
Always happy to engage with industry, and I do that as part of my job on a daily basis.
Were there members of the public invited to this event to engage with you on gas policy?
You'd be better at putting those questions to the National ALP office, Senator Hodgins-May.
Sure. All right. So I think that's a good segue to talk about the taxation of gas exports. When asked about gas reservation versus gas export tax, former Treasury Secretary Dr Ken Henry told the recent gas tax inquiry, you can design an export tax in such a way that it has exactly the same impact on the proportion of gas that is supplied domestically as against the proportion that's exported. But there's one big difference, and it's a really big difference. The gas reservation doesn't raise revenue. So why the hell would you do that? It just doesn't make sense. It's much more sensible to achieve the same goal, that is lower price for domestic gas and more secure supply for domestic gas through an export tax than through a gas reservation policy, end quote. So, Minister, my question to you is, why are you creating this complex, convoluted market intervention when a gas export tax will achieve the same policy goals and raise billions of dollars worth of revenue?
Well, I don't accept the substance of your question there, Senator Hodgins-May. I think that the reservation policy that the government have worked on for a period of time now is an important one. This is about affordability for consumers domestically and also manufacturers as well. And the government have a big agenda when it comes to a future made in Australia. Affordable gas is an important component of that. We think the reservation scheme is going to be important to deliver that. It's also going to be important for consumers, of which there's millions of Australians who rely on gas for their daily needs as well. So for those reasons, we think that the reservation scheme that we've announced and the details still being worked on is going to be an important part of delivering on that agenda.
So you disagree with Dr Henry on...
Look,
it was literally a quote of his that I read to you.
Sure, I take that as read, and I didn't follow the ins and outs of the Senate inquiry on a daily basis, but the government have been pretty clear in our agenda in terms of what we want to deliver. I understand and respect the work that Senate committees do in this regard, but the government was pretty clear, and I think the Prime Minister expressed his views on what the focus of the government was at the moment and the reasons behind that.
I would recommend you read that report, because it really does, as indicated in that quote, suggest that we can achieve the same things as the reservation policy, downward pressure on electricity price, on gas prices, but with the benefit of billions of dollars of revenue and probably stronger trade relationships than this reservation policy. Do you dispute that, or?
Well, I think we clearly do, because we've sort of set in train the policy direction that we're going in, Senator Hodgins-May. So I think our record and announcements would speak to the actions that we believe are going to make a difference. And I think that there's been, Minister King, the Prime Minister, have touched on the importance of our international relationships, particularly over the last few months as we've dealt with the crisis in the Middle East, and how important that's been with some of our partners in terms of securing what we need from fertiliser, petrol, diesel, etc. And those relationships have been important to deliver on those outcomes as well.
Yes, I've got some more questions about trade relationships shortly. Thank you, Assistant Minister. Since I last asked this question, has the department done any further work on calibrating some sort of gas export tax that would also ensure enough gas stays in Australia for the transition?
So, thanks, Senator. The responsibility for taxation sits with the Department of Treasury in terms of their fiscal policy responsibilities. As the Minister has outlined, the government has announced the reservation policy with 20% of LNG exports reserved for domestic use from 1 July next year. That is serving a number of aims. One of those key aims is to make sure that there is downward pressure on gas prices here in Australia, and also that there is sufficient supply around Australia of gas that we have plentiful amounts of under the ground. So it is a policy that addresses a number of important outcomes, and the ministers outlined that the government has not made a decision to proceed with any other fiscal measures against the resources companies, or involving the resources companies, I should say, in addition to the significant taxation that they already pay. But taxation policy is not a responsibility of this department.
Yeah, no, I've got questions for Treasury as well. But does DISA dispute that a gas export tax would also meet those aims? Like, my understanding is it's your job to look at all potential policy options and put them forward to government. Have you explored that, like the mechanism of a gas export tax, and whether it would accomplish those aims as well?
So it's not within our policy responsibility to do that, Senator.
Because a gas tax would also, we've heard from Treasury, we heard through the inquiry that a gas tax would also help to secure domestic supply. So, like, surely this was also on the table alongside a gas reservation policy as an intervention. Was it not?
Well, certainly all of the, as you said, Dr. Henry, a number of interested parties, including government representatives, gave evidence to the committee that you're very familiar with. And all of that evidence was considered. The committee came to the various sort of split conclusions, if I can put it that way, that it did. But all of the public debate, all of the particular positions that stakeholders are putting is obviously considered by government, and they are rich sources to inform advice that we give to ministers that ultimately make decisions.
But you can't comment on whether DISA has explored a gas export tax and whether that would bring downward pressure on domestic prices and raise revenue.
So as we don't have any policy responsibility for fiscal tax matters...
despite the impact on domestic gas?
We are not exploring any of that.
Okay. You're at 10 minutes. Thank you. Is it 15 I've got, or is it... Do you want 10-minute blocks?
We can rotate.
I've only got a couple more in this block and finish those.
Okay.
Yeah, sure. Treasury and gas companies themselves have acknowledged that a gas export tax would fall on Australian gas producers, not on our customers in Asia. Does DISA agree with this proposition?
Would you mind just repeating?
Yeah, sure.
The
Treasury and gas companies themselves have acknowledged that a gas export tax would fall on Australian gas producers rather than on customers in Asia. Does DISA support that?
With the amount of detailed policy that DISA is responsible for advising ministers on, I don't turn my mind to that question, Senator.
It's a pretty substantial question when considering a policy intervention, when we're hearing, the gas industry also and the government saying trade relationships is at the centre of our considerations in how we're going to deal with the gas regime.
So one of the aspects of the work that's involved in the announced gas reservation policy is making sure that the settings are consistent with the announcement in terms of trading partners as well. And that means that contracts that were in existence 22nd December 2025 will not be upturned, and that is a very important part of making sure that our trading partners have confidence going forward in terms of their investments, and confidence that investments they made in the past under the current policy settings are true, and that they can rely on those, and that the right message is being sent to our trading partners that Australia remains a very reliable and worthwhile place to invest.
Can I maybe ask that you take that on notice, please, that around where the gas tax export would fall?
So I'm happy to take it on notice, and we can talk to colleagues in Treasury who have the responsibility.
Thank you. And Minister, this gas reserve is going to hit our customers in Asia. We're hearing that they will have less supply and higher prices. Can you explain why gas tax was framed as a problem for our customers throughout Asia, but the gas reserve isn't?
Well, I wouldn't accept your characterisation of the reservation scheme and the impact it will have. Obviously, the broad announcement's been made on the reservation policy. Senator Hodgins-May, the department are working through the details and engaging with industry as we settle those matters. And I'm sure that we want to ensure that those contracts that we've entered into, or that those companies have entered into with their international counterparts, are honoured as part of this.
Yeah, it was just while we were going through the inquiry, we were hearing from trading partners their concerns about a reservation policy, but not a gas export tax. Maybe with the exception of Japan, who have a share in IMPEX. But it's on the record, trading partners expressing reservations about a reservation, but not the gas tax. Given that it won't impact them, and it'll impact gas producers here in Australia.
Well, I can't really speak for them, Senator Hodgins-May, but I certainly know that those relationships, international relationships, are really important for us. They've been important for us in terms of, as I mentioned earlier, over the last couple of months as we've secured fuel supply and fertiliser supply for the country, and we'll continue to engage respectfully with them as we finalise the details on the reservation policy.
Okay, last final one, and I'm just getting some mixed messages around how important trade relations are in the development of our gas policy. To the department, and maybe you need to take this on notice, but what consultation is being done with trading partners regarding the framework for a gas reservation policy?
Thanks, Senator. I'll pass to Ms Chard. We are consulting extensively and have over a long period of time on all of the policy settings that have led up to, including around the future gas strategy from 2024 and the policy settings that are now resulting in the establishment of the gas reservation policy.
Senator Sam Chard, I'm Head of Division for Oil and Gas Division in the Department of Industry. We've been engaging with our international trading partners and other states for some time. I can give you kind of blow-by-blow dates, but in summary, Singapore, Japan, Taiwan, China, Malaysia, Republic of Korea, also Canada and US in particular. We've had multiple conversations with them over the last year as we've consulted on the gas review. Initially through the publication of the gas review consultation paper, then again with its final report, and more recently we've alerted.
And this is the gas reservation scheme specifically, not the gas market review?
Yeah, that's correct. So the gas reservation policy was initially flagged in the gas review as a concept. So the consultation with trading partners, we started the gas market review consultation in 2020, early 2025. Then in December 2025, we issued the gas market report, both the original consultation paper that commenced the gas market review work and then the final report both initially flagged the concept of a gas reservation and then the gas reservation.
That's really helpful, and I know that in the interest of time, could I please get you to table those countries when the meetings took place and any information that was discussed around the framework design in those meetings on notice? Thank you very much, Ms. Shard.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. So I would just table the letter that you referred to earlier in your questioning, and I think Ms Pickworth had an answer before we throw to Senator McDonald.
Senator Liddell's question about our levels of First Nation employees. So in the department, we've got two data points. So last year's census was at 2.3%, noting we'll have this year's census data soon, and our HR system, as at the 31st of March this year, at 2.7% of our workforce, and we've got a target in our stretch rep of 3% of our workforce.
Thank you.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just staying with the gas reservation process. I want to ask you, the government's announcement of a domestic reservation policy for gas of 20% How much in petajoules does that mean will be delivered from the exporters to the domestic East Coast market annually? How much in 27-28?
So, Senator, I'll pass to Ms Chard in a moment. The assessment of that will be made closer to the date, so we can give some figures that give a sense based on recent data, but you'll understand that that will need to be a point-in-time assessment when that 20% applies as the legislation is settled and then the scheme comes into force. But we can help you with some figures that give a sense of the quantum based on the last year or so's figures.
All right. So how many petajoules do the 3 Queensland LNG exporters currently provide?
Senator, if I can go to the detail on that. So if we applied the 20% of exports that's currently proposed, consistent with the framework, the draft framework that we're consulting on, if we had applied that 20% last year, we would have seen 348 petajoules being provided into the East Coast. And that's particularly relevant when you have a look at the projected shortfall that we're estimating in 2031 on the East Coast. The ACCC's estimated that the shortfall in 2031 on the East Coast would be 315 petajoules. But going back to the more fulsome question, the national figures, so 348 petajoules on the East Coast, 507 petajoules on the West Coast, which would make 855 petajoules in total. But if you don't mind, Senator, I'd just like to provide a little bit of extra context. In the early years, we expect that percentage to be moderated because the government's committed to honouring existing contracts and also taking into account infrastructure constraints. The draft scheme that we've proposed and that we're engaging with industry on suggests that in the early years the industry would be able to apply for a variation to their supply obligation to that 20% to account for their existing contracts and the infrastructure constraints, and that the minister would have some flexibility to take into account market conditions. So while we've looked at those figures and can correlate them against the predicted shortfalls in 2031, we expect the actual petajoules in the early years to be lower because of those contractual arrangements and infrastructure constraints, and that's what we're currently trying to work through with industry with the draft framework to understand more clearly exactly what it would look like from their perspective in those early years, taking into account those flexibility provisions.
So can I just clarify that those numbers you've just provided are for the 24-25 financial year or calendar year?
Senator, I think they're for the calendar year, but I'll come back to you to clarify.
So 2025 calendar year?
Yes, Senator, I can clarify there for the calendar year.
All right. Have you included the Northern Territory's projected productions amongst that?
Yes, Senator, I believe.
Future modelling?
Actually, Senator, I might just bring one of my colleagues.
Whereabouts do you allow for existing domestic production?
So, Senator, we, under the proposed scheme that we're consulting on, the exporters would be able to service their obligation through a range of measures from their own production, but they would also have the ability to actually purchase from the domestic market if they can assure that it is new supply to the domestic market. So we do expect some trading and some intersection with the existing domestic market.
Isn't that just providing an additional complexity to Queensland reservations that are already domestic tagged, projects like Senex, projects like Amplitude in Victoria which have no access to an export market, and then you're asking the exporters to buy the gas from them and then put it back into the market. That sounds very...
We're not asking them to do that.
Well, I'm sorry, you just said you're going to say
flexibility
to the exporters that they can buy from the domestic market. Is that correct?
So what we're seeking to do is provide the exporters with the maximum amount of flexibility to service their domestic supply obligation in a way that makes the best sense to them.
But that makes no sense at all for the exporters to buy from an existing producer who is already supplying into the market. You would interrupt domestic contracts then, surely?
Senator, only where they can demonstrate that it is additional gas. So we want to ensure that there's no disincentive to future investment in domestic gas, and we want to create an environment where the exporters are encouraged to invest in new supply.
So what about domestic producers? How do you incentivise them to invest in more supply when it has been clearly stated that the 20% must be not just offered to the market but sold into the market, forcing prices down to below the cost of production? How would you see that would incentivise our Australian producers investing in future gas?
Well, Senator, we're consulting with industry. We're hearing their feedback. We're putting all of our proposal on the table and welcoming their feedback and hearing what they have to say about how they think the arrangements would operate.
Ms Shard, given that you've been consulting with industry for the last 12 months, and it was a complete surprise to the industry, to state premiers and chief ministers when the announcement was made the same day as the gas tax Senate inquiry was released, how would you see that the producers have any confidence that consultation is actually being taken on board and it's just not a continuation of they keep telling you the mistakes that have been made in this policy and it seems the government's not listening?
Well, Senator, we are... I do dispute the premise that it was a complete surprise to them. We've been engaging.
May I give you
them.
some feedback? That I spoke to each of the state treasurers who said, this is a complete surprise to me. And in fact, they had a meeting the following day of which one of the agenda items was discussing the future gas plan. In no way did they think it would be reading the future gas plan and a reservation policy that they were not expecting, did not think would be announced. And gas producers said the first we heard about it was when we were briefed the evening before it was announced. That hardly seems like consultation. That seems like being told.
Senator, the gas market review that we've referred to earlier commenced June last year. That review by this department, in conjunction with Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water, consulted widely, examined all of the issues around the gas market, and one of the recommendations of that review, which was released publicly by the government in December 2025, at the time that the government announced a reservation policy of between 15% and 25%, that gas market review recommended a reservation policy be considered. So any stakeholder that's saying they didn't know about it beyond December last year, well, I just leave the facts as they are. Since then,
sorry,
there's
Mr.
been...
Jeremenko, just to clarify that, it wasn't... am I at the end of time? Yeah.
No, finish this off. Sorry to interrupt, but we've got media in the room, so if there's anyone who's got a concern about that, please let me know.
Thank you. So of course, they were told that there was a horrible policy on the table that would decimate small Australian domestic producers. They gave you that feedback. What they are saying is not that they were surprised that the government was contemplating such a terrible proposal, but that it was announced without them knowing about it. They thought that they were still in consultation, that they were in good faith saying, if you do this and you push prices you dump gas on the market and you push prices below the cost of production, we won't be able to go ahead. And so that was their surprise, is that the government proceeded with a policy that will decimate small domestic-only producers.
So I don't accept that the policy will result in that. The policy is still being consulted upon. So further details have been announced in May of the of the 20% figure, and then a design paper has been released last week that goes into some detail around the areas that the government is interested to hear from all stakeholders in terms of the way this would work. And it is absolutely the case that the government is trying to balance a number of key outcomes in the reservation policy, one of which is making sure that there is not an oversupply of gas to the domestic market to the extent that it undermines that domestic market. There is certainly part of the design is to have a slight oversupply because to ensure that prices are pushed downwards. That modest oversupply will do that, and it will also, very importantly, make sure that both consumers and industry can access gas at affordable prices, and that Australia has supplies of gas and doesn't meet the prediction of the regulators of 2030 on the East Coast, 2029 on the East Coast, in terms of having gas shortfalls.
I'll come back, Chair. Thank you.
Senator, just before we move on, can I clarify that the Northern Territory is captured in the 348 petajoules that I referenced on the East Coast?
And it was 2025 calendar year,
That's
not
correct.
financial year.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Senator Hodgins-May, and I'll try, I know there's lots of questions from senators here, so we'll try and keep to 10 minutes. I'll give you a 10-minute and then we'll just alternate. So
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Staying on gas reservation and following some questions from Senator McDonald, according to the framework released by the government last week, there will be an extraordinary amount of discretion available to the ministers to vary obligations on different gas companies in different places in order to deliver gas. What reassurances can you give us that this won't become a favour factory between the minister and the gas industry?
Senator, so as I mentioned, we're consulting on the framework. It is a careful balance between providing industry with certainty, providing Australia with certainty that we'll have sufficient gas, particularly in the shortfall years, providing the kind of certainty that's necessary to support investment, and providing a level of flexibility that won't result in the oversupplies that have been referenced. The proposal as it stands is that there would be a 20% domestic supply obligation, but in the early years the minister would be able to vary that domestic supply obligation subject to some specific terms, and we're consulting on what industry and the market more broadly thinks are appropriate guardrails around that kind of consideration.
I'm not instilled with confidence by your answer. I think there's, flexibility is one thing, but ability to trade favours is something completely different. And, you only need to look at the fact that all bar one resources minister has gone to work in the fossil fuel industry, and I dare say a few of those fossil fuel executives were at the Labor's budget night fundraiser, and I just want to clarify that the AEC doesn't require that level of disclosure, so we may never know actually who was in attendance at that event. But I think we have a very real, strong reason to be concerned about this potential for favours to be occurring between gas executives and between the minister, maybe the minister, do you have any thoughts in relation to those carve-outs and that discretion that is permitted?
I completely reject what you're suggesting there, Senator Hodgins-May, and to come in here and just try and sort of throw around a few aspersions is not something that I accept.
Well, then talk me through it, please.
Minister King acts in the national interest on these matters, as does the government, and that's what we are doing in terms of the reservation policy. It is the right thing for the country. It's going to lead to better outcomes for domestic users, but not damage our international relationships at the same time. It's a strong policy. I understand that it is one that some people are going to be opposed to. That's their choice, but we are absolutely confident it's in the right interests of the country.
Well, if Minister King is in fact acting in the national interest, then I'm very surprised that over 70% of people support a gas export tax, and I don't know how many of those people she's consulting with. But so can we be confident, Minister, and Department, that there will be clear and consistent criteria, these guardrails that we've spoken about, that all decisions to vary obligations will be disclosed to the public?
Senator, under the current proposal that we're consulting with industry on, that's consistent with what you've just characterised.
Okay, well that's... And in terms of parliamentary oversight, will there be parliamentary oversight of those decisions?
Senator, we're still working through the oversight arrangements.
Okay. The framework paper says a gas company can meet their obligations by investing or underwriting new projects rather than actually delivering petajoules of gas. If a gas company signed an MOU with a third party to build a pipeline, for example, from the Beetaloo, would this meet the test for a variation to their domestic supply obligation?
So, Senator, the intention is that the exporter would have their 20% obligation, and they would need to demonstrate why they couldn't meet that obligation in the early years because of either their long-term contracts or infrastructure constraints. But the intention is that infrastructure constraints don't support a long-term exemption, that the industry would need to be able to demonstrate what it was doing to resolve those infrastructure constraints, and that might involve being able to demonstrate that they had a pathway to invest in and support pipeline infrastructure. But as you've kind of characterised it, that putting a proposal for a pipeline in itself wouldn't qualify you for an exemption, or wouldn't qualify you as in some way having met your obligation. Your obligation as an exporter would be to supply your 20% gas. We do want to provide industry with flexibility around how they actually provide that gas, be it their own production or through other open market means.
Okay, so thank you. An infrastructure investment wouldn't, are you saying it wouldn't meet a short-term exemption?
It wouldn't in itself it wouldn't in itself meet your obligation to provide gas. It may well be necessary for industry to make that kind of investment to be able to meet their obligation, but in itself it wouldn't qualify you for an exemption from your obligation.
Okay, but so it could form part of that decision then, if around. Sorry, I don't understand. In and of itself, it won't. But
so I think probably the easiest way to answer your question, Senator, is to say no, it wouldn't qualify for an exemption.
Okay. And what about actually entering into final investment decision to build that pipeline? Would that satisfy their obligations, or?
No, Senator. Their obligation is to supply gas into the market, not to supply infrastructure. It may be necessary for them to invest in infrastructure to meet their supply obligation, but their obligation is not to, under the reservation scheme, their obligation is not to supply infrastructure, it's to supply gas.
Okay, so just to clarify, if they couldn't quite meet their 20%, but they could reach 15%, could they make up the remaining percent via FID, for example, or no, they have to do their 20%?
So they could, under the proposal that we've currently put on the table that we're consulting on, so I just want to caveat that nothing is settled yet and we're working through this. But if, particularly in the early years, there was a major infrastructure barrier, there simply was no pipeline for them to get gas to market, the government could consider to what other means they would have to actually get that gas to market. They would need to be able to demonstrate that they literally had no other means to get them gas to the market to qualify for a reduction in their DSO for a period of time until they could overcome those infrastructure barriers.
Thank you. And can you briefly just clarify what early years? What the definition?
Senator, can I take that on notice? It's very much part of the consultation process at the moment. We expect that the DSO variations would be largely tied to the government's commitment to honour the existing contracts. The majority of the contractual arrangements roll off in the 2030s. And so I would expect it would be over that period of time that we'd see kind of the significant variations. But I'll take on notice the specifics and note that it is very much a draft framework that's in consultation, so the details haven't yet been finalised. It's those kind of things around the time frame that we're working through with industry at the moment.
Okay, and if a gas exporter funded measures that reduced gas demand in Australia, could this be used to meet a test to vary their DSO?
That's not conceived in the framework as it's been presented to industry at this time.
10 minutes. Okay, shall I finish just this block? Yeah. So if a gas, so I'm curious as to why not. If a gas company increases supply by 5 petajoules, or it reduces demand by 5 petajoules, isn't that exactly the same outcome as far as the objectives of the gas reservation?
It's an interesting concept, Senator. It's not being conceived at this time, but it's something that could be considered as we work through the consultation process.
Yeah, that'd be good to have it in the consideration ahead of next estimates. And just finally, is the Resources Minister or Energy Minister or Industry Minister, which of those will be responsible for administering the gas reservation?
Senator, the details of the ministers, the specific ministers, is something that's still being worked through at this time. We imagine that it would be ministers in consultation with other ministers. So, for example, potentially the Minister for, not in consultation, but in agreement. So, potentially the Minister for Resources in agreement with the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Okay, so still not a lot of details around this reservation policy, but thank you for your time.
Senator, I think just to kind of round out, obviously there's quite a detailed draft framework out that the team's consulting on, including around the regulatory architecture as well as the managing of annual supply volume. So just wanted to note that there's it builds on an extensive body of work and that there's quite a detailed draft framework in the public at the moment.
Thank you. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Good morning. Thank you for your participation. Just staying with the Minister's discretion for a moment. The framework gives the Minister's discretion over the following: the issuance of export approvals, approval and review of domestic supply obligations, variance of the annual domestic supply obligation, review of the formula used to calculate the DSO, the additionality test, gas swap approvals, and decisions relating to operation of the domestic gas market. Is that the limited scope, or is that an initial scope of the Minister's discretion?
Senator, I'd suggest that that is the limited scope at this point, but as I've said,
it could be broader.
we're consulting to understand. And as I've mentioned, it is an art of balancing the need to provide the market with certainty that will help support investment and give us the surety that we'll get the gas that's necessary to meet the shortfalls, and managing the oversupply. And it is a careful balance. But at this stage, the discretion measures are intended to help us manage that balance.
So they could be broader than outlined in the framework as a result of consultation. Could they be narrower than outlined in the framework as a result of consultation?
Oh, yes, Senator. The framework as it's been proposed is open for genuine consultation, and will consider all of the feedback that we get through both the submissions process that we have open through until the 30th of June and the roundtables and bilateral discussions that we're having.
Has the department drafted any decision-making criteria for any of these powers? Any decision-making criteria?
No, Senator.
If I could just add to Ms Chard's answer, Senator, the 20-odd page design framework that was released last week includes a draft LNG approval process, export approval process map, and it makes clear there, all subject to consultation, but the proposal is that ministers are informed by the Australian Energy Regulator, advice from the Australian Energy Regulator, which itself is informed by related entities including AEMO, ACCC and others, on how when this is operational, how the various applications for export approvals by the producers meet the established reservation policy. And so there will be clear advice provided to ministers. Ministers will consider that, and as Ms Chard was saying, the detail around what ministers might choose to vary is all within the context of giving certainty longer term to investors that it's a 20% reservation, domestic reservation, but at the same time making sure that if the domestic market is well supplied in a particular year, there's no point flooding it with gas that is not required. So this will allow for details to be determined how it works out, a release valve of some sort to make sure that that gas that is truly excess to Australian requirements can be exported.
I hope to have some time to come back to the annual application of the 20% reservation, but we'll just hold that thought for a moment. Will the criteria be published as legislative instruments, policy guidelines, or only internal departmental advice?
Senator, I'll answer that question, but before I do, can I just caveat my previous answer about no? On when you asked the question, had the department drafted any guidance over
drafted decision-making criteria?
Drafted decision-making criteria. So I would expect that my team would be going through an iterative process of drafting decision-making criteria as public servants do to prepare, but nothing that has been formally settled. And sorry, Senator, would you mind just
my further question was, will the criteria be published as legislative instruments, policy guidelines, or only internal departmental guidance?
So that's something that we're still working through. Exactly kind of what level in legislation the kind of guidance would be, in what form. So certainly where industry wants certainty to support investment, and where we feel we need certainty to secure the supply, it's beneficial to have some of that detail actually in a legislative instrument, but there's other levels of detail that may be more appropriate to sit in regulations or in policy guidance. But we're very mindful of the need for certainty and clarity, and I would expect that a good deal of information would be driven up into the legislation to provide that level of certainty.
So if I've heard you correctly, the best way to reduce uncertainty and to achieve clarity is through the legislative instrument mechanism?
To the extent possible, some of it actually sitting in primary legislation.
Correct.
And then where we consider it appropriate, down into legislative instruments. And I expect some of it in policy guidance. So it's, I expect it's not a clear-cut answer, and that it'll sit in all three levels.
Will ministerial decisions under the scheme be disallowable instruments?
So, Senator, we've not resolved the that at this time, but that would be my general anticipation.
That disallowable instrument mechanism would be part of the legislated approach?
Potentially, Senator, but you're going into a level of detail that's beyond
I am.
what we're
I'm someone who's
consulting
comfortable in the granularity, I like to say.
I think, but I think just to the previous point around where we're up to in terms of the draft design framework out for consultation, I think it's tricky for us to get ahead of that in terms of how it might then be reflected into legislation, regulation.
No, I
and
think
those
there's
so I'm just caveating our answers.
Quite the
that.
contrary. I think in framework documents, these high-level discussions about primary legislation, use of disallowable instruments, etc., are very framework discussions.
Yes, no, I'm absolutely, Senator.
What review rights will be available to affected projects?
Senator, that's not been settled at this stage.
I just want to turn to the matter of assurances being provided to the Premier of Western Australia on the gas reservation policy. What assurances have been provided to the Premier of Western Australia by the Minister for Resources, Ms King?
So I can talk to the announced policy, Senator, and the details in this design framework recently released.
That's not my question. My question
make it
is
very
what
clear.
I'm sure the Premier and his people are aware of the various public documents. I'm interested to know what assurances have been given to the Premier by Ms King. In the Premier's own words, publicly reported, he has said he has been assured. I'm keen to understand what are those assurances he has been given, and secondly, in what form those assurances were given to the Premier of Western Australia by Minister King.
So I can't speak to Minister King's conversations she may have had, but I do know that Minister King is aware...
You can confirm she has had conversations?
I do know that Minister King is aware of the detail of the announced policy, which is that it applies across the country. The reservation policy applies to Western Australia as well, but the government has been very clear in stating that existing state reservation schemes will be considered and accounted for in the design of the national reservation scheme. So they are some of the parameters of what is being consulted upon, but it's certainly not the case that the reservation scheme, as announced by the Commonwealth Government, has been done so, and the implementation of it is being done blind to the Western Australian scheme. It will be accommodated, and we will work out through this process how to do that correctly.
The Premier, it's been reported that the Commonwealth has confirmed that WA's local regulations are compatible and WA will not be adversely impacted. How was that confirmation provided to Western Australia, and what analysis did the department do to come to that conclusion?
So I'm not sure what you're referring to, Senator. Is that a statement in the media that someone...
A media report, yes.
I haven't seen that report, so...
I'll have it circulated for you. I'll have it circulated for you. Sorry? Okay, I'll have it circulated for you before we come back to it. So what form were the assurances provided from Minister King to the Premier of Western Australia?
Senator, I think Mr Jeremenko has answered the extent of the questions that we can go to from a departmental perspective around where we're up to in the process, the engagement, the intention to ensure that the national scheme takes into account state schemes. So I'm not sure we have much further to add, Senator, to Mr Jeremenko's previous answer.
Senator Chisholm, what form were the assurances given to the WA Premier by Minister King?
I'm confident as two great Western Australians that they talk to each other regularly. Senator Smith, I do know that we believe that the federal scheme will be complementary to the WA scheme, and we view the WA scheme as being a successful one that's had a positive impact on industry over there. If there's any further information I can provide, I'm happy to do it on notice.
Is that the end of my block?
Yeah, we can come back.
Okay, yeah, of course, great. Thanks, yep.
Thank you, Chair. And just a continuation of questions relating to Western Australia. Will the policy insist on 20% reserve in Western Australia so it is a nationally consistent scheme?
Senator, our intent is to take into account the Western Australian scheme, and the intent is for it to be a national scheme. We're working through the equivalency with the WA regime through the consultation process.
The Dom Gas Alliance in Western Australia have complained that Woodside, at last count, has only reserved around 3.4% of its gas production. Do you think that that would satisfy the needs of the federal scheme?
Senator, reiterate my previous answer that we're currently working through the equivalency, the potential to meet your commitment over multiple years. My understanding is that the WA regime is based on projects and the life of a project, so the commitment to meet the reserved gas is over multiple years, and we're in the process of consulting with industry how that multi-year commitment might work in the national reservation.
To the Minister, Western Australia's gas reserve is only delivering 8% of production, not the 15% promised by gas companies. Did the government take that into account when giving assurances to Premier Roger Cook that they wouldn't be touched by the federal scheme?
All I can reiterate is similar to my answer before, Senator Hodgins made, that this is a national scheme. We believe it will be complementary to the WA scheme. There's obviously some details that need to be worked through in terms of how that applies.
Will negotiations with Western Australia over how their scheme is treated under the national framework factor into the actual performance of the Western Australian Reserve rather than the 15% headline figure?
I don't know if the department have got anything to add. It's a level of detail that I'm unaware of, Senator Hodgins made.
Absolutely, Senator. The existing scheme as legislated in whatever state it may be, in this case Western Australia, and what is actually being achieved under that scheme is absolutely relevant to how we make sure that the federal scheme intersects with the Western Australian scheme.
And to the Minister, a 20% gas reserve in Western Australia would deliver 3.5 times the gas that Woodside's Browse or fracking the Kimberley would produce for the Western Australian market. Are you prioritising working nationally consistent gas reserve, or enabling Woodside's next major gas project?
Well, I think we've talked through what we want to achieve with the national reservation scheme. Senator Hodgins may, acting in the national interest, believe it's good for industrial users, good for consumers. That's what we're setting out to achieve as part of this national policy.
And to the department, Western Australia's Premier Cook has suggested that unless the Browse project proceeds or they allow fracking projects in the Kimberley to go ahead, Western Australia cannot ensure domestic energy security. Does the department share that view?
Senator, the ACCC has published data on what their gas outlook is, and we can refer to those figures if you like. My colleague can refer to those figures, and this is their ACCC's projections of gas supply and demand and shortfall over the forward years. Senator, I'll refer to my
sorry, Miss.
Sorry, thanks, Senator. Christelle Osolinsky, General Manager of the Resources, Energy and Insight branch within Analysis, Insights and Strategy Division. We support the policy areas with analytical work. I can talk to the West Coast projections from the WAGSU. Again, in that document, it suggests that there will be a shortfall that will build in WA due to increasing demand through growth in industrial projects largely, as well as other factors. And from 2029, seasonal peak day shortfalls may emerge, and this is based on the 2025 GSU published for Western Australia. And there is a need that additional supply could address those gaps, as AEMO points out.
Thanks. If there's anything additional on notice, feel free to please provide it.
If I can just add for the benefit of the Hansard, GSU is the gas statement of opportunities.
Thank you. As I understand it, the Western Australia scheme allows infrastructure investments to satisfy their reservation requirements, which you have confirmed won't be permitted under the federal scheme. I suppose, is there a chance of their backdoors becoming backdoors in the federal scheme? Is something that we're really wanting to ensure doesn't happen?
Just before Ms Chubb answers, just to note that our answers earlier were all caveated through that we're currently consulting on the draft design framework. So I don't want to get ahead of sort of the ultimate decision making on that, but I'll pass back to my colleagues.
And Senator, that was effectively what I was going to say to answer your question. We're working through with both officials in WA and industry to understand that equivalency, as I've mentioned previously, and working through the details.
How much time have I got? Have I got a few minutes still? Because I'll finish this block. Oh, yeah, great. Thank you. So last week we discussed whether WA Premier Roger Cook had secured a carve-out from the reservation policy for his gas companies. Have there been any further discussions with Roger Cook since then on how Western Australia will be treated under the framework?
So it's not every day I have the opportunity to speak to the Premier, so I haven't, and I don't think, well, no, it is safe to say our team has not spoken to the Premier. What Western Australia will be doing, as all stakeholders will be, is getting into the detail of the design framework that has been published to make sure that the existing West Australian scheme is accommodated within the nationally applicable Commonwealth gas reservation scheme.
I just want to understand what accommodated means.
Well, it won't, as I was saying earlier, the design of the national scheme cannot be blind to the existing state scheme. So the detail of the existing scheme and its contribution to the domestic market versus what the federal scheme is aiming to contribute to the domestic market needs to be one of the considerations during this detailed consultation phase to make sure that the WA scheme is accommodated in the design of the federal framework.
Okay, well, it sounds like we'll just have to wait for more information on those issues relating to infrastructure investments and how that will work across state and federal jurisdictions. Look, now I've already asked in writing about the meetings that have happened between the Minister and the gas companies. Just to reiterate, please, if you could take that on notice, unless you have in front of you how many meetings the department did have with gas industry representatives about the reserve framework before the policy was released on the 7th of May, the same day as the gas tax report.
Yes, Senator, I'm happy to walk through the consultation in relation to the reservation. In the gas market review, were you specifically asking for
reservation
for meetings?
Yes.
Yeah. So in relation to meetings, in the gas market review process, where reservation was a key characteristic of the review, There were 3 roundtables with over 220 participants, and there were more than 80 individual stakeholder meetings. We were also running a submissions process at that time, so we received over 1,000 submissions, and then releasing the gas market review report in December, we received a further 80 submissions. In relation to the to the reservation framework design consultation that we released in 2026, we released the consultation framework paper on the 25th of May. We've subsequently held 2 roundtables, each with over 90 participants in those roundtables. We've had 1 bilateral meeting initially. I'm happy to provide more detail on the specific meetings. So between July and August, we met with 97 stakeholders, including LNG exporters, joint venture partners of LNG exporters, domestic gas producers, commercial and industrial users, peak bodies, infrastructure operators, gas and energy retailers, unions, market operator and regulators, state and territory governments, obviously other Commonwealth government agencies, international trading partners and other organisations like, for example, universities and commercial organisations, financial institutions and the like.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Chard. Yeah, if you could provide those on notice and the details of those.
I have similar.
Yeah, no, I'm at time. And just finally, and also on notice, please, how many meetings that has the department had with Premier Roger Cook, the WA Resources Minister, or the department in Western Australia?
Yeah, certainly, Senator.
Thank you very much.
Thanks. Senator Whitten, and you can take us to, we're going to break at 11 o'clock, so you've got till then. Thanks.
So I'm asking similar questions. Some of them might cross over, so apologies for that. But so in relation to the 20% reservation policy announced, is any part of this policy's objective to increase the amount of gas produced in the long term or to reduce it?
So thanks, Senator.
And sorry, I'm really quite deaf, so I'm happy for you to speak very loud at me. I won't be offended.
No problem. No problem. It's one of the few times someone said I don't have a loud enough voice, but happy to accommodate, Senator. The objectives of the gas reservation are multifold. So to ensure that predicted shortfalls of gas don't occur on the east coast and the west coast of Australia, to make sure that there is a modest oversupply of gas into the system to ensure that prices are pushed downwards, giving the certainty to the market and to international investors that Australia remains a great place to invest and to continue to mine and extract, and making sure that there is not the oversupply to the extent that it undermines the domestic producer market. So they are all of the various factors that the government has effectively tasked those advising it as the challenge that we need to balance in designing this reservation, and all of the feedback from stakeholders, including, I imagine, what's underpinning your question will inform us on that.
Was any thought given to the interaction between the federal reservation policy and its interaction with state-based reservation policies, particularly those in WA and Queensland?
Yes, so the federal reservation policy does apply across all of the continent, including in the existing state schemes. And what that means is that we are keen to make sure that the detail of those state schemes are factored in, and the success of those state schemes are trying to think of the best word, connected with the mechanism by which the 20% federal scheme is finally settled. But that's a level of detail that we're working through.
In WA, there is a 80% onshore reservation policy, increasing to 100% in 2030. Was any modelling performed on the long-term production of onshore gas under this policy?
So there's been a lot of analysis that has, as you might expect, Senator, that has underpinned our advice, our department's plural advice to respective ministers ahead of the minister's consideration in a cabinet context of some of the details around the gas reservation scheme. So yes, that has also been included.
So modelling has been done?
There is certainly analysis that is ongoing as well, because the scheme is not, and the policy is not settled yet in terms of the detail. It's very much a part of what ministers need before them to decide on policy parameters is expected effects of the policy in terms of how much gas it supplies to various parts of Australia.
Is that publicly available information?
So it was part of advice that was provided to ministers and who ultimately made decisions in a cabinet context, so no.
We've heard from industry that the oversupply model is going to make onshore exploration and development almost impossible economically. It will drive out smaller domestic producers that are working marginal value fines and are supplying the domestic market. Were any of these smaller producers consulted? Comet Ridge, Senex, etc. And what feedback did they give in relation to the reservation policy?
So, as Ms Chard has outlined in answer to some of the previous questions, I appreciate you may not have been here for those, Senator. There's been extensive consultation dating back to June last year, 2025, on the gas market as a whole, including around suggestions that many have been putting back then into the public debate around an idea of a gas reservation scheme. And so all stakeholders have been involved in those discussions, including the ones you have mentioned. And now that more detail has been released with the design paper last week, we look forward to further engagement with those stakeholders to make sure that the settings are right in terms of the final design of the scheme.
And was any legal advice sought as part of developing the policy?
Well, it's always a bit tricky for us to be referring to legal advice because we don't want to be waiving privilege, but as a matter of course when we're designing policy and ultimately policy that in most cases will lead, as this one will, to legislative and other mechanisms, there is close engagement with our legal division, and they provide the relevant advice that informs ministers as well as Attorney Generals who provide comments on matters that go to Cabinet, and of course the Attorney General is part of that decision.
So under Section 99 of the Constitution, it prohibits the Commonwealth from creating law or regulation of trade that would give preference to any state. WA has its own 15% reservation policy that includes offshore projects. Will this policy increase WA's requirement to 20%?
So it will be, the existing WA policy will be factored into the final design of the Commonwealth reservation scheme.
But you understand the question about the Constitution?
So familiar with all of the constraints the Commonwealth operates under, I'm confident that we will find a way that, as is often the case, the Commonwealth Government can proceed with policy and legislation that is absolutely consistent with its powers.
Long-term planning is essential to these multi-billion-dollar projects. We've been consulting with the industry as part of introducing our gas policy. There is a huge concern in the industry that the Minister will have full discretion to dictate exemptions from the 20% reserve amount. Does the Minister have the power to change the reserve amount from year to year?
So we touched on this in some of the earlier answers, Senator, but to reiterate, there will be very clear advice provided by the Australian Energy Regulator, informed by the Australian Energy Market Operator and others to ministers that around a number of decision points. One will be the decision point as to whether an export licence is granted to an LNG exporter. Also, how the domestic market is at that point in time and projected over the period over which the export permit is being sought, how the domestic market will be supplied, and then how that all of those factors will feed into how the minister's discretion around how any excess gas that is not actually required because the domestic market may be already well supplied may be able to be dealt with. So there will be clear frameworks around that, and it is not the case that ministers will be making decisions absent of a lot of data and a lot of information that will ensure their decision is consistent with the policy aims of the gas reservation.
Last question. We can always come back after the break. Last question.
I'll come back after the break. I'll just do this one. It seems it gives the minister a lot of power. How does that give the industry the confidence to make these investments when they don't know from one day to the next, minister to minister, what they might, for whatever reason, what decisions they might make?
No, well, that is a very important point that you raise, that the investment certainty is a big part of the framework that will be designed and will be a big part of ministers' decisions. It's not the case that ministers will be able to increase any uncertainty that gas producers or investors might feel that they have under the still to be developed scheme, because the design of the 20% is very clear. It will be 20% of LNG exports, and that will be set over the period that the export permit is provided. So that will give the certainty for that investment. And variations are really to make sure that there is going to be the ability to allow those exporters to export excess gas that is not required in the domestic system and is not the gas that would otherwise flood the domestic market, that goes to potentially causing a problem for domestic producers, which we certainly don't want.
Good. I've got some questions about that when we come back.
Chair, can I just raise a point of order before we conclude? One Nation's asking questions on behalf of Senex, which is co-owned by Gina Reinhardt, who, you know, I'm really curious to hear from the Chair if she can just do...
On behalf of Gina Reinhardt. I've never met the lady.
Senex? Are you asking questions on behalf of Senex?
No, I've never met the lady.
No, Senex.
I'm not asking questions on behalf of Senex either.
Sounded like you were, and I'd be interested to hear from the Chair whether there are any points of order about disclosures and conflicts of interest, given that they were involved with the gifting of the plane.
I have zero conflict of interest right here, right now.
So maybe I'll just draw to the attention that the questions need to be relevant to the budget and the matters under inquiry, and maybe I'll just remind everyone of that for future questions. Thank you. Thanks for drawing that to our attention. So we will go suspend for a short break now, and we will be back at 11:15. Thank you. Alrighty, we will make a start. The committee will now continue with Industry Program 1.3, and I'll go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. If we could turn back to critical minerals, we know, unfortunately, that our supply chains around fertiliser and potash and phosphate in particular are key fertiliser ingredients. It was the Coalition's policy before the last election to also include phosphate and potash on the critical minerals list, and last year the US expanded its critical minerals list, adding phosphate rock and potash. In the EU, phosphate rock is explicitly referred to as a critical mineral. Why are these key ingredients to Australian food production not on the critical minerals list?
Thanks, Senator. So it's a list that can be added to over time, as I was saying earlier. It's a matter for government what minerals are on the list. That is informed by advice, obviously, from our department. And as has been set out in the critical minerals strategy, every 3 years, a 3-yearly cadence, there will be a review of or an updating at least of the strategy, and that will also involve having a look at whether the existing critical minerals list is still consistent with government policy or whether any changes need to be made. Having said that, it's not locked in for a 3-year period, and we've seen that with the addition of nickel back in, I won't guess the date, but a couple of years ago.
Yeah, I think we all remember the nickel example where by the time nickel was added as a critical mineral, nickel was on its knees and it was too late. Given the supply chain interruption we've had to fertilisers in March of this year, why would you not be adding phosphate and potash to the list now in order to send those important signals to investors to get busy increasing production right here? Well, I'm not sure I can add much to my answer, Senator. The importance of making sure that the criteria that have been set out for inclusion on the critical minerals list are met is an important one, and supply chain disruption is one of the factors. Ms. Illman talked through the other factors that need to be met. And I think an argument can be put around various minerals that maybe now's their time to go on the list, or maybe, and I'm not commenting on any particular mineral, because that will ultimately go to advice that we'll provide ministers. But it's always, decisions like this are always made in the context of the environment in which we're in, and at the moment there is no addition of phosphorus to the list. Mr. Jeremenko, not phosphorus, phosphate rock is what I'm talking about. My mistake. No, I appreciate you understand the difference. Have you provided a brief to the Minister saying, if not now, when, to add phosphate and potash to the critical minerals list? So I'll ask Ms. Illman to talk to the process that we are going through in terms of our update to the critical mineral strategy that ties into the list as well. And so I'm sorry, I'm not interested in that. We've had a massive supply chain shock. We've discovered that Australia is massively exposed to requiring imports for fertilisers. We're 3 months down the track and we're still talky-talky. I'm wondering, perhaps this is better directed to you, Minister. Does the government have an appetite to add the important input for fertiliser, particularly phosphate, but also potash, to the critical minerals list to send a strong message to investors that they are wanted, we want additional production in this country?
Thanks, Senator McDonald. And this isn't an area that I'm directly involved with on a day-to-day basis, but I understand the importance and the reasons for your question on this. The department have talked through the process that we would go through in terms of deciding what goes on to the critical minerals list. I would point out that that is always under review and always open to the government to make changes with that. I would point out that the opposition have been very ready, willing and able to name a long list of things that should be on this list. We don't think that actually adds to the capabilities of the list. We think that you can't have everything on there, but we will at times make changes to the list as is appropriate. The department have talked through. If there's further information I can provide about what Minister King may be considering at any point in time, I'm happy to provide that.
The government has included phosphorus on the strategic materials list, which we identified earlier this morning provides no additional benefit to those investors or producers, miners. But phosphorus is processed out of phosphate rock. It is not found in nature because it is highly reactive. The Amaroo phosphate rock deposit in the Northern Territory between Mount Isa and Alice Springs contains 1 billion tonnes of phosphate rock, yet it is stranded by a lack of infrastructure. The Lake Mackay deposit is similarly stranded by a lack of infrastructure. Is there an opportunity for the government to highlight the potential to supply all of Australia's phosphate needs, as well as that of our region, by including phosphate on the critical minerals list?
Well, I suppose I'm not overly familiar with all those projects, Senator McDonald, but the point around fertiliser is one that is an important one, and the government obviously has multiple ways in which we're supporting fertiliser coming into this country. There's obviously the Fuel and Fertiliser Security Task Force, and I understand they've given evidence in previous estimates about the work that they've been doing in terms of securing it. There's also the work that NAIF have been doing about supporting the urea project as well in Karratha in Western Australia. So there's multiple ways that the government are supporting the industry. I understand that there may be proposals out there for further. If there's ways government can support, I'm sure that we'd be happy to engage in those with those projects around what they're looking for in terms of getting infrastructure in place or support that they need to develop.
I think Australians are crying out for things to be done differently. They want to see more diesel production here in Australia. They want to see more fertiliser production in Australia. And you're right, the Perdaman project commenced by the coalition in government was as a result of COVID when we came within 2 weeks of running out of fertiliser. That is a terrific forward-looking project to secure Australia's urea. But I think this is the same time. How do we secure potash and phosphate here onshore rather than rely on imports? And the critical minerals listing is a very simple way for the government to encourage investment and to say to those projects that have the tenure, we want to support you. And I'm not sure... I'm not sure that what the government's doing in supporting fertiliser and fuel is actually changing those long-term structural outlooks of producing right here in Australia.
Well, I understand the point you're making, and I think we are getting that balance right, and I think we've learnt some of those lessons during COVID. There's obviously dealing with the immediate challenge of what we're doing to support fuel and fertiliser coming into the country at the moment, and that's been something that's been looked at through this estimates process across multiple portfolios. But then we also want to ensure that we continue to make the country more resilient as well, and that's where the Future Made in Australia agenda sits. That's the work that Minister Ayres is doing with this department as well. And I understand you had the opportunity to put questions to him yesterday at the same time. So we do have that eye on looking after supply in the short term, but also what we can do to set the country up to be more resilient in the future. I think we're getting that balance right. There's obviously more work to do in terms of developing those proposals, but I see a government that's got multiple opportunities and pathways to actually deliver on that through various funding mechanisms, and the resources component to that is an important part.
I think we disagree with the urgency and the mechanism that could be most simply utilised, which in this department is the Resources Minister adding fertiliser, adding phosphate rock as a critical mineral. I appreciate that you are repping the Minister here, so I won't keep going with that. Okay.
Senator Whitten.
We were talking before the break about excess supply. How would you calculate excess supply?
So, Senator, thank you. This again goes to all of the detail of settling the actual reservation scheme. The desire to provide the oversupply and a slight oversupply or a modest oversupply, whatever the descriptor is, it doesn't really matter. It will need to be informed by that 20%. Has been informed by analysis, and ministers have had before them expected outcomes in terms of domestic supply based on 20% in making their decision. Having said that, that was a decision based on a framework that we are still, as you are well aware, landing the details on, quite rightly, with industry. And when those details are settled, we'll be in a much better position to be able to answer the specifics of that sort of question. But it's absolutely one of the design features that there needs to be an oversupply, because that will drive down price.
It seems at the moment that 20% is just an arbitrary number that can be adjusted down by the minister whenever to a number we don't know. Like it all seems very wishy-washy. I don't see any concrete hard detail on how you even reduce that and how you pick that number.
So that detail will be forthcoming. Some of it is in this detailed in the design paper from last week, which is open to consultation till the end of this month. There is absolutely the case that it is very clear it will be at 20% of LNG exports reservation scheme, and ministers will be making decisions within that framework and the detail of the framework as developed. The ability to vary and to look at release valves all goes to making sure that we are not oversupplying the market, and to make sure that we are achieving the intent. But it's not designed to let producers off the hook and for them to not be contributing that 20% of LNG exports.
Yeah, I'm curious as how you would calculate an oversupply, so I look forward to seeing that detail. But if there is the scenario where there's oversupply, will that be the reduced quantity applied across the board, or will there be select suppliers that are given instructions that they don't need to worry about it?
So everyone will need to be alive to the requirements of the law, and that 20% will apply. Again, Senator, it goes to the detail of what particular proponents are putting forward in their export applications. And once the details are settled, ministers will have very clear decision points informed by very detailed information from the Australian Energy Regulator and AEMO to make sure that they are making the right decisions that will balance the the various priorities that this policy is seeking, which is to slightly oversupply, to make sure that we provide the investment certainty, to drive down price, and to make sure that we do have supply of domestic gas at a point when the regulators are predicting as early as 2029 we won't.
You're mentioning future supply. What about current exporters? It applies to them as well, doesn't it?
So certainly it applies to current exporters, but very importantly their existing contracts as at announcement date of 22nd of December 2025, when a range between 15 and 25 of a reservation policy is announced, those contracts will not be disturbed, and that's a clear policy design feature of this reservation scheme, but it does apply to existing exporters.
So if you're one of the big three in Queensland and all your gas going forward is currently sold, does that mean you don't have to comply with the 20%?
No, 20% applies to everyone, and I'll ask Ms Shah to talk to some of the areas we're looking at in this design paper that will ensure that in a situation like that, producers will need to put forward certain evidence that they are working towards achieving additional domestic supply, but it doesn't mean that they are exempt from the reservation of 20% of exports.
So, Senator, if I can add to that. Yep. So particularly in the early years, while the exporters have their existing contracts in place, and the majority of those contracts start to roll off conveniently around the same time that we start to see the predicted shortfalls. So a exporter will be able to make an application for a variation to their domestic supply obligation. And they would need to be able to demonstrate why. Now, the key factors could be existing contracts or infrastructure constraints are the two kind of principal reasons we think that an exporter might want to bring forward a variation application. And they would need to demonstrate to us that there is no other viable way for them to actually meet their contractual obligations, and this is only contracts that they'd entered into prior to 22nd of December 2025. They'd need to be able to demonstrate that there was no other way that they could actually meet those contractual obligations. And then the Minister could consider varying down their domestic service obligation for a period of time, but because that only applies to those contracts which we know roll off, start to roll off in around the 2030s, we imagine that that kind of variation would be relatively short term over the life of the program. Similarly, exporter could seek a variation to their DSO because of infrastructure constraint, the absence of a pipeline. But our expectation would be that they demonstrate what they're doing to actually resolve that infrastructure constraint. So the variation would be relatively short term in the absence of the infrastructure, but with a clear plan to address the infrastructure constraint.
Okay. Queensland has a higher royalty for exported gas than it does for gas used in the domestic market. What is the forecasted decline in royalty revenue as a result of this policy, and is there any plan to compensate the state for this loss?
So the setting of royalties at state level is a matter for the state. It's not something that we can...
Sorry, would you mind...
Sorry, it's, the state royalties are set by, obviously, the state. We can't and don't control that rate or the effect of it. Certainly the decision around royalties is made independent of, at the state level, is made independent of Commonwealth consideration of a gas reservation.
But if you pinch 20% of their gas and make them sell it at a cheaper price, surely it's going to have an impact on their royalties.
Well, you're asking me for an opinion on state government royalties, and I don't think that's something that I'm qualified to do, Senator.
Okay. Look, the information that I have is the current pipeline running gas into from Queensland into that market. There's about 500 petajoules a year. Mm-hmm. The 20% of the three big producers in Queensland is about 250. So you're going to add about 50% more gas into the market if they all have to supply the 20%. Now, two things. I'm not confident the infrastructure's there to actually receive the physical gas.
Yeah.
I don't believe there's people there with their hand out ready to take it. I think the current people taking gas would be happier at a cheaper price. How is that going to work? I mean, I just don't see the physical realm where you can fit that much extra gas, 50% more, into the existing infrastructure. And with Bass Strait going offline soon and feeding Victoria, the current pipeline doesn't get it there. So there is a pipeline going there, but it's not taking the volume of gas to receive the shortfall that Bass Strait would leave.
So it's very encouraging, Senator, that there have been in recent months announcements by private sector operators of more investment in infrastructure pipelines, in this case for gas transportation, which is great because of the need for effectively substitution from the Gippsland fields drying up. But in terms of infrastructure and the aspect of the availability of infrastructure vis-a-vis the gas reservation scheme, I'll let Ms Chard add.
Sorry, just one more, please. Yeah.
Quickly.
So, to me, it doesn't make sense that the government is poking its nose in to a private market. What's to give people that grow wheat confidence? You're not going to say, look, we need more bread, so we're going to start dictating who you're selling your wheat to, or the dairy farmer, hey, milk's too expensive. I mean, this has socialism written all over it.
Have you looked at your policy that you announced at the AEP conference?
Yeah, we're buying in at market price. It's slightly different, and then we get a return for it. But anyway.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Chair.
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. I want to turn to CGT changes and the impact on mining. There was quite a comprehensive discussion in the Western Australian about the Premier's concerns of the impact on CGT changes, particularly on small caps and explorers. We've already discussed earlier this morning the budget papers showing mining investment forecast to grow by 0.5% in 25-26, 1% in 26-27, and then sharply drop to 0 in 27-28. The government is consulting on whether startups should be carved out from the capital gains tax changes announced in the budget, noting that there is not yet a confirmed policy regarding this. Should there be a policy rationale for why high-risk, early-stage mining exploration would not be given a comparable treatment to startups, particularly in light of the abolition of the junior minerals exploration incentive?
So, Senator, the capital gains tax changes, the tax changes in the budget are the responsibility of the Treasurer, and Treasury are well placed to answer that immediately following our appearance at the committee. We have certainly, and the government is aware of feedback from stakeholders, and announced in the tax changes on budget night that there will be consultation around the CGT details, and that is what's happening.
So my question though is that the government's now discussing carve-outs for maybe the tech sector, maybe innovation. Is this department prepared, ready, giving advice to Treasury on how it affects mining investment, particularly in light of the budget papers which show investment already falling off a cliff?
Senator, as Mr Jeremenko's outlined, and as we talked through yesterday, the CGT changes are in the budget, part of the budget process, and the Treasurer and Treasury are leading on the consultation coming out from that. I did late yesterday take on notice if there's any further information we can provide from a departmental perspective in terms of that process, but I think we're at our kind of the extent of what we can cover in terms of, given it is a budget process and the Treasurer is leading the consultation at the moment.
Minister, we had some discussion yesterday around the Assistant Minister for Industry who was holding roundtables in the tech space but not doing it with the department. I can only assume that if you're planning to hold roundtables with junior miners and explorers that you will be doing it with the department?
It's sort of not something that I generally do on a regular occurrence in terms of the roundtables, but I'm sure we always value the input from the department when we're conducting meetings. Senator McDonald.
Given the alarming implications of this catastrophic investment decline for both jobs, Australia's regional communities and our trade figures, are you aware, Mr Jeremenko, of government programs or measures aimed to reverse this trend?
Well, I disagree with your assessment there, Senator McDonald, and I think we had some commentary on that this morning in terms of the investment that we will see. What the government are doing, there's a range of measures that I think will be important in terms of helping future development of mines. There's obviously the $3.4 billion over 35 years for resourcing Australia's prosperity, and we think that'll be important in terms of the next generation of minerals deposits. There's also the production tax credits that we talked about this morning as well that I believe is going to be important. Then there's the range of other support we're providing to critical minerals and rare earths in particular as well. So we see an optimistic future for the resources industry. We think the government incentives that are in place will drive an important part of that. So I disagree with you, and I don't think it's healthy for you to be talking down the industry in the way that you are.
Minister Ayres tried the same line. I don't think anybody would find a more enthusiastic supporter of the resources sector than me. And the fact that we are seeing investment not continue to accelerate, particularly given what's happening in the rest of the world, I think is a massive source of concern, or it should be a massive source of concern to all Australians, but most particularly the Resources Department, the Resources Minister. Has the government minister or department heard from stakeholders concerned that junior resource exploration companies can be reliant on capital raised through ASX listings and subsequent capital raisings from shareholders?
Broadly speaking, Senator McDonald, I've seen, I think this is something that's been ventilated in the media as well. I would obviously reiterate the message from Mr Jeremenko about the fact that there is consultation that Treasury are taking place, and you will have the opportunity to put questions to them about where they're at over the next couple of days. And we'll continue to engage with industry as well. But I would go back and point to those incentives that we have put in place that I think will make a difference for some of these people as well.
Just remember that the production tax credits, which hasn't yet started, will only apply to processors and not the junior minerals, the junior miners. And as the Premier of Western Australia has clearly articulated, junior miners and explorers rely on the stock market to raise funds to do their work, to carry out the exploration, and then, of course, hopefully have a big find and then capitalise on that through CGT provisions. I have been down this road yesterday with Minister Ayres. I am frustrated that I cannot get a straight answer from the department on whether or not they are providing advice on the matter to Treasury officials or the government on what these changes to CGT will do for fundraising for the most critical part of the resources ecosystem, which is the early stage explorers and small caps.
Well, I think I wasn't aware of all of Minister Ayres' evidence yesterday, but I think the consistent message around these questions, and I've dealt with these in some of the other portfolios, is that they're best put to Treasury, and you'll have the opportunity to do that over the next couple of days.
But Treasury obviously knows nothing about the investment framework for such a critically important part of our income stream for Australia as a nation.
Well, I wouldn't assume that, Senator McDonald.
I am assuming it, given the decisions that they recommended to the Treasurer in the budget. Otherwise, I don't think they could possibly have made them. Is it the view of the government that fewer greenfield projects and discoveries resulting from less investment in resources exploration is an acceptable outcome?
Well, I don't think that that's the case, Senator McDonald.
Has the government or the department consulted with the mining industry in relation to the GST announcements? Should I direct that to you, Mr Geramenko?
You said GST. So.
I'm sorry. CGT. Well done.
No, I mean, I'm not responsible for that policy, nor is this department.
But surely all the stakeholders that you're engaged with must be lighting up your phone saying, what the actual do we do now? We rely on this framework in order to raise money, in order to go out and explore and start mines.
So we speak to stakeholders. The stakeholders have raised their concerns. I know because they've told us they are also raising those concerns with Treasury. So going to your earlier question, the stakeholders themselves are making all the, and the relevant arms of government that control the policy aware. And that is what a consultation process is meant to do. And that's why the government, through the Treasurer, announcing that aspect of the tax changes in the budget, said that these details will be consulted on.
We discovered yesterday that this committee will only have 2 days to explore the impact of the government's budget changes, particularly on CGT, in addition to all the other matters. I hope that we will have an adequate amount of time to hear from small miners, explorers, because it sounds like there's not a good framework for the Resources Department to be providing that input to Treasury. I've not yet heard you say to me, yes, we are on the front foot, we're going into bat for resources with the Treasury officials.
So across government, we regularly engage with our colleagues on all sorts of policy matters, and they definitely rely on our, as an example, our analysis and insights function, the Resources and Energy Quarterly, the Resources Major Projects Report. As an example, there is regular engagement and a lot of reliance on the output of the work of officers in this department. But we are not consulting on, because it is not our policy, and we have no policy responsibility for the tax changes. But we speak to stakeholders, they speak to Treasury, they speak to others.
So I'll come back to the Resources and Energy Quarterly shortly, but is it the government's view there's no need to attract investment into mining through shareholders and capital raising, Minister?
Oh, I wouldn't say put it like that, Senator McDonald. We obviously see an optimistic future for the Australian resources industry. We've demonstrated that by the policies that we've implemented across a whole range of areas that are going to support development. I'm excited about the future. I meet with a lot of companies that also see that opportunity before us.
Is that since the budget, or was that
the
before?
government want to be able to continue to pursue.
Minister, those consultations where they're excited about the future and excited to invest, is that since the budget or was that prior to the budget?
Well, I've engaged with people all day round, Senator McDonald. So, yes, I have spoken to people in recent days who are excited about the opportunities of the future.
Still remain excited. Well, that is terrific news. It's not what I'm hearing. Chair, please come back to me.
Thank you, Senator Hodgins-May. Thank you, Chair. I've got some questions about Beetaloo and Narrabri. Santos told investors last week that it was shall I wait for some personnel change at the desk? Or?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Thanks. Santos told investors last week that it was prioritising fracking in the Beetaloo and deprioritising Narrabri reserves in eastern Queensland and the Browse Basin. Has the department met with Santos about this change in priorities and how it will impact the approvals currently underway?
So approvals are not the responsibility of this department, so we are not the right people for stakeholders to be speaking to about them, but we do speak regularly to all stakeholders. I'll pass to Ms. Chard in a moment. usefulness of the Beetaloo as an example of potential locations of gas supply in the East Coast market, in inverted commas, because considered part of the East Coast, has been highlighted as far back as the Future Gas Strategy in 2024. So development there is certainly something that will very helpfully contribute to gas supply.
Senator, I can only add that the Commonwealth's role in approvals is a matter for DQS through environmental approvals potentially. I'd have to take on notice the specifics of it because it's not an offshore project, it's an onshore project. So the approvals process falls within the state, and then when relevant, the Environmental Biodiversity Protection Act.
So DISA hasn't met with Santos since this announcement? I expect we would have met with Santos since that announcement. I'd need to take that on notice, but we wouldn't have had detailed discussions on their approval process in relation to the project. Yeah, okay, thank you. If you could take that on notice and provide any minutes from that meeting.
Thank you.
That would be appreciated. To the Minister, on 22nd of April, Minister King told Northern Territory journalists that, quote, it makes a lot of sense for the government to co-invest in pipeline and road infrastructure to open the Beetaloo Basin. Minister, will the government be providing funds for pipeline infrastructure to support Beetaloo?
I certainly know that we're excited about the opportunity that the Beetaloo presents, Senator. In terms of any specific details that Minister King was considering, I'd have to take it on notice and come back to you.
Yeah, okay, thank you. It is government policy not to subsidise fossil fuels, so I was hoping for a more certain answer about that in the negative, but you're saying there is a possibility still, you're leaving the door open and you'll...
Well, I'm not familiar with what Minister King said at the time. I'm happy to take it on notice and provide more detail.
Okay, thank you. To the Department, the budget papers BP3 on page 73 show a significant amount of funding under the Northern Territory under the Northern Australia Road Program to Northern Territory road infrastructure. Did the department make any submissions to the Minister or to Treasury for road servicing Beetaloo projects to be funded under the program?
It's not our usual place of involvement. I can take it on notice to make sure to get you an accurate answer. I'm leaning towards no.
Okay, no one else knows any?
No, likewise, Senator. I'm not aware of any, but we can take it on notice to clarify.
Yes, please. So, Minister, you can't confirm that no funding has or will be allocated to that road infrastructure to upgrade existing access to roads for Beetaloo fracking in the Northern Territory. You don't have any more information on that?
Well, I think that's a different portfolio. We had infrastructure estimates last week. I do know that Northern Territory has high demand for support for roads, mainly due to the wet season, which does a lot of damage to roads in the area. I spend a lot of time in Tennant Creek because I have some other responsibilities there and drive those roads regularly, and I know that there's enormous demand to support road infrastructure in the Northern Territory.
So for fracking activities, that would still be infrastructure that we needed to speak to?
Well, I think if you're talking about roads, infrastructure in the Northern Territory, that would, be roads or infrastructure.
Roads that specifically, I suppose, enable fracking
I'm unaware of any proposals around that.
Okay. I've got some questions around Titanium Sands Limited operations in Sri Lanka. A bit different. Do you need different personnel for this? I have just some quick questions relating to Australian mining company Titanium Sands Limited, who are proposing operations in Sri Lanka on the island of Mannar. I understand several meetings were held between Titanium Sands Limited and the Sri Lankan government, and for at least one of these meetings, a representative from the Australian government was present. I'm interested to know whether that official was from DISA.
I'm not familiar with any of that question, which makes me think that, well, I know I wasn't, but I am not aware of it. I can get the answer for you on notice, Senator.
Thank you. I'd appreciate that. And I will be asking DFAT in the case that it's not DISA But yeah, if you're able to determine whether it was DISA or another department, please do provide that information on notice. We're hearing significant concerns about this project, and if it proceeds, could have serious impacts on the local environment and community. Concerns raised include impacts on groundwater and salinity, coastal ecosystems and biodiversity, as well as on fisheries and local livelihoods. Does DISA have any oversight of Australian companies operating overseas in relation to environmental and ethical compliance?
Look, that is something that, if I can suggest, you could test with the regulator NOPSEMA in terms of offshore. I highly doubt it, given that it is in another jurisdiction, but I don't want to chance my arm on it because I'm not familiar with this project.
I suppose then, does the Minister believe that Australian companies operating abroad should uphold standards consistent with Australia's own environmental and community expectations?
Well, I certainly think they should be respectful of the laws that they're operating in and the country that they're operating in, Senator Hodgins may.
Can I ask that the Minister and the Department do look into this specific example ahead of future estimates, because we're hearing some very damning reports of the conduct that's happening.
I'm very happy to talk to colleagues. As you've mentioned, DFAT particularly may well know a lot more about it.
Thank you. I might pass my remaining time to Senator Wish-Wilson, if I may, or how long is...
Sure. We've got about 2 minutes.
Or do you want to...
Come back. All right, let's go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to return back to the resources back from gas. Has the government assessed the strategic opportunities for sustainable and economically viable mining and processing of minerals inputs such as fuel and related byproducts?
So, if you wouldn't mind, just because there was a lot in that, Senator, just the first part of that question.
Has the government assessed the strategic opportunities for viable mining and processing of minerals and inputs such as fuel, such as oil?
Such as oil, did you say?
To be specific.
Absolutely, we are alive to, and the advice that we provide ministers to support decisions around acreage releases factor in the opportunity that exists beneath our soil on a number of fronts, including oil and gas, and of course in the current situation with the Middle East and the supply constraints, there has been a lot more focus by a number of commentators and stakeholders on oil, but it has always been a factor in our advice to ensure that we are appropriately presenting government with information that allows decisions around acreage for oil and gas exploration and all of the byproducts that result from that.
Okay. Was Geoscience Australia consulted by DISA on the Junior Minerals Exploration Incentive, which was cut from this budget?
So the Junior Minerals Exploration Incentive was a program, and I'm going to just pull up my notes so I get my dates right, that was announced to be for a certain period. That period, it was not cut from this budget, to use your phrase, Senator. It expired on 30 June last year, and that was the length of the announced policy. And I just, Ms Illman can either confirm that I got that date right or correct me.
Yes, confirm.
Excellent.
So, given the funding had been removed from that program earlier and the program status, as you make the point, has completed, was Geosciences Australia, was the department consulted, was Geosciences Australia consulted by DISA on the impact of that program sunsetting?
So the work of geoscience, the excellent work, as you've already referred to, Senator, is and they sit as a agency within our portfolio, is part of and feeds into almost every piece of work we do in the resources space. Because of the importance of that information. So I don't know specifically, because it was actually before my time, this the ending of the junior minerals incentive, but I would be very surprised if the work of geoscience wasn't part of the advice we provided government. But I'm not sure whether Ms Ullman has anything to add on that.
In terms of whether Geoscience Australia was specifically consulted, I don't have any information.
All right. Unfortunately, they're not coming to this estimate, so I can't ask them that question. But has Geosciences provided any measures to the department, to DISA, aimed to incentivise early stage investment by mum and dad shareholders into mineral exploration programs, such as the JMEI did?
Senator, Geoscience Australia's role is to provide geological and technical advice. That would be the type of advice that you're describing would be policy advice, which is the remit of DISA.
So has DISA provided any measures to incentivise mum and dad investors, shareholders into mining exploration companies?
The advice that we have provided relates to the junior minerals exploration incentive. And
what about other advice, given that that is sunsetted? What are you replacing it with?
The advice that DISA has provided relates to the establishment of the Resourcing Australia's Prosperity Initiative, which is a more broad-based geoscience information suite.
Yes, it doesn't go to encouraging investment into those small caps and explorers.
It does not.
Is this something that the department is thinking about? Perhaps I should ask you, Ms Pickworth. Is this a body of work, given what we've already seen and the declining investment framework for resources?
So, Senator, as my colleagues have outlined and as the Minister's outlined, there are a range of initiatives that are in place to try and provide both an information base, but also to support the sector and the prospects of the sector, including around what we're seeing in terms of critical minerals exploration and other things like that. So, I think we absolutely stay alive to those issues. We provide relevant advice to the ministers, as you would expect. And there's a range of different kind of measures in place, but also we obviously do keep ministers informed about trends that we're seeing in our sectors and what we're hearing from stakeholders.
The other point I'd make about Geoscience Australia, Senator McDonald, is they're leading the work on the Resourcing Australia's Prosperity program as well. So we certainly do value the work that they do across government, and that will be an important part of developing future resource opportunities.
Yes, of course. We all support Geosciences. Love Geosciences. They're a terrific organisation. And we supported the extension of funding for that organisation. But the point I'm getting to is the investment environment. And as the Premier of Western Australia has made the point, it is that early stage shareholders who invest into exploration and junior miners. And given that the junior minerals exploration incentive has been canned, that Mr Jeremenko, it is sunsetted, that the CGT provisions have been canned for investors in that space. What is left to encourage Australians to invest and hopefully benefit from new early stage exploration and small cap miners?
What might be useful is Ms Ullman's got some information. I mean, Australia does continue to attract significant investment, including into exploration. So we might just talk to sort of some of the trends we're seeing, and then we can go from there.
Thank you. So we have some of the latest ABS data that shows mineral exploration activity is strengthening again in 2026. Expenditure rose 6.3% in the March quarter to just under 1.1 billion, with the underlying trend continuing to lift. Year on year, spending is up more than 16%, demonstrating a solid recovery following a softer period through last year.
How much of that is increased costs, not increased? Do you know what I mean? Like the increased spend could be the 16% of the increase in fuel costs and tyres and wages, every other thing. Can you identify that from your data?
It's the ABS data. I would have to take some advice from my assistant.
I don't want to spend too much time on that. How about on notice, please? You provide that data and you provide whether or not that ABS data reflects an increase in costs versus an increase in activity.
I'm happy to provide that, Senator, and also add that over the past year with our Resources and Energy Quarterly, we have provided forecasts for both volumes and prices, which have shown volumes holding up for Australian exports and increasing slightly over the last couple of years in terms of our forecasts.
It's funny because your Resources and Energy Major Projects Report 2025 says that mining exploration expenditure declined by 8% year on year to 5.1 billion in 24-25. You're telling me it's leapt up in 26?
Sorry, which report are you referring to?
The Resources and Energy Major Projects Report.
In which year, Senator?
2025.
So that was the March 2025 report, huh?
December.
Or December 2025 report. Okay, thank you.
I've got 25, I'll check.
We haven't finished our report. We are planning one for June, and we haven't finished the analysis that is going into that report yet.
Okay.
However, we have been monitoring the data, and while there have been volatility, most definitely quarter on quarter, around the capital expenditure and exploration numbers, there have been some trends upwards, particularly due to strong gold prices.
Okay, all right. Well, perhaps you could provide that data from the ABS and the Resources Quarterly. That was the December 2025 report.
Yes. You're at 10 minutes, Senator.
Thank you. And provide that, perhaps you'd like to provide it sectorally so we can split out the activity in gold versus what's happening in other commodity groups,
Yes,
please.
to the extent we can.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've got some follow-up questions to some answers, some questions on notice. Question number SI 500 around carbon capture and storage. The response I got in relation to what's the kind of proof of concept for the department on CCS, you've given me 5 projects there that are international, that are CCS, what are referred to as, I suppose, ocean carbon sequestration projects. And then as of December 2024, you give me 11 offshore carbon capture and storage projects under development or undergoing feasibility studies. First question is, that was December 2024. Are you able to take on notice if there's been any updates to that list to May 2026? Obviously, that's a little bit old, but in relation to the projects that have been listed here, how many staff are working on the advancement of these feasibility studies for these offshore CCS projects? How many staff at DESA are working on this?
Is this, just to clarify, Senator, still the December 24 answer we gave you you're referring to?
Correct.
Yeah.
If you could if there's any updates to that, could you
if I could take that on notice,
yes.
that would be great.
Yeah.
I don't have the answer to how many staff without seeing and reminding myself what's in that answer, because it was a while ago.
Well, okay, so you're overseeing that, correct? You're the appropriate department for carbon capture and storage.
Well, it's the responsibility is split between us and DQ, but yes, between us.
Between you and DQ.
Yeah.
Okay, could you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, sure. I'll ask.
And obviously, NOPSEMA is going to have some kind of role around regulating.
Yeah, absolutely.
CCS too.
As if by magic, my expert appears to my left, and she will be able to explain clearly, unlike me, the distinction between DQ's responsibilities and us on CCS, but it is both of us, which makes it a bit more of a mouthful.
So, Senator, in relation to responsibilities, the Department of Energy and Climate Change has policy responsibility for CCS. Policy responsibility for CCS, particularly around transboundary movement of CCS. But in relation to the granting and consideration of titles in relation to CCS, that would fall within our department.
Okay, so you, for example, you're not monitoring the feasibility studies that these individual projects are undergoing. You're not in contact with the companies as a department. So we are aware of feasibility studies from time to time, and we have a tangential role in understanding CCS and how it's progressing. And from time to time, those kind of studies will feed in to the regulatory decision making on titles. Right. But for the most part, that would be a DQ consideration. Yes, I'm a little bit confused about this responsibility split. So, for example, under the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act 2006, the OPGGS Act, that's your purvey, right?
That's right. So the granting of titles. If an applicant wants to actually pursue a CCS project, they would need to apply for a title and either in exploration or in pursuit of a particular project, and the regulatory responsibilities around the granting of the titles would fall into our portfolio's responsibilities.
So, can you provide a short explanation of how the OPGGS Act currently applies in relation to the transfer of risks associated with future CCS projects? Like, for example, monitoring and management liabilities that the commercial operators would undergo if they proceed with these projects?
Yes, Senator. One of my colleagues will join me. But to give you a high level, the Act requires that that CCS projects are monitored for 15 years once the project is actually complete. There is still an ongoing liability, so the title holder can't end their title for a CCS project until that 15 years of monitoring is complete. But beyond the 15 years, the title holder still ultimately has a liability for for any issues that might arise with the CCS
right. So if we get what we've seen, for example, in the Sleipner project in Norway, where the carbon dioxide's migrated unexpectedly to a different area and has required significant amount of seismic testing and additional monitoring, well accepted risk of ocean CCS, who would bear those costs?
The title holder.
The title holder would. So there's no financial risk to Australian taxpayers to this technology being deployed, especially at larger scales than we've seen internationally?
No, Senator. So even beyond so we've got the 15 years of monitoring before the title would actually be closed. The title holder retains a kind of liability.
Full liability.
A full liability. In an event where the title holder may cease to exist, as we've seen in other decommissioning cases in Australia, the government's made a commitment that taxpayers won't bear the cost of that liability and it will be passed on to industry.
Okay, and well, just as a matter of interest, given it's been very topical, especially for Senator Hodgins-May, recently under the tax arrangements, the PRRT arrangements are future costs deductible for CCS projects as a matter of interest under the PWIT?
Senator, I might need to take that on notice. So certainly for a gas project, the decommissioning liability
is deductible.
Deductible. If it's okay, I'll take that on notice for CCS.
Yeah,
projects.
I'd be interested, given that the significant kind of uncertainties associated with CCS technology in the ocean.
Unless one of my colleagues has it to hand, and I can update you shortly.
I'm Senator Stephen Taylor, Acting General Manager for NOPTA branch. CCS operations are not covered under the PRRT regime, therefore they are not deductible under PRRT.
Yep.
It would be a normal company operating expense, and therefore would be covered under normal company taxation arrangements.
Okay. Now, just given the projects, the list that you've provided to me, some of them are at advanced feasibility stage, some of them are under development. For example, it lists the Browse project, carbon capture and storage project by Woodside Energy, as under development. Is that correct? What do you mean by under development?
Senator, I understand.
It hasn't been approved yet, so.
I understand those categories are being provided by Geoscience Australia based on the actual statuses are based on criteria that they have provided. You're correct at this point. The Browse project, as an example, has not taken an investment decision and has not started development activities.
I suppose what interests me, apart from some of the the engineering uncertainties and technical difficulties of ocean sequestration, and I think we've talked a bit about Norway and the last estimates, and it's put up as a proof of concept, but I think it's a proof of uncertainty. It's a simple project, it's 1 million tonnes a year. It's had a lot of issues. I'm interested as to the cost of these projects, the cost of CCS projects. Are they all borne? Are they going to be all borne by the proponents? For example, it's had a bit of attention lately. The Northern Lights project in Norway. It's 85% of that's been funded by the government in terms of establishing that. So, it's a multi-billion-dollar project. That's similar scale to some of the ones that have been listed here in the documents provided to me. Who's going to pay for this? Is it economic for Woodside and all these other impacts and all these other operators to pay for this themselves?
Yeah. Senator, there's currently no program within the Commonwealth to directly fund CCS projects. They would need to be...
Or indirectly funded?
Or indirectly funded.
You're at 10 minutes.
No,
I'll come back to that in my next time.
I don't believe there's any indirect funding.
But I'd like to
the costs would be borne, they would need to be commercially viable projects that would be borne by their applicants and the project proponents.
Because I have seen some commentary by neutral energy analysts saying you're agnostic about whether we should be doing these kind of projects and facilitating fossil fuel projects, just saying it's cheaper for these companies to buy carbon credits than it would be to go ahead and develop these technologies. I mean, they say something about the price of carbon credits, but they do appear to be very expensive. Not to mention each geological structure has its own technical challenges, and it's going to be a long road. So I'd like to come back to that, Chair, when I get a chance for another slot. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to ask you about the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. Have there been staff assigned to the delivery of the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve?
Thanks, Senator. As Ms Illman approaches the table, one of the measures in this year's budget went to details around that in terms of funding for the reserve, as it was transitioning and has now transitioned from a task force in Prime Minister and Cabinet into this department. I'll pass to Ms Illman.
So, just to restate my question while you're coming to the table, have there been staff assigned to the delivery of the CMSR?
Thanks, Senator. Yes, through the budget, a total of $17.3 million across 26-27 and 27-28 was allocated for the operation of the reserve. This includes 24.8 ASL in 26-27 and 24.5 ASL in 27-28.
So, have staff been assigned?
We are still in the process of establishing the staffing inside the division.
And will they come from existing ASL, or will you advertise?
That is something we're working through at the moment. We have a range of expertise inside the department. We'll look to draw on and bring together our expertise, and we'll look at opportunities for externally advertising in due course.
Terrific.
If I could, sorry, Senator, jump in, just to add, I mean, there were staff that were already in the task force in PM&C that have come across to us already. And if I'm not mistaken, Ms Poll, who's joined us at the table, is one of those. So here she is in the flesh.
Hello. So how many ASL have come across from the task force?
Sure. Catherine Poll, so Acting General Manager, Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve. So at the moment we have 8 staff members in DISA that are working on the reserve, but as Ms Illman mentioned, the budget for 26-28 significantly scales that up. The task force, when it came over from the 8th of December until the 28th of April, had, sorry, I'll just double check, had more staff, including PM&C secondments that came over with us. I'll have to get you the exact number that transferred across from DISA, from PM&C to DISA.
Thank you. On notice, would you tell me what is the role of DISA in the CMSR? And on notice, describe how the CMSR is different from the grants program, please. Thank you. If I could turn to the Critical Minerals Production Tax Incentive. Has there been staff assigned to the delivery of the CMPTI?
Senator Samantha Robertson, General Manager, Critical Minerals Office. Yes, there have been staff assigned to the implementation of the CMPTI. There were a number of staff that were assigned on a programmatic basis, but there is also a cohort of staff that are working on the IT component of that implementation.
How many ASL, please?
In terms of the programmatic staff, we have 7.
And that's it?
I couldn't provide the numbers in relation to IT because they'd also be doing other related work.
Okay.
And Senate, just to frame this more broadly, the so the Minerals and Resources Division that Ms Illman leads, one of the challenges we have is when we break things down into sort of team by team, it sort of sometimes it doesn't give you a sense of the sort of effort across the division that's going into all of these policies and levers. So we'll take that on notice and come back to you. Noting, I think I've got sort of divisional ASL of the Minerals and Resources Division at around 107. So there's quite a lot of team and effort across Minerals and Resources Division, some of it going to some of those critical minerals aspects, but also broader critical minerals and other resources aspects. So we'll take that on notice and come back to you.
Thank you. On notice then, could you also tell me what is the role of DISA in the CMPTI? And how much of the money assigned in the budget are you expected to expend, given the decline in nickel, for example? Thank you. If I could turn now to the Joint Ore Reserve Committee. The JORC is the ASX listing rule that defines how the economics of geological discoveries are measured. Has DISA provided feedback into this process?
Senator, I'll have to take that one on notice. I'm not aware of any feedback that we've provided, but I will check and come back.
Can I just check in that somebody from DISA sits on the Joint or Reserve Committee?
I don't know the exact answer to that one. My guess would be that Geoscience Australia may, but I will confirm on notice.
Oh, well, that'll be a terrific question. We'll both learn something from that. Thank you. Can I turn back to the Resources Energy Quarterly, please? I guess it's the Office of the Chief Economist. Thank you. We nearly got to you before, so excellent. I've got some good questions for you. Just missing your name tag out in front of you, please. Thank you. Oh, it's escaped you. Don't worry, won't let that hold us up.
For Hansard's purposes, it's Mr. Dom English.
All right, no worries. It's not mission critical at this point of the day, is it? No.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, there it is. Oh, terrific.
Tell us what you do, Dom.
Mr. English, I want to ask why the March 2026 Resources and Energy Quarterly was cancelled.
Thank you for the question. So, as you'll appreciate, the fast-moving events associated with the Middle East conflict meant that any forecast we produced in March faced a substantial risk of being very quickly out of date. So we decided to withhold that publication and gather more data, do further analysis and come back around with a publication on the usual June cycle, taking into account hopefully a bit more information about the developments over the recent months in a range of commodity markets which have been ventilated in the discussion over the last few days.
Is this the first time in at least a decade that the department's Chief Economist has missed putting out a quarterly report?
I do believe it was the first time we decided not to publish the report. I haven't been around for a decade to tell you whether the duration of that is correct, but I also think the circumstances in March were remarkable, and the timing was of the breakout of the Iran and US conflict in the Gulf was quite close to the time we were meant to be finalising the publication. So I think in the scheme of things it was not going to be a particularly useful use of the time and effort it would have taken to put those forecasts out, to have them quickly changed.
I understand what you're saying. I hear what you're saying. Mm-hmm. The REQ is something that we all look to and, hang off your every number. But, we had the Russian invasion of Ukraine, COVID disruptions of the global economy, US tariffs, and yet we still got the REQ. So I'm surprised, because in those instances the REQ was published and then the forecasts updated in later editions as more information came to light. That's how you've treated, or the department's treated it previously, is that correct?
I can't speak to those previous occasions, but yes, I expect that the timing and the rapidity of this crisis does have some fairly unique circumstances. So the impact and the ability to take the impact into account into well-formed forecasts that might have been quite variable given the way circumstances were changing. I think the timing was, on this occasion, was just a little too tight for that to be usefully done.
I mean, the Ukrainian war, energy prices soared by 30% in Europe, manufacturing collapsed there, massive shutdowns, global inflation in advanced economies reached double digits. So I'm just not sure that this one, while still challenging, is worse than that one.
There's a range of opinion that suggests this is the biggest disruption to global energy supplies that we've seen. Certainly the price movements in Ukraine were notable, but I think the volume impacts were smaller, if I understand the history correctly. To be blunt, if the crisis had broken in February rather than March, we may be having a different discussion about the publication of the REC with that little bit of extra time. So I don't know how the timetable flowed on those previous occasions to give us enough time to take those factors into account.
Was it your decision not to publish?
Yes.
Did you have to consult or have any discussions with any other agencies in making that decision?
We certainly consulted with the usual partners around the economic community and the public service to take into account their perspective about the factors that were forming. But in the end, it was our decision not to proceed with the publication.
Right, so you weren't asked by Treasury or another department not to publish? You weren't asked by the Minister or their office not to publish?
No.
Did you have discussions with the Minister's office about the March 26 REQ before the decision was taken not to release it in March?
I have certainly ventilated the challenge we faced in producing those forecasts with relevant people in the portfolio.
Do you remember what date that was?
I'd have to take it on notice.
Thank you. Can I confirm that there has not been a 5-year resources and energy outlook since the 2025 March REQ?
Yes, I can confirm that, Senator.
Okay. So the June 2026 REQ will also have the 5-year forecasts?
That's correct.
We look forward to the publication. As I said, the whole industry hangs on your every number. So thank you for that.
Pleased to hear.
Can I just confirm that the commodity level forecasts you publish in the REQ are for the most part built up from facility level data and then aggregated to the commodity or sector level?
We use a range of techniques to understand what is happening in the market, and we forecast both volume and price, so we take into account a very wide range of information. You will know that we talk about the facility level implications of what we can read in the news and what we understand from our exposure to stakeholders. We also do key off aggregate level forecasts, so we calibrate ourselves against things such as consensus, and we use the macroeconomic inputs, the IEA, etc. So we take into account the full range of information, but our goal is to develop forecasts that we think indicate how those volumes and prices will play out.
So if a facility closes or opens, a refinery or a smelter, then these are factored into the relevant sector level forecasts that are published in the REQ?
In general, absolutely. We have to make assumptions sometimes around how things may play out in the future when there is uncertainty around those facilities, so that can also factor into our forecasts at times.
What about things like thank you. What about things like BlueScope Steel's desire to turn to a different technology, and they'll move from, say, 2 petajoules a year to forecast 40 petajoules a year? That sort of thing would be included into your forecasts and sector report?
So typically we're looking at exports of Australian commodities, and so where they're talking about demand in the domestic sector, it's a very small component of the global demand for those commodities. And we would talk about, we do talk about new facilities coming online, particularly in the production side or in the smelting side, but when it comes to the demand side, we're typically looking at much larger factors like demand on the global market scale.
That's interesting, given that we've just had this massive market intervention announced with the domestic gas reservation scheme, and we're looking at, I would suggest the government trying to manage supply of gas down or demand down to reduce supply if there's no new domestic projects being encouraged to come online. So I will look forward to the next report, given that that policy has now been announced. How do you treat public reports of smelters facing severe persistent financial difficulties or facing shutdowns? For example, in an instant where a business states publicly that it will likely have to shut down unless it receives government support, do you keep the output volumes for that facility in your forecast profile for the relevant commodity, or do you remove it?
I think there would be very much a case-by-case assessment. Where there is uncertainty, I think we have to take that into account with our forecasts, but I don't think we would assume a dramatic closure of something when where the options available to that smelter haven't been fully examined. So until they announce closure, I expect that we would continue with them. But again, like I say, it would very much depend on the circumstances, and not just for Australia, but also for other global facilities.
Would you footnote that?
To the extent we can, we provide that sort of information in the document.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Oh, thank you. Mentally prepared. I've got a set of questions that relate to working conditions for offshore oil and gas workers. In February 2024, the government...
Senator, I was just checking with my colleague. Your questions might be better directed to NOPSEMA.
I have questions for NOPSEMA.
These are separate to NOPSEMA questions?
Separate to NOPSEMA. These are questions...
We'll see how we go.
Yeah, see how you go.
Yeah.
In February 2024, the government announced a review to improve safety and harmonise offshore work health and safety laws under the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Framework. Can you update the committee on the status of that review?
Thanks, Senator. Colleagues who join me at the table, that is right, that is us, not NOPSEMA.
Thank you, Senator. Narelle O'Shea. I'm General Manager for Offshore Strategy Branch. So as you mentioned, the government announced a targeted review, the Safety Harmonisation Review, to examine opportunities to align the offshore oil and gas safety regime with the Work Health and Safety Act. This followed significant reforms that the government progressed through Parliament to improve the safety of offshore workers, and those changes commenced in June 2025. So the review itself to look at targeted. The targeted review to look at further alignment was undertaken and concluded on 30 June last year.
The review has been concluded on 30 June 2025.
2025, yes.
Did that?
Oh, sorry.
Go on.
I was just going to add, given that the offshore safety significant offshore safety reforms that were progressed also came into effect in June 2025, the department took some additional time to consider the interactions of the new reforms, given that they hadn't been tested in the offshore as yet, to consider that in the broader report of the targeted reforms that concluded on 30 June.
So is it your understanding that the work health and safety provisions of those workers on offshore gas facilities are now at the same standard as those who work onshore? Because I'm being briefed other than that.
So, Senator, there are bespoke arrangements for offshore petroleum and greenhouse gas storage workers in the offshore under the
inferior standards, in fact.
So I don't agree with that premise, Senator.
So can you provide me, and have you conducted a comparison document which compares the differences between the model Work Health and Safety Act and the Work Health and Safety provisions of the OPGGS Act?
So we have undertaken an examination against both regimes. We've also looked at data of the safety trends, both against offshore workers for petroleum activities in Commonwealth waters, against those which are onshore. We've also undertaken comparisons in that data internationally.
Can you provide those, please?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. Both the comparison of the two domestic acts and the international comparison?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Has a report on harmonisation been provided to the Minister?
Not at this time, Senator.
Why not?
So, Senator, as I mentioned, the safety harmonisation review concluded on 30 June last year, but that also was when the commencement of the significant reforms that went through Parliament in 2024 commenced. And so the data that we held at that stage was not reflective of the current offshore regime, and so the department took some time to look at the implementation of those significant offshore reforms that were undertaken, and we're preparing to brief the Minister.
Okay, and just walk me through what the issues are that will be included or covered in that brief.
So, Senator, I think I'd be cautious to say what we would brief the Minister. What we would do is provide her with a report or outcomes of the review, including the data that I've mentioned to you.
And recommendations for action?
Recommendations out of the outcomes of those review for consideration, yes.
And when do you expect to make that report to the Minister? Can you give me some indication?
It would be fairly imminent, Senator.
Sorry, I missed that.
It would be fairly imminent, Senator.
Imminent.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Senator, if I might just add to assist, the examination of the Work Health and Safety Act in comparison, which was the whole point of the review, was very much to make sure that where appropriate and equal or better outcomes could be achieved for offshore workers. So going to your comparison table we've taken on notice, that is definitely the aim.
Equal or better?
Yes.
A recent survey of offshore oil and gas workers found that around 1/3 of respondents report exposure to asbestos in their work. This is likely to increase as more offshore facilities are decommissioned. Are you aware that there are no specific regulations for the management of asbestos and protection of workers in the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Safety Act and regulations?
So, Senator, the way that the safety regime works for offshore is it's what's called an objectives-based regime. An objectives-based regime was found to be the most appropriate type of regime in high-hazard industries, including following Australia's largest offshore incident, Montara. How that regime essentially works is that risks need to be appropriately identified and mitigated to as low as reasonably practicable and to acceptable levels. Now, what that's different to in terms of specifying specific items, as you've discussed, is it always drives that it needs to be as low as reasonably practicable, acceptable, and it drives innovation and change. And so where you have a static system, it is not dynamic to the individual risks of the high hazard industry that we see in the offshore environment.
I didn't understand any of that.
Sorry, Senator.
Tell me whether workers are protected from asbestos in this industry in the way that they are in other industries.
Yes, Senator.
Sorry,
Sorry,
it's not my language.
Sorry, Senator. I apologise. So yes, all risks, including asbestos, would need to be identified in what's called a safety case. For that project to proceed, or that part of the activity to proceed, that safety case has to be approved by NOPSEMA and show how they're properly managing those risks. If they do not satisfy NOPSEMA as the safety regulator, that those risks are appropriately managed, and that goes to asbestos and any other risk that they identify on the facility, then they can't proceed with the activity.
So has the department provided recommendations to the Minister to improve provisions for the management of asbestos and protection of workers offshore?
Well, I imagine, Senator, that will, consideration of whether something like that is included will be part of potentially our advice to government, as Ms Lawshare has mentioned, which is still under formulation.
Okay. So you think it's going to be in the recommendations to the Minister?
Well, I said that what we put in our advice is still under consideration.
Okay. I'll be watching that with interest, as will workers in that sector. 3 years ago, on the 2nd of June 2023, Michael German was killed while performing maintenance work at height on Woodside's North Rankin platform, 135 kilometres off the coast of Karratha. Michael was employed by a multinational contractor, Vertec. North Rankin is one of the largest offshore gas processing facilities in the world. Are you aware that the onshore safety jurisdiction has specific regulations governing working at heights, managing the risk of falls and managing the risks associated with plant, such as rope access equipment, including requirements to ensure plant is properly maintained, inspected and tested?
So, Senator, I think this goes to my previous answer. The distinction in our regime, and in fact the work health safety regime, is high hazard industries need to identify all risks and how they're managing that risk. So while there may not be specific provisions on every risk that is detailed in our legislation, all of those risks need to be identified and properly mitigated and acceptable for NOPSEMA to be able to approve their safety case and for them to undertake the activity.
So in the wake of Mr German's death, have you recommended to the Minister that particular improvements be implemented in the offshore jurisdiction in relation to that kind of work?
If I could jump in, Senator, I'm just cautious. NOPSEMA will know for certain, but this investigation could still be underway, and I don't want us to be commenting in any way that's going to prejudice that. But I have data in front of me as of February this year that NOPSEMA provided an answer to the committee on notice that said it was still underway. So that's why I'm a little concerned that maybe if we could redirect those to NOPSEMA, I'll still be here with them.
Okay, I do have those questions for NOPSEMA and I would definitely ask them there. Are you aware that in the onshore safety jurisdiction there is dedicated guidance for employers and workers on managing the risks of industrial rope access, and an obligation that employers consult workers and implement the most effective controls to manage risks?
I'm not familiar with the detail, but that sounds like it would be something that we could take advice from.
So that occurs onshore. Have you recommended to the Minister, or will you, that the offshore requirements for rope access work be aligned with the onshore requirements?
So, Senator, if I can just recast Narelle's evidence to you and answers to you just a moment ago. The state regimes specify specific risks. The Commonwealth regime doesn't specify the specific risks. Instead, what it does is require the regulated entity to identify all risks so that it's not constrained by a limited specified set of risks. They're required to identify all risks and in their safety case detail how they would be managing those risks to the satisfaction of the regulator. So while you might see specificity in the state regimes on very specific risks, in the Commonwealth regime, that level of specificity doesn't exist because there's an obligation on the applicant to identify all of their risks and their risk management strategy to the satisfaction of the regulator.
Thanks, Ms Shard. I guess what I'm hearing from constituents who put their lives on the line in this industry, that there are massive gaps in their experience that expose them to significant hazards, and that's why I'm here asking these questions. What's the maximum penalty for a company for the death of a worker offshore?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
I understand it's over $1 million with no custodial sentence. Does the offence of industrial manslaughter exist offshore?
No, it doesn't, Senator.
Pardon?
No, it doesn't, Senator.
No, it doesn't. What's the maximum penalty for industrial manslaughter onshore? Are you aware?
I'd have to take that on notice, not off the top of my head.
Well, I understand it's something like up to 20 years in prison and $20 million. Has the department recommended to the minister that the penalties for industrial manslaughter and equivalent penalties be introduced offshore? This is a really significant thing. Workers really have worked very hard to get stronger penalties for manslaughter and industrial crimes of this kind. Will you recommend the minister have equivalent penalties?
So, Senator, I'm not able to reveal the specificity of the advice that we provide to the minister, but as both Mr Jeremenko and Ms Lorcher have mentioned, we are currently in the process of preparing our advice for the minister.
Thank you, Minister. Can you explain why a worker's life is worth more onshore than offshore?
Thanks, Senator Pocock, and I think that everyone should be able to come home from work safely, and that's something that I strongly believe in. This isn't an area of policy that I've been directly involved with, so I respect the answers from the department in terms of talking about the process where it's at. I also respect the role of the workers and the unions that have been doing some great advocacy work in this regard. I'm happy to take on notice any specific additional information that I can provide that Minister King is considering, other than I acknowledge the progress that the department have talked through in terms of what they're considering.
There are thousands of workers out there who want answers on this, Minister, and don't see a reason why they should be treated differently depending on whether their workplace is offshore or onshore. So I look forward to some assurance about that and information about what the Minister's advised to do. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, over to you, and we'll take to 1 o'clock, and then we'll break and come back with this same program area because senators still have questions.
Terrific. Thank you, Chair. My questions turn to last Thursday, the International Energy Agency released the latest World Energy Investment Report that made some specific findings in Australia in the critical mineral space. With reference to PBS page 2, which says the Minister is charged with accelerating the growth of Australia's critical minerals sector to support industries and technologies. The Commonwealth Government has been a member of the International Energy Agency since 1979, with DQ taking the lead in managing that partnership. My question is, in terms of exploration spending, does the Department of Industry, Science and Resources provide the data, or have any oversight or visibility of the data provided to the International Energy Agency directly or through DQ?
We'll have to take on notice who provides the data. I don't know that it is us, but we will explore that question.
I will look forward to that on notice. It seems strange that exploration spending wouldn't come from DISA, but I accept that you don't know and you'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
In terms of investment in critical minerals exploration in Australia, what are the annual figures for the last 4 years?
Sorry, could you repeat the question, please, Senator?
In terms of investment in critical minerals exploration in Australia, what are the annual figures for each of the last 4 years?
I will have to look them up in order to provide a response, so I will take me a few minutes to find the right page,
Yes,
but I believe we published some of those data in our publication.
Terrific, thank you. Is the department aware that last Thursday the IEA issued this latest World Energy Investment Report for 2026?
Yes.
You're aware?
Yes, yep.
Thank you. Is the department aware that the report singled out Australia by name, saying, and I'll quote, exploration spending for critical minerals also weakened with activity falling in Australia by 30%?
Well, Senator, yes, they had some comments in there about Australia. They had comments in there about the United States as well, but they noted a decline.
but they increased, I understand, in Asia, I suspect in other jurisdictions. I mean, this is the point I'm trying to make, is that we are in a world competition for the investment dollars that pay for well-paid salaries, money that flows into regional places, and at the end, corporate taxes, royalties and all those good things that governments like to go out and spend. And here's a report saying that Australia it's even worse than the US. I think the US was 25%, but Australia is a 30% decline. What data did Australia provide the IEA that allowed it to make that finding and publish it last Thursday?
I think we'll have to look into that, Senator, and come back to you around how the data is provided to the IEA and how they make their decisions on what they publish. I can say that in our material we've provided a strong outlook for critical minerals development and exports in Australia. I would note that in our Resources and Energy Major Projects publication, we continue to report a strong pipeline of critical minerals projects.
So that is, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but I guess the point I'm trying to make is how on earth did the International Energy Agency publish a report to the world that said Australia's not a great place, it's down by 30%, and here's some other jurisdictions you might like to consider?
We will need to take, as I said, on notice the question around how the IEA has made their decision and what they publish.
So, on notice, can you provide reasons that you would identify for the IEA to be able to say that there is a 30% reduction in exploration in Australia? I am appalled. I suspected it was bad, but this is much, much worse than anything I'd imagined. Does that take us to lunch, Chair?
You've got 2 minutes if you want any question.
Well, let's keep talking about how on earth the IEA reckons that Australia is 30% down, the US 25% down, granted, whereas Asia Pacific recorded a 20% increase. It's almost like they're walking out of Australia and across the ocean and into those other jurisdictions to mine critical minerals and other good things there.
Well, that's not the feedback that I get, Senator McDonald, and the department have said they'll take on notice in terms of some of those facts and figures. But we've talked a lot this morning about the work that the government have done to provide support for the critical minerals and rare earths industry. We're excited about it. I met with potential investors and those who are looking to develop these mines, and the support that we're providing them is well received. There's also the work that the Future Made in Australia are doing, the Export Finance Australia providing support to these projects. We had the Arafura decision, it was only last week, which shows you that there are people who are putting in money, making decisions to develop these projects. And again, I just reiterate how determined the government are to see these projects come to fruition, and the opportunity and appetite from around the world that I see to want to invest in Australia at the same time.
Minister, do you worry though that we might be in a bubble in Australia and we're slapping each other on the back and saying how great we are and how great our resources are and how great our expertise is, but the actual reality is on a worldwide stage we're a third down on investment and it's going to other jurisdictions? I mean, obviously that would worry you. I mean, but the whether or not we are working in a bubble and we are putting out policies that are working against the very positive policies that would support resources.
Well, it's just not the lived experience that I observe, and I have the opportunity to have some international engagement, and I see the appetite from some of our international partners that wanting to invest in Australia, not only in developing resources but also in some of the downstream processing, which I think is really important, particularly in the critical minerals and rare earth space. So I accept what you're saying and what's in the IEA report. We'll provide some answers to that, but it's not what I'm observing, and it's certainly not reflective of what the government policies are in terms of trying to support this development as well.
All right. Well, I look forward to your answers on notice, because I think it's pretty horrible that a worldwide agency like the International Energy Agency is saying that Australia is off the boil and that other countries are better investment locations than ours. I hate to hear that.
Thank you. All right, we will suspend for lunch now and resume at 2 p.m. Thank you. We'll get started again, and we are still on program. It's 1.3 oil and gas resources. So we'll go to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Mr. Jeremenko, in response to Senator Whitten's questions about the development of the gas reservation scheme, you said that a lot of analysis had been undertaken. Can you step us through what analysis has been undertaken?
Yes, certainly, Senator. The department has engaged ACIL Allen to provide analysis of the various aspects that have gone into the cabinet decision around gas reservation, and either Ms Chard or Ms Osolinsky will join me, or both, at the table. But it's not unusual for a major policy such as this to require a whole lot of various inputs in terms of potential effects and analysis, and that's what ACIL Allen is doing for both us and DQ.
So is there one piece of analysis, and that is being undertaken by ACIL Allen, and they are being charged with the responsibility of doing further analysis and consultation with relevant experts, or is ACIL Allen part of a analysis project? You understand,
Senator, yes.
You understand the distinction I'm drawing?
I do understand the distinction, and it's more the latter. So the analysis is extensive, drawing on the stakeholder feedback, the data sources that we have available to us, as well as our own internal analytical capability, and working with the Department of Climate Change, Energy and Water as well. ACIL Allen is delivering a component, drawing on their modelling expertise.
What are the other components, and who is responsible for delivering on them?
So as I said, we'll be analysing the full impact of the policy as required under the impact assessment process. Well, I didn't say that, but that is what we're doing. We're undertaking both an exploration of the potential design features and how they could individually impact the market, as well as eventually we will be working on the impact analysis that will accompany the final policy design. That responsibility is held by the departments, and we have contracted a subcomponent on modelling various aspects to ACIL Allen.
So can you give me a sense of what are the various streams of work being used to analyse or provide the analysis? And there's obviously analysis provided to inform the cabinet decision, which is different from the analysis being developed to inform the final design. Is that correct?
No.
Senator, I might. So, as I've mentioned before earlier in the hearing, there are a range of competing priorities in establishing a reservation. So, determining how we set the domestic service obligation and the various flexibility measures and potential release valve, and the impact that they have on meeting shortfall, being able to meet the predicted shortfall, so ensuring that there's sufficient gas that comes into the system to meet those shortfalls, the extent to which oversupply might impact the market, providing the industry with certainty to support potential future investment, and and providing us sufficient flexibility to not oversupply the market. So there's a range of streams of analysis that go to those points. We've undertaken preliminary analysis to help inform government thinking, and will continue to undertake analysis through the consultation process, because as you can imagine, as aspects of the design get refined in response to stakeholder feedback, it will change the outcomes. So the analysis is ongoing, and beyond that, it's probably not. I'm not at liberty to go beyond that level of analysis.
No, sorry, you're at a Senate Estimates Committee. I don't think you get to make a judgment about where the liberties, what are the boundaries around the liberties. So I've heard from yourself and Mr Jeremenko that there's a lot of analysis, but I can only pinpoint to one, and that is the ACIL Allen exercise. What are the other elements of the analysis exercise?
Well, Senator, as my colleague Crystal has described, the department has its own in-house economic analysis capability. We also, our colleagues in the Department of Climate Change and Energy also have some analysis capability. I've also stepped out earlier the extent of the information that we've had in submissions. So over 1,000 submissions and specific information that's being provided to us by industry all feed in to help us undertake the analysis.
Are any external, are there any external advisors, and I mean that in the broader sense of the word, I don't mean individuals necessarily, but what's the scope of the external advice that you are using to inform yourself on the operation of the West Australian reservation scheme?
So speaking to our colleagues in the Western Australian Government, officials in the Western Australian Government, and as I've mentioned, we've had a range of conversations with them, as well as submissions that have come from a range of parties commenting on the nature and the operation of the WA regime.
Minister Ayres said last week in Senate estimates that, and I'm quoting now, there is always a level of uncertainty until the final decision is announced. So how does the Premier of Western Australia, Roger Cook, satisfy himself that he's got assurances that there won't be any adverse impact to Western Australia, where Minister Ayres says there's always a level of uncertainty until the final decisions are made?
Well, I think they're probably best put to Premier Cook, Senator Smith, but what we've talked through is the process that we've been going through in terms of the consultation that's been taking place, the aim to make the national policy complementary with the existing Western Australia scheme, and obviously the details and work on that is ongoing.
But Premier Cook says he's received assurances from the government, Senator Chisholm.
Yeah, and I said you can put those to Premier Cook. What I've talked through is the process that we've been undergoing and the determination from a federal government point of view to make our reservation scheme complementary with the existing Western Australian regime.
Apologies if this has been canvassed already with other senators. Help me understand, if the proposed national 20% gas reservation scheme is a 20% reservation annually, and the West Australian scheme is a 15% reservation over the life of a project, how do these things reconcile themselves? There could be an explanation. I'm just trying to understand it myself.
There will be, but we don't have that explanation yet. So this is exactly the sort of detail that we're consulting on. We
it's a pretty fundamental issue in the design, though, isn't it? If the Premier of Western Australia is saying he's assured.
It's a fundamental issue of the design, just like every other piece in the design discussion paper that's been released.
So Minister Ayres is correct when he says there's always a level of uncertainty until the final decision is made.
I wouldn't disagree with Minister Ayres and his statements, but it is certainly the case that the government is very open about consulting on the complex detail that's been outlined in that design paper released last week.
So this sort of this lack of reconciliation between the two on these fundamental points is sort of foundational to the operation of the two schemes, the compatibility of the two schemes.
No. So as per the details of the announcement, existing state schemes will be taken into account in the design of the federal scheme, such that they are treated in a complementary way, so that the existing schemes that are legislated by, in this case, WA, are appropriately sort of nestled into the design of the Commonwealth scheme. And we just need to work through the detail of that.
What are the constitutional limitations of the Commonwealth's power and authority, given that there are state-based gas reservation schemes and a proposition to have a national scheme? What's the limits of the...
I'm just reticent to talk to constitutional issues, given that, of course, everything of this magnitude, as you'd understand, Senator, has AGS advice that goes to Cabinet, and particularly around the constitutionality. And of course, Cabinet has been satisfied with that advice, hence the decision that's been made. But for me to talk to the details of that risks waiving privilege.
Have you seen the advice, Mr Jeremenko?
Well, yes, we have, because we have been designing this policy with DQ and with, jointly across Minister King, Bowen, Ayres, the Treasurer, Minister Farrell as well.
Has the West Australian Government asked to see the Commonwealth's advice?
I don't know.
Not that I'm
Not that you're aware?
No.
Has,
You're at 10 minutes, Senator Smith.
okay, has Minister King provided any reassurances or assurances to the Premier of Western Australia based on the constitutionality issue?
Well, I don't see how I could answer that, sorry, Senator. What Minister King has said to the West Australian Premier, I'm not privy to that discussion, if it
Senator
happened.
Chisholm, were issues around constitutionality part of the assurances provided to the Premier of Western Australia?
I'm obviously not privy to any conversations that Minister King has had with Premier Cook, other than as Western Australians, I'd expect that they would talk regularly about issues that matter to the state. If there's any further information I can provide, I'm happy to do it on notice.
Would you expect issues of constitutionality to be discussed?
Well, I don't think I should go into the speculation game, Senator Smith, but I'd expect two people passionate about Western Australia in the roles that they have to talk regularly.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I just want to go back to a question I asked about liability for carbon capture and storage. I think the response I got was beyond 15 years, the title holder still has liability for any issues, even beyond the 15 years. So we've got 15 years of monitoring, the title holder retains full liability. I just wanted to clarify that statement. I just, in lunch break, got a little bit of information on the Act. My understanding is that the Section 400 of the OPGGS provides that when a minister sees the conditions for closure have been met, the Commonwealth must indemnify the person against the liability, and that's Section 400. So can you check if I'm reading that correctly? And also in budget paper number 1 from this recent budget on page 303, there's a section there called contingent liabilities, unquantifiable. and it said, in particular, Gorgon liquefied natural gas and carbon dioxide storage project long-term liability. It says the Australian and Western Australian governments have provided an indemnity to the Gorgon joint venture partners against independent third-party claims relating to stored carbon dioxide under common law for loss or damage caused by the injection of carbon dioxide into the Dupay formation under Barrow Island. Claims can only occur at least 15 years after the cessation of carbon dioxide injections. And the project commenced in 2019, has an expected life of 40 years. These claims are subject to conditions set out in the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act. So what have I got wrong there?
Thank you, Senator. Narelle O'Shea, I'm General Manager of Offshore Strategy Branch. So in relation to the Gorgon project, Gorgon's actually onshore rather than offshore. So it's regulated by the West Australian Government under the Barrow Island Act, and there are policy arrangements in place with Department of...
It's an island, it's still technically not offshore.
It is still considered onshore, yes, and so it doesn't fall under the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act. Yep. There were arrangements made that are akin to that, but that is a matter for the Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water. Rather than DISA. I can talk to how the liability provisions work under the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act if you would like me to go to that, but that doesn't apply to Gorgon.
It doesn't. Okay, so Section 400, as I just read out, provides that when the Minister sees the conditions for closure have been met, the Commonwealth must indemnify the person against the liability. Does that relate to CCS site closure process?
Yes, Senator. So there's two types of liability that I'd just like to distinguish if I can before I go to the heart of that provision. There are several types of liability that are covered under the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act. The most significant of one is what we call trailing liability, and that one means that any title holders, regardless of whether it's petroleum or for a CCS project, remain responsible for the decommissioning remediation and can be called back. If needed. So if there's, for instance, in a CCS project, leakage of CO2 at any time, either the title holder, a former title holder or any related entity can be called back and they retain that liability. There's no limit to that.
Right.
The provision that you're talking about there is a restricted provision that relates to common law. And so that is where the payment of damages that are ordered by a court for personal injury or negligence to a project, and that goes to the 15-year period that Ms Chard was talking about. So the first point to that I'd like to make is it is very limited and it's a discretionary power that's exercised by the Minister. The Commonwealth doesn't have to take on that liability, and in fact that liability has never been taken on by the Commonwealth under our regime.
Right. Okay.
There are several important factors that go to whether or not the Minister can decide to take on that liability if they were ever to in future, and that's where the 15 years monitoring comes in, that if they close the site, they need to continue monitoring it for 15 years and the CO2 plume needs to continue to behave in a way that is expected.
Right.
But again, it's discretionary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Well, thank you for clarifying that. So just to be clear, then, we're not going to see any of the 11 projects, for example, that the department's provided me that are under development or feasibility study. We're not going to see any of them as a unquantifiable contingent liability in the future.
No decision has been made by the Minister to that effect, no.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions around funding for offshore CCS. In particular, obviously, there's onshore CCS, but I think I got the answer that there was no government funding going into offshore CCS at this point in time. Is that correct?
Not into specific projects.
Right,
so
into funds that might be in investing in these projects?
There's no funding going into specific projects in the form of investment. The government does support a number of projects that fall under the Department of Climate Change's portfolio around strategic research into CCS, but those questions would be best directed to the Department of Climate Change and not, they don't involve funding into CCS projects.
Right, so there's no funding for CCS projects, including R&D in Australia's Economic Accelerator seed grant program?
Not directly into projects, no.
Not directly, but what about indirectly?
So when I say not directly, there would be broad strategic research that relates to CCS more broadly as a capability, not specific projects, is my understanding. But, Senator, those questions would be about those funding programs, would be best directed to Department of Climate Change.
What about any funding that facilitates, streamlines or fast-tracks CCS, such as assistance via the Major Projects Facilitation Agency? Are you familiar with any direct or indirect funding?
Senator, I'm not familiar with any CCS projects that fall under major projects, but I can take that on.
I do know, just to add to Ms Chart, she's not close to this area. INPEC's Bonaparte project did receive assistance from the Major Project Facilitation Agency.
Okay. Can you tell us how much, Mr Jeremy?
And Senator, the Major Project Facilitation Agency, it's not a funding source, it's not a program, it's support to kind of navigate regulatory pieces and things like that. So it'd be more around the effort of the agency to support rather than a program funding. But we can take on notice kind of what that looks like.
Right. Well, I'll consider those responses, and also I suppose, under the Economic Accelerator seed program, you're responsible about more broadly providing assistance or research more broadly. I'd be interested as to how that applies to individual projects, given they're all different.
Certainly, Senator, we can take those on notice on the behalf of Department of Climate Change.
What about Geosciences Australia programs such as Resourcing Australia's Prosperity, the RAP program? Any mapping, exploration or assessment of geological formations and storage capability?
Senator, I'd need to take that on notice.
Yeah, if you could. Any research on CCS through CSIRO? I think I've seen their name on the sheet you gave me in relation to some projects. And any CCS with bilateral funding agreements involving the federal government, such as CarbonNet. Are you familiar with any research funding?
I don't have those details with me, Senator, but I believe they're programs that fall under the responsibility of the Department of Climate Change. We can take that on notice and pass it to our colleagues at DQ.
Right, and what about the Carbon Capture Use and Storage Development Fund? I understand that's put $15 million, for example, into an onshore project that Santos have got. But are you familiar with any direct funding into specific programs?
Again, Senator, those programs, I believe, are the responsibility of DQ.
Okay.
You're at 10 minutes.
Sorry?
You're at 10 minutes.
All right. Could I just, well, if you could come back to me, Chair. I mean, unless you can give me just a couple more minutes.
If you can close it out in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose more generally, what's the process, or at least DESA's participation in a process where it gets to a point where a project, let's just pick one like Browse, for example, when there's approval for extraction from Browse, or Browse, the project gets approved with a CCS project. What's the point that we reach where the company needs to demonstrate the ability to effectively sequester carbon in that storage?
Senator, I'd like
project.
to ask one of my other colleagues to come
Yeah,
to
so
the
this
table to help.
is kind of getting to the pointy end for me. Like, I want to know at what point the company can show that it's effectively sequestering carbon. And just while the official's coming, if I could say, obviously, we mentioned this at the last estimates, but Gorgon, I think, it's probably the poster child for CCS failure in terms of what it was projecting to sequester. I understand it's around 25% of what they set out to do, and I understand there's I was reading about some of the geological problems they've encountered, the technical difficulties that have led to much lower extraction than they were expecting, and that's been a multi-billion-dollar project. So I'm just wondering where we get to that level of confidence that a project can be given the tick of approval to proceed because of a CCS project that is associated with it.
Yeah, well, certainly, Senator, my colleagues, Stephen Taylor can talk to you about those CCS projects that fall under the offshore regime.
Yeah.
As Ms Lauscher mentioned, the Barrow Island one is falling under a state regime.
Certainly. Senator, there are a number of steps that a project needs to go through before it gets to that injection phase. It starts off under the feasibility licence process, where proponents will undertake studies and assess whether there is a suitable storage formation present to take forward to a project. The first step in the regulation process is the application for a declaration of storage formation, which is a decision of the Commonwealth Minister. That process looks to set out, in a geological sense, whether there is a suitable formation underground that could hold carbon CO2 in the longer term, and for the life of the project forevermore. That is assessed by a range of technical people. So we have engineers, geoscientists, etc., that undertake an assessment of the work undertaken by the proponent, and they need to present that to us for advice to the Minister.
Are they government employees, or are they independent of the companies that are making these applications?
Government employees. Within the NOPTA branch, we employ a range of, as I said, engineers, petroleum geoscientists, geophysicists. We also engage people under contract on a long-term basis, so individuals with relevant skills that may have previously worked in industry but now work within government solely, to undertake that assessment. That assessment is based on the studies and work undertaken by industry, so that we don't actually undertake that work ourselves, but we review the information and the assessment taken by industry, and they have to present that in a format where we can be satisfied to provide advice to the Minister on the suitability of a formation as a storage site. Once they have that in place, they can then look to, and they are looking to move towards an injection project. There are two key parts: the application for an injection licence and also a site management plan. So now that needs to set out how they will use the site to inject CO2 and store that on the longer term. That really, the combination, that has to be consistent with the declaration of storage formation. So what we're looking for is how they will use the site they've identified to inject CO2. So what, things like the number of wells, the positioning of those wells, how that interacts with the formation to hold CO2 for the lifetime of that project and beyond.
And so, how long do you give it to test whether it's been effective or not? Whether there's complications, given what we've seen overseas.
Part of the site management plan includes a program for monitoring. So there will be an ongoing monitoring plan, monitoring program from the commencement of the injection. So from when a project begins to inject, to monitor the progress of that plume and how that behaves within the storage formation, so that issues can be identified as soon as practicable and steps taken to remedy those if necessary.
And do you provide the expertise in how this interacts with the safeguard mechanism in terms of project approval based on a largely unproven process at scale, commercially at scale? Like at what point does a project get approved based on a CCS? And I'm talking about extraction that comes with a CCS project. Let's use Browse again as an example. Does the approval of the CCS project have any bearing on the approval of extraction?
When you say extraction, do you mean the petroleum project?
Proceeding with commercial production.
So a project like Browse would have two sets of approvals running in parallel. So the petroleum would require a separate licensing agreement, including things like field development plan that looks at how the petroleum will be produced, rates of recovery, equipment and procedures, approvals that are required from the joint authority before that project is in place, enabled to proceed. It is also subject to a range of environmental approvals by NOPSEMA, etc. And simultaneously, the carbon capture and storage component of the project would also be considered separately. So those two projects are licensed and regulated in parallel, shall we say.
Okay. I know I've taken more time. I'd like, if you could come back to me again, Chair. Thank you.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm just following on from Senator Whish-Wilson. I'm interested, I guess there was an assumption in some of those questions that CCS was not a technology that was either proven nor successful. How much engagement do you have with the Moomba project, the CCS? Mr Taylor? No?
With the Moomba project? I think...
Maybe I can start. Well, Ms Chard refers to her briefing.
It's an onshore project.
It's not subject to the Commonwealth Government's oversight, but I am just listening to Senator Whish-Wilson's questions, and to anybody else who was following along, they might be led to believe that CCS was not successful in locations both in Australia and in other jurisdictions overseas, and I was hoping that you might have had some information on that.
Well, Senator, certainly in that respect, there are two operating CCS projects that are effectively storing carbon in Australia. There are a range of expert agencies who've identified that CCS is an important and useful technology. It was something that was a key element of the future gas strategy and the government's strategy for decarbonising gas. The Climate Change Authority, for example, the International Renewable Energy Agency, the International Energy Agency and the United Nations Industrial Development Organisation are all credible organisations, including the Net Zero Australia organisation, that have commented publicly and published data supporting CCS as a technology. In relation to the gas that's actually, the carbon that's actually being stored from the relevant projects, I thought I had those details on me. Oh, here we go. So Chevron's Gorgon CCS project has stored over 12 million tonnes of CO2 since 2019.
25% of what's it have to do, by the way.
And
that's success, I'm not sure.
Well, it's a slow start, I think they would characterise that as, Senator Wilson.
Well,
Whish-Wilson.
It's also onshore.
It's offshore. Oh, yes, sorry, it is onshore, yeah. What about...
and Senator, South Australia's Moomba CCS project has stored over 1.5 million tonnes of CO2 since September 2024.
Okay. Could I turn back to the gas reservation? On notice, you have taken providing some data for me, but if I could just reframe that, I would like to know how much gas Australia produces by jurisdiction, how much gas we export by jurisdiction, meaning state and territory, of course. What is the total domestic requirement? How much in petajoules do the 3 Queensland LNG exporters provide to the domestic requirement? The current capacity of the north-south pipeline infrastructure, existing infrastructure to store additional gas, And I think I've already asked about how much gas does Australia export by petajoule. I'm just trying to provide a framework that everybody's working on the same page as to what data the government is using in order to make the decisions around the domestic reservation.
Yeah, that's fine, Senator. We do have that information available here today if you'd like us to talk through it. And it's largely drawn from the ACCC's inquiry report.
Would you mind, just in the interest of time, not talking through it, but just providing that on notice? I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. When Minister King talks about a modest oversupply, have you landed on what that amount is as a volume?
No, Senator, that's the 20% that we've characterised, actually working through what that would equate to. So as I've mentioned earlier, when we first started talking about this morning, if we applied the 20% to the East Coast last year, it would equate to 348 petajoules. Now, by our understanding and our analysis based on the ACCC reports, there's a 315 petajoule predicted shortfall in 2031, for example. So that gives you a bit of a sense of the extent of the potential oversupply that we're aiming to. On paper, it looks much higher, obviously, in the early years, but we're expecting that to be significantly moderated by taking into account the existing contractual arrangements and infrastructure constraints.
So the draft framework consultation paper released on the 25th of May includes a footnote that defines significant oversupply as greater than approximately 110% of domestic consumption. Given the East Coast gas market currently uses around 500 petajoules a year, would you then say that a significant oversupply would be an additional 50 petajoules a year?
Yeah, Senator, that's certainly what's been, you're correct that the 110% has been canvassed in the consultation, and that's what we're working through with industry to test that concept.
The discussion paper also says that the release valve will only be used on the rare occasion when the release valve is made available by the regulator. Can you quantify that? What modelling has the department done to determine that the market would only be oversupplied on rare occasions?
So, Senator, there's the two elements. The first element being the potential to vary the DSO, the domestic supply obligation, on an annual basis, and that's purely a proposal. We've already had some interesting feedback from stakeholders about the time frame of that kind of DSO consideration. The second element that you refer to is a more active, real-time, almost kind of day-to-day management of the system that the Australian Energy Regulator would control around a release valve should there be physically too much gas in the actual pipeline infrastructure, and how to release that for potential resale.
So sounding very, very complex, isn't it? So again, just turning back to the domestic demand, the East Coast, I see from the ACCC data it was forecast to be 466 petajoules. I said 500, but 466 petajoules for 2026. Given that the export projects currently supply around 35% now, under this proposal they'd supply 75%, effectively squeezing out requirement and supply and future investment in those smaller domestic projects. Is that right?
So, Senator, it's because we are going to be, the government's committed to honouring the existing contracts, and taking into account the infrastructure constraints, we expect the actual volumes in those earlier years would be moderated down from that amount.
I would imagine if I was an investor into a gas project, I would be feeling incredibly concerned about how I explain that to my customers, my board, my investment board, because maybe it'll be this and maybe it'll be that, maybe it'll come out of your contract and maybe we'll wait till it comes out of contract and maybe we'll let the domestic suppliers do it. I mean, given that current gas prices domestically between $9 and $10 a petajoule, I'm just not sure what the problem is that you're trying to fix. What price do you think this reservation scheme will get prices to? What are you suggesting to companies like BlueScope?
So we don't have a price target. The government hasn't set a price target.
But that's the goal, isn't it? It's to reduce prices with a modest oversupply.
That's right, downward pressure on prices, but it is ultimately up to the exporters to, within their own commercial arrangements, establish what price they are going to supply the market at for that 20%. And it is not for the government to determine what price they need to sell it at.
No, but we both understand supply and demand in a market, and currently, could I ask, what is your understanding of the cost of production supplied to the Wallumbilla hub is currently?
We do have that somewhere. I don't have it in front of me. We might.
Would one of your, would you have that, Mr Quinn?
Thank you, Senator. Daniel Quinn, General Manager of the Gas Branch. I understand it's around $11.40, Senator, but I can confirm.
Oh, well, so $11.40, and currently at that same hub, gas is selling today between $9.50 and $10 a petajoule, less than the cost of production. And we're desperately trying to bring more domestic gas on. Who in their right mind would invest at current settings, much less the introduction of this new gas policy, reservation policy? That's just a business question. That's not, I don't expect you to answer that. But this is the obvious next question, isn't it? Who would invest in this market when they're going to get less than the cost of production to sell the gas on the domestic market?
So, Senator, it's important to also realise that as part of a number of recommendations out of the gas market review, one being a reservation policy, the government, as part of announcing the reservation policy, has said that the intent is to remove a whole swathe of extra regulation that is currently in this very complicated system. So the ADGSM, the heads of agreement, the price aspects of the code of conduct are all planned to be removed when this reservation is in place. Now that is replacing a patchwork of regulatory frameworks around the gas market with one clear 20% gas reservation, the details of which, and go to a lot of your questions, are, as we've said today, still being worked through, but they will be worked through and they will be very clear to everyone, including investors, what the policy in Australia is.
Well, I think that's exactly the problem. It will be incredibly clear, and it says, don't bother knocking, we're not open for business. So the observation I would make is that you said that exporters will determine what price they sell for. They will have no choice because they're being directed to put supply into the market. It is not just being offered, they must sell. And we know what happens when that happens. If you have forced sellers and buyers who understand that market, which they do, you'll have more of what's happening currently, which is prices being below the cost of production, $9.50 to $10 roughly, and you will force that price even lower. So great news for the domestic manufacturers. Minister, great news. They will be grabbing gas. They will be having contracts saying we can get it at a lower price tickety-boo, but what happens in 5 years when we wake up and there's no new gas projects? We are now intervening in export contracts. We've become an unreliable trading partner. Our suppliers of diesel, until we can get some more oil production in Australia, are saying, we're not sure, we want to prioritise supplying you. And there is no new gas coming online, particularly in places like Victoria and New South Wales, who are the ones who've dropped the ball and are failing to develop their own gas.
Senator, if I could, just before going to the Minister, my colleague, Ms Ossolinsky, has just got a bit more detail about some of the prices, and which I think is just worth us putting on the record. And then,
yes, Senator, I just wanted to add in, while the marginal cost is around that $11 mark at Wallumbilla Hub, we're aware that there's a very wide range of cost estimates in the market, and so some of those production values are well below that. In addition, when we look forward, there are a range of projects on the table which reflect, again, a wide range of marginal cost estimates for those different projects to come online. Another thing about pricing is...
Well, let's pause on that. I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's pause on that, because my observation of those investments is that there might be a wide range, but they may be in the Northern Territory, and the Northern Territory has no adequate pipeline to get the gas from there to Queensland, or doesn't need to come to Queensland. It needs to go to that southern recalcitrant state that's not even producing its own gas in Victoria. They're just turning gas off as fast as they can. So you're talking about cost. Now we've got $3 a petajoule at least to get it out of the Territory to Wallumbilla, and then another $3 probably to get it down to Victoria. You know, I just think that how on earth is the government making decisions about what's a fair price to produce gas at and what's a fair price to sell it at? Because you will kill gas investment in Australia, and sure, we'll be left with those big offshore exporting contractors, but the more you turn it back into Australia, the less investment we have, the less future gas we'll have. What a failed opportunity for Australia to be one of the great energy powerhouses. That's not a question, is it?
No.
That was a statement. So, but my point...
That was not a question.
Finished on this one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. How on earth are we allowing the government to be the decider of what's an appropriate price to produce gas at and what's an appropriate price to sell gas at, and whether or not there will be any future investment? We know we've gone from 40% of world LNG investment to 15% right now, and that is crashing. So Australia will get two parts of nothing in future investment. It'll all go offshore. It'll suit those people who want to shut down the fossil fuels industry, but for the thousands of Australians who benefit from the investment, regional communities, the jobs, the taxes paid, the royalties paid, we get it in the neck. And I know that you have to hold the government's line, it's government policy, but it doesn't make any sense to an investor.
Well, I disagree with you there, Senator McDonald, as I'm sure you're not surprised, but we understand in terms of the reservation policy that there's more detail that's being worked through, and we're doing that constructively, and I think the department have gone through chapter and verse in terms of where that's at in as much detail as they can. We remain optimistic that there will be a reason for investment in more domestic producers, but it's interesting that you come here and you don't mention the consumers and those industrial users that need affordable gas. So you focus on investors. We're focusing on the Australian people and Australian industry that needs supply at an affordable rate, and that's what we believe this policy is going to deliver. So maybe it is that we actually just have a difference of opinion on this. I know where the government's commitment lies, and that's with the Australian people.
Well, it'll be a sugar hit for the Australian people, and then the Australian people will get it in the neck. We will be poorer with less gas, and it'll be thanks to this crazy reservation.
If you want us to actually go through the various iterations of policy that we saw from the opposition last term, that would absolutely make your head spin.
Absolutely nothing on what this government's done to gas investment in this country.
I don't know if you were necessarily responsible for Peter Dutton's policy. I'd hope not. Because it did not make any sense at all.
And this one makes less sense, Minister, less sense.
Thank you, Senators. Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. As we sit here, there's a very significant scandal unfolding out there in the community and in the financial press in relation to KPMG, Minister. You will no doubt be aware of some of the elements of it. There are allegations that the firm's partners have misused board papers from Lendlease and pitched for and won external audits of Westpac and Dexus and used inside information to win work from Macquarie Group and Westpac. The whistleblower, who's been reported in our Senate, alleged cover-up of widespread AI exam cheating, and the whistleblower themselves has been targeted for their disclosures. We're now on the fourth internal iteration of reviews within KPMG about these allegations. These allegations have prompted KPMG's long-time audit client, Lendlease, to put its contract out to tender next year. These are very lucrative contracts. I understand that KPMG is this department's auditor. Is that the case?
It's not quite the right section to provide that.
I know that.
Senator,
I'm asking the question.
So, Senator, it is, so our corporate colleagues are best placed to answer this. I can have them come if you're available. They can probably be here in about 5 minutes.
My question?
I certainly know that we have a range of arrangements with KPMG, and my colleague who leads our corporate area is on his way back in, so he'll probably be here in a couple of minutes. If that works for you, we could potentially, Chair, maybe we could. Neil Mason, who's the Deputy in charge of corporate enabling, can be at the table probably in a couple of minutes, if that worked.
Is that a good idea?
Yep.
Okay, fine.
Thanks.
Sure.
Ms Shard, could I get you back? Mrs Shard, apologies if I got that wrong. Could I get you back? Well, I said it at Pocock's way.
I might be able to answer it for you.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. Just the numbers you gave us on Gorgon. Sorry, how many million tonnes did you say it had sequestered?
I think it was 12 from memory.
A minute, and I shall get that for you.
I'm just trying to acquit the fact that I thought I could answer it. So.
Yeah, sure.
Chevron Gorgon CCS project has stored over 12 million tonnes of CO2 since 2019.
Okay. And what was it expected to store? It was expected to store 80%.
Senator, I can take that on notice. I don't have that detail.
This is important. I mean, you've mentioned to Senator McDonald that it's stored 12 million tonnes of carbon, but that's only a very small part of the story, isn't it? Like it was approved on the basis it would store 80% of its Scope 1 emissions. So far, it's stored 44% of emissions since it started, and that has now dropped to 25% because they're encountering unexpected geological problems. The costs have blown out from $2.5 to $3.2 billion. They've had to been forced to go into the market to buy carbon credits, and they're still encountering reservoir issues. And this is an onshore project built by one of the biggest companies in the world. So my point, if I could, when I get to my questioning, is at what point do we approve projects like we did approve Gorgon based on a carbon capture and storage project that's largely unproven? Do you think it's a fair assessment? Do you agree with those facts about Gorgon?
Senator, I've mentioned I'd need to take that detail on notice.
So can you take on detail? That's had a cost blow up. This is all publicly available. $2.5 to $3.2 billion. It's sequestered a maximum of 44% of its expected CO2. It's currently down to 25% of its expected CO2 sequestration. It's encountering increasing problems with pressure, with water, salinity, and a whole bunch of issues that were unforeseen. Could you take that on notice? And it was put up as being kind of the flagship project for carbon capture and storage. I just want to see more truth put on the table. I'm not accusing you of being cherry picking or selecting the facts. The point I'm just making here is that yes, it's sequestering carbon, but a project was approved, a massive project, I've forgotten how many millions of tonnes Morgan is overall on the basis of this project, and it's been an abject failure based on what it was forecast to do. If you could take that on notice. And I'll when you come back to me, Chair, I'll continue my question.
There's some minutes left in your block, and if we can just all go as quickly as we can, because I know that every senator has more questions for this group of witnesses and we're running a bit behind. So I'll try ask you to be as economic as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary, for facilitating this.
Sorry, Senator. Neil Mason, Deputy Secretary Corporate.
Thank you, Mr Mason.
Yep.
Did you hear my earlier question?
I did not. Sorry, I was the other side of the building.
Okay. While we're here, there is a scandal unfolding in KPMG. Have you been following the facts of that scandal?
Senator, I saw the media at the end of last week, and I had a conversation on Friday with one of the Canberra-based partners about the issue.
Okay. So the allegations are very serious about deceptive behaviour, misleading clients, using clients' information to win contracts, punitive behaviour, it's alleged, against a whistleblower, and information that suggests there's widespread AI exam corruption within KPMG. These are extremely serious allegations, and the Parliament will be pursuing them. But I understand, and my question was to confirm that KPMG is the department's internal auditor.
So, Senator, agree with you on the seriousness of the allegations, and the department obviously shares your concerns. KPMG has been our internal auditor. Their current contract expires on the 30th of June 2026, and they will no longer be our auditor after that. That follows a tender process we commenced a couple of months ago, prior to obviously understanding the latest events.
So the tender contract for your internal audit, I understand, I have a copy of it in front of me, 1,748,883,000 for a 3-year period of audit.
That was the original contract that was entered into, yes.
Who have you chosen as the new auditor?
Our new auditors will be, there's 2 providers, Senator. One is called Sententia, who will be the primary supplier for us. And we have entered a 3-year contract with them from the 16th of March through to 30 June 2029. The secondary supplier we've taken on will be Cobalt, and they will commence a 3-year contract from 1 July 2026 through to 30 June 2029.
Did you have any information from KPMG, any disclosures about any of the matters that are now in the public realm as allegations,
no,
as you made your decision?
No.
When did you make your decision?
On this particular contract, Senator? Let me just see if I've got it in front of me. It was some months ago.
Okay.
We knew the KPMG audit was coming up for 30 June. As part of that normal process, we approached the market. We went through a tender process, and the 2 successful suppliers were the ones that we've chosen.
I'm looking at a range of other audits, other contracts that the department has with KPMG. I have a list in front of me of 15 projects, which I've just added up briefly on my phone, come to about $8 million. Does that sound about the right amount of contracting that you have underway with KPMG?
I think the current contracts list I have with them is about 14.
14
so close
million?
to what you've got, and they're in various stages of delivery at the moment, Senator.
Yes, and the large majority of them are, according to AusTender, management and advisory services. Do you agree with that?
They range across financial insurance services, technology, or audit we've talked about, and consultancy.
So yesterday I asked the Department of Finance about their contracts. They had $27 million in contracts with this firm, which is now under serious cloud. And the Minister, the Senator Minister Gallagher, expressed her very serious concern, her deep concern about contracting with a company which shows this level of deception, punitive, it is alleged, behaviour against a whistleblower, and a range of behaviours which would be absolutely deplorable in any public institution, but certainly a problem in an institution where you're contracting $15 million of management and advisory service from. An unethical company, it's alleged, giving you all of this advice at huge cost to the public purse. What do you say to that? How concerned are you?
Well, Senator, we are also deeply concerned. I expressed that concern to the local partner on Friday, and I've asked for a range of assurances in the interim around the current contracts holding, how the information of the department is being managed in relation to those contracts. We'll also obviously be considering our position around the existence of the current work we have on hand.
What did you say to the partner?
Senator, it was a telephone conversation. I've since followed up in writing, but essentially I said we were deeply concerned about what was being alleged and that I wanted assurance, positive assurance, about the way in which the information that DISA holds and the contracts we have is being treated.
And what did they say to you?
They said that currently they were trying to understand the existing allegations themselves, and that they would absolutely come back to me with the information I requested.
And will you table the letter you sent?
Senator, I don't have the letter with me. Obviously, I've just dropped in, but yeah, happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. I look forward to seeing that. What steps do you envisage taking in relation to the existing $15 million in contracts?
Well, Senator, I wouldn't want to prejudice any of the existing contract decisions we may or may not take. Obviously, I've expressed our concerns to the Senate and the work that we've asked KPMG provide assurance on. We'll await the response from them. We'll obviously await any decisions that Department of Finance look to take as part of their own policy settings for the whole of government contracting arrangements they have, and we'll make decisions about that in due course.
And is KPMG giving you advice on the allocation of funds of any specific programs being run within the department?
Advice about the allocation of funds, Senator?
Yes, I've previously asked questions, and I, from memory, understood that there were consultants assisting with advice about the allocation of funds on particular programs.
Forgive me, I haven't seen the last sort of little while of a question set, but I'll take that on notice, Senator. Yeah.
Thank you, because I'm looking here at some of these contracts.
So, Senator, just for Mr Mason's benefit, that hasn't come up through today about where the KPMG contracts are. I think from Mr Mason's coverage just then of some of the nature of those contracts that are in place, they do range. There's obviously the internal audit work, but there's others. We'll take on notice where there might be anything that goes to allocation of funding, but noting that allocation of funding within the department is a matter for the department and the department decision makers, that we would never, rescind our delegation on that to a consultant.
Oh, yeah, sorry, Senator, I obviously didn't understand quite the question. I thought you were asking just about whether they were giving advice in terms of how programs were being delivered, not the allocation of funding. Sorry.
So I'm looking at a contract here let in December last year, CN 4205849. It's for $3,190,000 management advisory services. I mean, it just really concerns me that we have got these massive allocations to a firm which is now under a very serious shadow, whose CEO has resigned. Well, today, the Chief Operating Officer has stood down from their position. We've seen the head of audit resign, and yet they are the company doing your audit. I'm glad they're not doing your audit anymore, but I am really looking for some leadership here from your department to make some clear indications with a firm that behaves like this.
And Senator, as Mr Mason's outlined, we took steps on Friday. We will continue to take steps. We're very alive to what the Minister of Finance said last night, to the ongoing updates that are happening each day. We have taken on notice some more detail about the nature of the contracts that we have in place. We exercise a level of diligence and consideration. I think our consultancy spend, it is targeted, it is specialist, and we do have a huge focus on building our own in-house capability. So we will take on notice the one that is tagged as Management Advisory Service.
There are many of them.
Yes, and we'll take on notice a level of detail that sits underneath that to make sure that we're clear on what their role is and what their role isn't in those contracts.
Thank you. And lastly, Minister, if I can come to you, this is not the Big Four's first rodeo in ripping off the public purse, as they are before the Senate and the Senate's committees, explaining their behaviour and the very serious allegations that are made against them. What's your response as a minister here on this issue?
Thanks, Senator Pocock. And whilst I've seen some of the media, it hasn't come up before in the estimates that I've done over the last couple of weeks. This is the first time that I've dealt with it. I think the department have been proactive, which I think is the right thing to be on it. I wasn't aware of the words of Minister Gallagher, but I take it at face value, and she would be someone in government that would have more responsibility for these matters than myself. But I think that's an indication of how serious the government are treating these matters, and I'm sure that if there's a necessary more action to be taken, then I'm sure we'd be willing to do it.
And do you support that in your government to stop doing business in this way with these companies? The government did take steps to exclude PwC from, for example, the mass panel and cut down its business. Do you support taking strong action on this issue, given we are seeing repetitive behaviour and years of the Senate's time being wasted on pursuing these cowboys and their appalling behaviour?
I think the action of the government has been justified so far, and I'm sure that if there's more action that needs to be taken, I don't believe that the government would be afraid to do that, and Senator Gallagher has been forthright in that regard.
Thank you, and thanks for...
Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to go back to the gas reservation scheme. You are saying that you will include the Northern Territory. So, to be clear, does that mean you're not looking for a carve-out for the Northern Territory?
So the application of the gas reservation policy is nationwide, and there's no intention to use your phrase, Senator, carve out any jurisdiction, but there will be acknowledgement, as we've discussed already today, of either, in the case of existing state reservation schemes, they will be incorporated and built into the design of the federal scheme. And as Ms Charter said a number of times, where there are infrastructure constraints, that will be something that can be considered in terms of the ability to actually contribute from certain parts of Australia under the gas reservation policy.
So Chief Minister Finocchiaro has made raised a number of concerns about the reservation policy, given that the Northern Territory is seeking to want to see gas produced in the Territory used for their own energy generation and other projects. And you've already identified the infrastructure constraints of the pipeline to Mount Isa, which is already at capacity. I'm just struggling to see how I think it's a fig leaf, a constitutional fig leaf of applying the reservation across Australia, when really what you're trying to solve is the Victorian and New South Wales shortfall that is a result of a lack of investment in onshore and offshore gas in the southeast part of Australia. Anyway, okay, so there's going to have to be some exceptions for the Northern Territory as well, in order to allow reality to take its course when you just can't get the gas out of there.
Well, we're consulting on behalf of the government, consulting on, I would describe it as flexibility around those aspects of the policy.
So on consultation, I'm just wondering how the consultation will differ from that you did with the legislation to clarify offshore consultation requirements that the government introduced and then withdrew from Parliament in 2024. I think industry is exhausted by being consulted at and then having it go nowhere. What sort of... Is it in the form of stakeholder feedback that you take consultation, or do you sit the industry down and tell them what you're going to do?
Senator, I'm probably best placed to answer that. So we have a range of forums to take on board stakeholder feedback. We have a submissions process that's open through until the 30th of June that enables them to provide us written submissions. We've held 2 roundtables which were in the style of an online meeting where we provided stakeholders with a presentation run through of the consultation paper that's been discussed and that's been published, and answered questions. I expect we'll have further group meetings like that, but we're also having bilateral conversations with individual organisations who want to talk to us about some of the specific details, and individual organisations making putting forward proposals and providing us with data to help us make some of our determinations.
Since the multiple gas market interventions since this government's come in, have stakeholders for either portfolio, industry or resources, expressed alarm or concern to either the Minister, their officers or the Department around these kind of interventions, including the most recent domestic reservation policy?
So certainly stakeholders, some stakeholders have raised the risks of oversupply and want to understand further detail and want to understand analysis that sits behind a potential oversupply and how that will be managed by taking into account the existing contracts. And that's something that we're working through and that we hope to be able to provide them with information on. We also are obviously alive to the media commentary, which is, another form of, if you like, stakeholder feedback that we'll be taking on board and following up with the individual proponents.
Have some raised concerns about their ability, about their current viability and their ability to attract investment and continue their operations into the future?
So, Senator, so certainly there is a group, and I think we've named some of them here today, of domestic producers who are concerned about how a moderate oversupply of the market will impact them, and as I've said, and how that would affect their viability, and that's what we'll need to work through. Particularly in these early years where we'll be taking into account the existing contractual obligations that the exporters have, which we expect will moderate the amount of gas that will go into the system ahead of the years where we are actually expecting shortfall. But getting that visibility to the domestic producers to give them some more confidence about the extent of the potential oversupply is something that's on the top of our minds.
What about DFAT? Have they raised concerns from overseas trading partners?
We work with DFAT regularly, and DFAT and our own posts provide us with feedback on
have they raised
international
concerns?
Sentiment. I wouldn't characterise it as concern, Senator. I'd characterise it as feedback around around sentiment and the extent to which we need to further engage with some of those stakeholders on some of the detail. So in the same way...
Constructive feedback, we're going to call that, are we? Provided constructive feedback to the policy development.
Well, Senator, we engage with a whole range of Commonwealth agencies who provide us feedback.
You're not going to tell me when trading partners are raising concerns.
Senator, if I could also add, we've also had feedback and sometimes concerns raised about the ADGSM, the heads of agreement, the pricing provisions in the Code of Conduct by all sorts of stakeholders. And as part of this package, those layers of regulation will be removed.
Yes, replaced with something worse. That's hardly a step forward. Could I ask, I'm assuming you've seen the article from the Australian Financial Review yesterday of the South Korean gas company contradicting the government's claim that the scheme won't impact long-term gas sales. What do you say about that?
Well, it won't impact long-term gas agreements as per the government's announcement. Anything that has been that was in place from 22nd of December, before 22nd December 2025. So we look forward to continuing to talk to that company and other stakeholders to explain the government's policy position and to work through any detail that they need.
My understanding is that they are making the point about contracts that are coming off, the range of rolling contracts that are those companies have invested billions of dollars in order to secure. I assume the Prime Minister would have had some of this same feedback when he travelled to many countries seeking to secure diesel and fuel supply for Australia. How are you managing the alarm bells that are ringing out from our trading partners?
Well, I wouldn't classify it that way. We are very open in our engagements in conjunction with our colleagues at DFAT, with our international trading partners and governments related to those trading partners. We have, again, way back to the Future Gas Strategy and including the gas market review last year that led to the recommendation of a reservation policy, been engaged with foreign governments and trading partners. We made sure that at the time of the announcement by the government of the reservation policy most recently, and steps along the way that we have advised through our posts and as well as through DFAT contacts directly to those countries and to the relevant investors, as well as representatives here in Australia of those countries. So we continue to have an open dialogue with them, explaining the detail, hearing any issues that they think they have with the policy, and making sure that we continue to align with one of the Future Gas Strategy's tenets, which is to ensure Australia remains a reliable supply of gas into the future.
Well, KOGAS has said Korean energy security is closely tied to reliable Australian LNG supply, and yet we have talked this morning about lower than cost of production domestic prices. We're talking about diverting more and more export gas into the domestic market. Surely that means that will make Australia an unreliable LNG supplier.
Well, that's not the government's position, and that's not what we at the department are working towards achieving.
Has Minister King met with KOGAS when she had meetings with parties like Japan and South Korea?
Look, I'm not privy to all of the meetings that Minister King has, but I know that she regularly meets with her international counterparts. As to whether she's met a particular company representative from Korea at KOGAS, I don't know. I could take that on notice.
Has the government made a stakeholder management plan?
I have certainly seen a stakeholder management plan in terms of, we describe it as a communication plan for the government's announcement, yes.
Since the gas reservation percentage announcement was recently made, specifically, have any stakeholders raised concerns about how the government's decision has impacted their ability to enter gas contracts?
Since the government announced the 20%,
yes.
Senator, it's possible that they've made comments in the submissions process. I'd need to take on notice the specifics of that and take on notice whether or not that issue's been raised with the team more broadly. The particular issue of being able to enter into contracts right now hasn't been raised with me.
It hasn't been raised, all right. Since the gas reservation was made, has there been a concern raised from stakeholders specific to the government's capability to trade LNG supply security for liquid fuel that was so desperately short of at the moment?
Sorry, Senator, can you say that again?
Since the gas reservation announcement has been made, has there been a concern raised by stakeholders, specifically South Korea and Japan, to the government's capability to be able to securely supply LNG trade in return for liquid fuels?
Senator, not directly with myself. Yeah.
How about...
I can take on notice if the concern's been raised. I don't believe so, but I can take on notice if there's been any engagement that I'm not personally privy to. It would be unusual for us to have representation from another government that I wasn't privy to.
So, Minister, the Prime Minister has been to both South Korea and Japan trying to secure fuel supplies to Australia. Are you aware if he has been contacted by the Japanese government or South Korean government expressing concern over this policy?
Not that he's mentioned to me, Senator McDonald, but I do know that the Prime Minister has been on the record where he's talked about the importance of the quality and reliability of Australian agriculture, Australian resources and Australian gas has been critically important to assurances we have received for future supplies of petrol, diesel and fertiliser. In other words, our gas exports are directly linked to our national fuel security. So I do know he's on the record with those comments, which I think he made in a speech in Western Australia. I have to provide that detail.
So when the Prime Minister went to Western Australia, did he meet with Premier Cook to provide him with assurances that we wouldn't be breaking contracts in order to meet the 20% reservation policy?
I think you're in the wrong estimates for that one, Senator McDonald.
So my final question on this, Chair, this section. So you're saying to the department, Mr Jeremenko, that media reports of concerns from Asian trading partners are not accurate. That not one of these nations has raised concerns about their ability to receive LNG or trade fuel for it.
Well, Ms Chard has taken on notice whether any concerns have been raised, in a submission or something that may have come in while we've been sitting here today, because we're in the middle of the consultation process and the period to the end of the month. But I welcome this period and engagement by all stakeholders to raise concerns or to say what they like about the policy as well, to ensure that the government, that we can provide the government with advice that will allow them to finalise the detail.
Just on that, I'm sorry, Chair, this is my last one for this block. Is it true that the department has already begun instructing parliamentary drafters to draft gas market legislation?
Senator, it's not uncommon for the government for departments to start working on the frameworks of potential legislation, but nothing's been settled as such.
Right. So industry is hearing that there is drafting instructions being provided, but consultation is ongoing. Does that not mean that consultation is a bit pointless?
They're not inconsistent at all, Senator. So with a 1 July 2027 start date and with a whole process as we've touched on earlier today, involved with the Australian Energy Regulator giving advice to government and decisions being made by ministers, there needs to be lead time before 1 July. So the industry, I'm sure, would want the legislation settled as soon as possible. And so the government is making sure that we, and the department is ensuring that we work as fast as possible to line up all of these things, which is making sure that we are ready to assist the government with legislating at the same time as settling some of the details that are being consulted on. There's nothing unusual about that.
Do you remember the price intervention when the ink wasn't even dry on the printer when we received the legislation 15th of December, we voted on it the same day, and then the Minister had to provide exemptions to everybody in the market because it was such a disastrous piece of legislation. Let's hope we're not going to go down the same road.
Senator, can I also just kind of clarify an earlier statement? I have certainly seen, and I do know there's meetings being organised with some of our foreign state trading partners. So while I wouldn't characterise it as having had concerns raised with me directly, there's definitely an appetite to engage and discuss the detail.
Thank you. Senator Canavan, and perhaps I think if you don't take up your whole 10 minutes, I think Senator Smith has just got one question, and then we'll go to Senator Wishwell.
Thank you, Chair. I had some questions on the same topic, and if they've been asked earlier, just let me know. I can review the evidence. Just on this reservation scheme, so an LNG exporter can contract with other parties to meet its obligations, subject to an additionality test. My sort of question is, what additionality from when?
So, Senator, the proposal, the draft proposal that we've put forward is canvassing the idea that you could purchase gas from the domestic market, but only where you could demonstrate that that was gas in addition to what the domestic market was already providing into the market. So what we want to avoid is that the domestic supply obligation from exporters effectively cannibalises what is already being provided into the domestic market.
So my question though is, we're doing this midstream, so to speak. All of the major LNG exporters on the East Coast have been going now for over a decade, I believe, something like that. So, and many of them, not all, but some of them, would argue that they, when they developed their gas fields, they were net contributors to the domestic market. Will they get credit for the extra gas they brought in online to the domestic market in net terms 10, 12, 14 years ago? Or does it have to be additional from today?
So, Senator, the proposal is that when the obligation comes into place, that each exporter will have an equitable obligation of 20%, subject to them being able to apply for a variation based on honouring their existing contracts and infrastructure constraints.
So that when you say date into effect, that's proposed to be July 1 next year. That's correct?
That's correct, yeah.
So I'm just wondering here, so if you've had, and I'm not going to name names, right? We don't have to, but you've got an LNG investor that has spent billions of dollars. It contributed in net terms to Australia's domestic gas security. That is, they produce more gas from their fields and they end up exporting. They don't get any credit for that. They have to start again from 1st of July next year and provide retrospectively, effectively, another 20% of their LNG exports to the domestic market. Is that how I'm reading your evidence?
No, Senator. So their obligation to supply the 20% DSO wouldn't be on top of what they're already providing into the market. Some of the exporters that
I just missed that, would not be on top? Or?
It would not be on top of what an exporter is already providing into the domestic market. So some of our exporters aren't too far off already providing.
Okay, so that's where I get my 20%. My 20% figure. When I said additional, kind of is additional from the time they started.
The additionality issue.
Not 1st July next year.
The additionality issue that you raised goes to if an exporter wanted to meet their obligation by purchasing gas from domestic producers, they would have to demonstrate that that was gas in addition to what was already going into the system from a domestic producer. But an exporter who is already providing a level of gas into the system, that would certainly be taken into account. It's not 20% on top of what an exporter might already be providing into the market.
So some of these entities are sort of consortia. So when you say contracting with a third party, how are you handling any relationships they have within the consortium? Is that a third party or is that part of their...
Yeah, so that's... So this goes to one of the elements where there has been some public commentary on around how we define the exporter that has the regulatory obligation on them. Right. One of the exporters in Australia is an unincorporated joint venture, and we need to work through the most appropriate entity to hold the obligation in that case. There is some complexity in that we're working through.
You said what some of the entities are one or some are close to meeting their DSO with a 20%. So how much extra gas does this represent compared to baseline?
So, Senator, and this was covered earlier before you were here, but if we applied the 20% of LNG exports obligation on the East Coast, so I'd need to take that exact question for you on notice.
Was it answered before or not?
The reason it wasn't answered in quite that way, and the reason that I need to take it on notice is because the gross domestic supply last year was 90 petajoules, but that accounts for the fact that some of our LNG exporters put much more than that into the system and net, but in the net they take from the system.
Just what was that 90 petajoules, or just what gross supply?
So that's LNG gross domestic supply into the system last year.
LNG gross. So that's supply from the LNG exporters?
That's total. So if you look across all exporters, noting that some put much more in than that and some take much more than that.
Right, so it's a net figure across the three.
It's a gross figure. The net figure is negative.
Right, okay. And so that's just what they supply to the domestic market?
That is, and that 90 is on the East Coast.
Yes.
It's, if you take into account WA and look at a total figure, the LNG gross domestic supply is 354 petajoules.
Right, okay. All right, thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Smith. There's a couple of minutes left.
Just returning to the matter of the drafting instructions, were the drafting instructions part of the Cabinet decision that was taken, or were the drafting instructions made after the 7th of May announcement?
It's not ordinary course that drafting instructions would go to Cabinet.
So after the 7th of May?
I don't have that detail, Senator. I'm not sure whether Ms Chard does, but obviously the policy had to be settled in a Cabinet context.
Correct.
And then...
but the drafting instructions is a very conscious and deliberate process necessary in order to trigger the drafting of legislation. Hence, I'm curious to know on what date were the drafting instructions made?
Oh, I don't have that, but we can take that on notice and get you that detail.
Yeah, we can take the timeframe on notice, Senator.
In earlier evidence, you discussed at a high level the ACIL Allen work. When was ACIL Allen commissioned to do their work as part of the analysis that Mr Jeremenko mentioned earlier?
Yeah, so it stems, Senator, from the recommendations of the gas market review, which was released by the government in December last year, and one of those recommendations being the reservation. And then Ms Osolinsky will have the detail.
Thank you. The contract was executed on the 29th of September 2025 and will conclude on the 27th of November 2026.
So the work they are doing for the gas reservation policy is an extension of the work that they were doing more broadly around gas market options, rather than it being a new contract specifically for the gas reservation policy initiative. It's a continuation of their work. Is that correct?
Yes. We contracted them as the gas reservation, as the gas review was well in train.
Yep.
And being finalised, and we're expecting work to then kick off in the next stage.
So was there a contract renewal step or steps in that process?
Yes, so we have undertaken a contract renewal. So the original cost of the analysis was $289,698. You didn't ask, but I just read that off the page because it was there.
Great, thank you.
I'll be completely honest with that one. Anyway, and it was originally...
I'm working on the assumption that all of your responses are completely... So if at any point they need to be dishonest, just let me know.
I will. Thank you very much. Thank you,
Yep.
Senator. Thank you. And we varied the contract in early 2026. And we did this because we were progressing as part of the consultation, and adjusted the modelling to match the principles published as part of the gas market review. And when we did that as well, we did extend the total cost under that contract.
And you extended the total cost from $289,000 to
$358,788 plus some change.
Okay. Sorry to labour this point. So ACL Allen was engaged on what date originally?
Originally, we executed the contract on the 29th of September 2025.
Thank you. And then the first contract extension was executed on what date?
I don't have the date here, but we published the variation on the 5th of May.
Right.
That would happen very soon after the variation, so I can tell you it was within a week or so of that date.
And there's only been one variation extension to the 29th of the 9th, 2025 contract?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I've just got a couple more follow-up questions around the viability or effectiveness of offshore carbon capture and storage at commercial scale. I've just asked some questions around Gorgon and Barrow Island. Mr. Jeremenko, are you or sorry, is it Mrs. or Mrs. Shard? Apologies.
Mrs.
Mrs. Shard, thank you. Are you aware of a report by the International Energy Agency and Financial Analysis conducted a global review of 13 flagship CCS projects in 2022 and found that of those 13, they covered a range of sectors and countries, and that it's represented roughly half of global CCS capacity. Of the 13 projects, only 3 achieved their targets. 2 projects failed, 1 was suspended after 4 years of operation, 5 projects material underperformed their own targets, and 2 projects provided no performance data. Are you familiar with that report?
I'm not personally familiar with it, but I'm sure my team would be familiar with the report.
Okay. Then they conducted a review of the 2 of the 3 successful projects based in Norway and found they face significant challenges. Are you familiar with the challenges faced by the CCS, the long-established CCS projects in Norway?
I have some understanding of those challenges, Senator, in the broad, not the specific.
I mean, they're some of the most scrutinised carbon capture and storage projects on the planet, and they've faced, severe geological, technical and financial problems over many years. I suppose my point is, with 11 projects on the cards here for Australia, I'm still unsure as to how, even though I heard earlier that approvals for CCS projects may happen alongside approvals for extraction, like in the case of Browse, whether they're going to be connected in the approval process. I'm not quite sure.
So, Senator, when my colleague was talking about the relationship between them, when a project when a gas project or an oil and gas project is being considered and it's and it is being granted a licence, there are environmental considerations as part of their application process. Part of those environmental considerations go to how they will be managing their carbon emissions, and under the safeguard mechanism they'll need to demonstrate what their strategies are to reduce their emissions. One of their strategies may be a CCS project, but the CCS project is actually separately assessed under the regulatory regime, so that is the only relationship, is that in granting a licence for an oil and gas project, you may need to be able to demonstrate your strategies to mitigate your carbon emissions.
Okay, so if I've got this right, then an oil and gas project could be approved because a CCS project's been approved, but it's not possible for a new oil and gas project like Browse to be rejected on the basis of problems with its CCS.
Senator, maybe I can sort of provide a little bit more. Part of the approval process for a petroleum project includes the field development plan, which is approved by the Joint Authority. Now, the field development plan would consider the interconnection with the CCS project if that was proposed. So there would be a level of consideration as part of the approval of the development plan for the petroleum as to how that might interact with the greenhouse gas and CCS project.
Right, and there would also be the overlay with the safeguard mechanism in terms of... And what about other environmental issues that have surfaced around CCS, like risks of leakage or impurities in the CO2 that's injected, and other factors, seismicity, I think the term's used for these projects. So how are they part of they would be assessed as part of the extraction project or part of the CCS project?
As you've identified, Senator, there are a few projects globally that are active. Our technical people actively engage with the regulatory people in both the United Kingdom and Norway to share knowledge and experience across the greenhouse gas and CCS to inform some of those assessments and decision-making processes.
But do you accept, Mr Taylor, that there's no cookie-cutter approach to this? Each geological structure is different, has its own technical issues. So looking at 11 different projects offshore in Australia, there's a guide from you what's happened overseas, but it's not necessarily going to address the risks to these individual sites. And how do you account for that?
Each project will have its individual considerations. And that is part of the regulatory approval process that we're undertaking, starting with that declaration of storage formation. So understanding those geological setting in which the project may proceed. And yes, each one will have different characteristics, and each project will need to account for those differently in the way they plan their project and the way they would propose to execute it.
So like a project like Bayu-Undan it's got like, I think, a 700-kilometre pipeline if it proceeds to a CCS with a CCS, a carbon capture and storage side project. Who would assess that? Would that be based? Would you look at something like Gorgon, that's in some ways a much simpler project than that, a lower risk project, and look at the success of that and apply that to the Bayu-Undan proposal? Well,
of course, Bayu-Undan is outside of our jurisdiction, so we wouldn't be considering that project.
Because it's across, did the sea dumping bill...
It's a domestic, it's an onshore project rather than an offshore. The Commonwealth only regulates the offshore proposals. Now, the Department of Climate Change in their environmental assessments may have a role in assessing environmental implications associated with onshore projects, but our department only deals with the licensing and the regulation of offshore projects.
Okay. Just one more question on this before I've just got just one other area to cover. I mean, is the goal here like decarbonisation of our energy system, like by looking at a way to capture carbon from fossil fuels? And, you know, given the technicalities and the costs of these projects, wouldn't it be simpler to just transition to renewable energy if you wanted to decarbonise our energy systems? Isn't this a smokescreen to develop more fossil fuels? Would that be a fair assumption?
Well, Senator, the future gas strategy made quite clear the government's position that gas has an important role as a transition fuel in Australia. The carbon capture and storage is an important option for those entities who are engaging in those kind of projects to put forward as part of their strategy to meet their safeguard obligations and reduce their emissions.
Okay. Look, probably just a question for you, Minister, before I finish up. I understand recently the government's opened nominations for offshore petroleum exploration in Victoria and Tasmania. I think the date was 7th of May. Excuse me. And those areas, companies can nominate for future potential offshore petroleum exploration acreage release in the Gippsland and Bass Basins before 19th of June 2026. Are you familiar, Minister, with the previous TGS seismic acquisition proposal for this area?
No, I don't believe so. Sorry, Senator Whish-Wilson.
It was one of the biggest seismic programs in our nation's history, but TGS walked away from that in September last year. They walked away from that proposal. Coinciding with that proposal, there was significant community protest across the coast in Victoria, and a number of coastal communities, surfers and other ocean lovers paddled out to protest the what was going to be, I think, the biggest seismic program in Australia's history. I don't know if you noted it, but your member for Corangamite said this was because of community opposition, and she congratulated the community for their advocacy. Why is your government still considering opening up new areas of ocean to oil and gas exploration in a time of climate emergency, when we should be transitioning to clean energy, which I know you're also doing, but why do you persist with this strategy of ignoring the International Energy Agency when they say leave all new fossil fuel projects in the ground?
Thanks, Senator Whish-Wilson, and obviously the government have committed to the future gas strategy that acknowledges that gas is going to play an important role in our transition to a cleaner economy. We obviously are pursuing a rollout of renewable energy to enable us to help meet that target, but there's obviously going to be a need for gas into the future. Victoria is one place that's been identified that is going to have a shortfall in coming years. So we are doing the responsible thing as a government to ensure that we're able to meet that. The work that we're doing in the reservation scheme is obviously a part of that, but we believe that there's other opportunities as well, hence the offshore release. I don't know if the department wished to add any more detail to that.
Certainly, Senator. So the government does recognise community concerns around maritime seismic surveys. There is an expectation that permittees fully utilise any existing data and processing techniques before they can propose a new seismic acquisition. So there's guidance to support any permittees. The expectation is that they fully exhaust all existing seismic data before they undertake any new one. before an environment, so if part of their program is to undertake new seismic activity, they need to submit an environmental plan for that, and the survey activity needs to be accepted. There is a process.
I'm familiar with that process, but I suppose having been at some of those paddle-outs myself and been very proud to stand with my tribe opposing these projects. The community's opposing them not just because of the risks of seismic acquisitions, which we're learning more about all the time, including a fishery recently that 99% of which vanished not far from that coastline following a seismic acquisition, but also they just don't want new oil and gas projects opening up in a time of climate emergency. And to quote Libby Coker, the member for Corangamite, she said, with more than 30,000 submissions made on the TTS proposal and thousands of people attending protests across Victoria's southwest coast, Federal member for Corangamite, Libby Moka, called the decision to withdraw this application a testament to community advocacy. Shouldn't we be listening to the community and their concerns on climate change and stop opening up new oil and gas projects in our ocean and transition as rapidly as possible to clean energy?
I think we have set out our ambitious targets on clean energy, Senator Wish-Wilson, but we've also got to balance that, obviously, with our responsibilities around ensuring that transition is done effectively, because I think that if it's not, then we would lose community support on something like that. We've identified that gas does have a role to play in that transition. That's why we do need to ensure that we do have an adequate supply to meet any future shortfall, and that's why we're taking the decisions that we have.
Thank you.
Could talk about this till the cows come home. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just want to go back to the gas reservation. How many meetings have been held with gas producing companies since the 25th of May?
Since the 25th of May, Senator, there's been 2 roundtables, each of those roundtables with over 90 participants. Right. There's been 1 bilateral meeting that I've personally been involved in, and there are a range of others that my team and our colleagues from DQ may have also undertaken or are in train being organised. There's quite a schedule going forward. So I could take on notice anything beyond those, the 2 roundtables and the single bilateral that I've personally been involved in.
Thank you, Ms Shard. I think it was probably more those individual meetings that I was curious about. My observation is that people don't tend to speak in groups if there is significant commercial interests, or particularly if they're ASX listed or so forth.
They have been fairly vocal. But
have
yes,
they?
I take your point.
There you go. That's excellent. They're providing you constructive feedback.
Absolutely.
Are there any manufacturers who've expressed concerns to either the minister in the portfolio, their officers or the department since the intervention last year?
I'd have to take it on notice, Senator McDonald.
Are you aware of any, Ms Shard, from manufacturers?
Since last year. Mm-hmm. So our colleagues in the industry part of the division engage with the manufacturers on a more regular basis than myself. Not since December directly to myself, but again, I'd have to have a look at the what's come in through the submissions processes that have been open. So, Senator, I'll that's a very roundabout way of saying to you, I'll take that on notice.
Okay.
The manufacturers, Senator, have not been shy at putting their views in the public domain.
No.
So we've certainly seen those, and they're expressing a degree of support. But I'm not privy to actual submissions. I'm sure they'll come in.
Yes, sure. Yes, I hope they're just alive to the possibility that today's support may be tomorrow's no gas supply for them. So, has the government or department consulted the Queensland government, and if so, when?
Senator, yes, we have consulted with the Queensland Government. If you just give me a moment, so between July and August, we met with the Queensland Government, and I'd need to take on notice the specific dates and number of times. So certainly, Senator, I can confirm that between July and August, we've met with the Queensland Government. I just need to take on notice specific dates and times. I expect that we've met with Queensland officials since then also, but just in terms of what I have at hand in relation to the consultation on the gas review and the gas reservation.
Has Queensland received the same sort of assurances that Western Australia or the Northern Territory have been given?
So all of our state partners have been engaged in discussions around the fact that it was the intention to deliver a national scheme and that we would seek to work with them to ensure that any existing schemes could be complementary and work in concert with the federal reservation scheme.
Sure. I mean, we've heard quite a bit of evidence today about the Western Australian Premier and by extension those companies being given assurances that their contracts won't be affected. I've heard evidence this afternoon that the Northern Territory Government will have some assurance around the infrastructure restrictions from the Northern Territory East. And so I'm just...
Well, Senator, I wouldn't characterise that as assurances. The government policy is that we will respect existing contracts, and that's been part of the government policy behind the gas reservation since it was first put forward in earnest in December 2025. The government's repeatedly reaffirmed that its intention to honour existing contracts. In the reservation design that was announced or that was released at least in May, and in our subsequent discussions, we've made clear to stakeholders that we would seek to take into account any infrastructure constraints.
So, Minister King said, it is national, no one is exempt. We will go through a process with the Cook Government, Western Australia, and the Northern Territory Government and how it applies to them. It just feels to me like Queensland is the one that disproportionately is going to bear the load of supplying the East Coast domestic market. Have you done analysis on the impact that this policy will have on Queensland's gas royalties?
So, Senator, as part of the analysis that's been undertaken, there has been consideration of the potential impact of royalties, and there will continue to be a level of analysis as we refine the details of the design.
Has the department modelled impacts on PRRT payable to the Commonwealth from implementing the domestic gas reservation scheme?
Senator, those kind of implications have been factored into our analysis to date and will continue to be factored in as we work through the detail of the design.
Can that modelling be tabled?
Senator, that analysis is a work in progress, as we've mentioned previously. It's not finalised analysis. It's analysis that's being continually refined on the back of our engagement with stakeholders and as we moderate the design in response to stakeholder feedback.
If regulated entities must physically supply gas to buyers in the domestic market, what safeguards will be in place to avoid gas buyers holding out for uncompetitive prices or conditions of supply?
Senator, there are complementary market reforms that are being considered and consulted on at the same time as the gas reservation. Those questions are probably better directed to my colleagues in DQ about how the market mechanisms will work, but we're very minded that there will need to be measures in place to ensure that there is fair trading and not unreasonable behaviour in the trading.
Has the department identified that the East Coast gas market is fully supplied to 2029?
Senator, I probably need to refer to my colleague.
Well, while colleagues might be coming to the table, the advice from the ACCC, pardon me, is that there will be shortfalls 2029, 2030, so we rely on that advice as well.
So by extension, that would mean that the East Coast market is fully supplied to 2030?
Senator, if you just give my colleague a moment, she can run through.
I believe East Coast in 2029 is when the first shortfall warning is there.
The way we look at the reports is to understand when there will be temporary shortfalls due to seasonal shortfalls is what we call them, due to demand in winter exceeding the potential supply versus annual shortfalls. Mr Geramenko has referred to the current expected date of annual shortfalls commencing on the East Coast being from 2029, but we do face seasonal shortfalls before that date.
So we're going to see the domestic gas reservation commence from the 1st of January 2027.
July.
So Senator,
I'm sorry, July, 1st of July 2027, thank you.
And Senator, I've mentioned previously that in the early years we're expecting the supply to be moderated by the fact that we'll take into account exporters' existing contracts and the existing supply constraints. So what we need to be working through as we're undergoing the consultation is to get really granular in what's they're currently supplying to the market. That helps ensure that the market is currently sufficiently supplied, what they've got tied up in their long-term contracts, which, as I mentioned previously, quite conveniently roll off around the same time as the predicted shortfalls and their proposals to address the infrastructure constraints. So we do recognise that the market is relatively well supplied under current arrangements, and that supply aligns with the timing of contracts rolling off.
So if you're a trading partner who has a contract to date who was thinking, oh, good-o, I'll roll that over in 2030, there's a fair degree of uncertainty about that now, isn't there?
Oh, well, Senator, I would imagine that there'll be an enormous amount of clarity in that when the legislation is introduced and passed, which would be well before 2030.
Not good clarity, I would suggest. Can I ask you, how did the government decide 20% was the right setting to guarantee this modest oversupply? The consultation paper proposed 15 to 25%. You must have a terrific model that shows that 20% is the right number.
So, Senator, I've also mentioned previously that there are a balance of competing interests, ensuring the predicted shortfalls are managed, ensuring a modest oversupply to put downward pressure on prices, giving the market certainty they need to support investment, but giving also ourselves certainty that the predicted shortfalls can be managed. avoiding an oversupply of gas by exporters in a way that undermines the domestic market, and ensuring equity of supply across the LNG providers.
Okay. I just want to turn back to some questions that I had. Oh, sure.
Just a question, just on the 20%. So if the point at which modest oversupply is achieved at 20%, what was the percentage at which equilibrium between supply and demand was reached?
Senator,
18, 19?
I would need to take that on notice.
20.5?
I would need to take that on notice.
Thank you.
Secretary, I just want to go back to our discussion yesterday on the impact analysis of the CGT and negative gearings to startups. The Senate will be conducting an inquiry into these changes and has limited time to consider them. Just want to note your concerns about anything historical being subject to the budget process and the significant impact of these changes to startups and innovative businesses. Can you make a commitment here today for the department to provide a written submission to that inquiry containing analysis of the impacts and to appear if requested?
Chair, I'll just interrupt here. Look, I understand that this has been done in an amicable way today, but this is not a question that belongs in this estimate session. The Senator had opportunity to ask questions around these matters yesterday, obviously didn't take the chance. So I'd ask that that question not be allowed today because it's got nothing to do with what's before us today from a departmental point of view.
All right, Secretary. Noting your concerns about historical things being subject to the budget process and the significant impact of these changes to exploration and small mining businesses, would you make a commitment here today for the department to provide a written submission to that inquiry containing analysis of the impacts and to appear if requested?
Senator, I'm sorry, I'm not across the specifics of the inquiry that I know you've mentioned it today.
The tax inquiry, the one that we've talked about.
The committees. I'm not aware of the committee's scope around. You've mentioned it today. I haven't got that level of detail in front of me. I can give you a commitment that we will consider it as a department and consider how we can best support that committee's inquiry, and whether that is in the form of a written submission or us appearing. We routinely appear and routinely provide submissions where we think that we have contributions to make, and that's how we would approach it. And I think that's the extent of how as far as I can go today, noting that I would be talking with colleagues across the department, given the scope and the sectors that are engaged in that inquiry.
Okay, well, I'll just make the point that it is this committee that will be holding the inquiry on the 15th and 16th of June. Incredibly short notice, so submissions are going to be valuable because we will have limited time to hear from relevant people. But perhaps if you're uncertain about the impact that the changes will make on your stakeholders, whether they be on innovation and tech startups and startups in industry, or whether they be in exploration and small miners that we've been talking about today, that they should contact you and ask you to make representation on their behalf as a relevant secretary.
And Senator, absolutely we will consider, as we would ordinarily do, we consider inquiries, we make a decision about whether it's a submission or whether we appear, and who appears and those sorts of things. So we will absolutely do that, and we'll consider it as a board in terms of how we best provide advice through to the committee.
Terrific. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. So that concludes the questions for Program 1.3, Minerals and Resources, Oil and Gas. So I would now invite representatives from the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority.
Chair, can I just confirm, so Minerals and Resources and Oil and Gas can leave,
Yes.
and we will come back. We'll do NOPSEMA and then we'll do the remainder of 1.3.
That's
Great.
right.
Thank you.
Senator, I do have a minor correction. Is it possible for me to make that correction now?
Sure. Why don't you do that now while the NOPSEMA people join us?
Thank you very much. A number of times today I've referenced the 315 petajoule shortfall in 2031. It's in fact 2032 that specific shortfall occurs.
Thanks for that, Ms Shard. Thank you for your patience, team. I would now like to welcome representatives from the National Offshore Petroleum Safety and Environmental Management Authority. Welcome Ms McCarry, Chief Executive Officer. Would you like to make an opening statement?
Thank you, Chair. I won't make an opening statement, but I believe we've tabled one for you.
Okay, thank you. We'll get that circulated to the committee, and I'll go to Senator McDonald first for questions. And if we can, I'm going to warn people at 10 minutes so that we can try and catch up some time. We're running a bit late.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms McGarry. Lovely to see you and your officials. DQ announced that artificial intelligence will be used to speed up housing and energy projects awaiting environmental approvals. Will NOPSEMA be using AI within the approval process?
Thank you, Senator. We are actually, we have a project underway where we're just commencing piloting where we can use AI. So particularly in those early stages where we're doing early checks of environment plans in particular, where we actually do checks for completeness. We believe that's where we think AI can actually help shorten timeframes on those approvals. Of course, decisions need to still be made by employees of NOPSEMA under their delegations, and as we know, the law requires that they turn their mind to the information that's in front of them in order to make those decisions. So that will still occur later on, but we do believe, and we're piloting now, where we might be able to use it, particularly in those earlier stages, which can help speed up the process.
Yeah, given that we've heard in previous estimates that applications are now stretching to 30,000 pages, this seems like a very good idea. Do you have any sense of what sort of timeframe reductions that we might be able to expect?
Senator, that'll be part of the pilot, so we'll obviously be checking that to see what we can do. But certainly in those early stages, just even working through a large document, and we've really only had one in excess of 30,000 pages, so that's not the norm, thankfully. But we do know in those early stages, just to be able to do that completeness check against the regulations and what the regulations require is something that can take quite a substantial period of time to actually get through the documentation. So they're the sort of areas that we believe that AI could assist. But at this stage, we're piloting and we'll have fairly strict governance over that pilot as well, including people like our General Counsel, to ensure that we continue to meet the requirements of the law, both in regards to the regs but also in how we make decisions.
Excellent. In the budget, $4.9 million was allocated to modernise offshore resources regulation to support gas investment and help mitigate supply shortfalls, including providing more clarity on the consultation requirements for offshore resource approvals. What will this money be used for?
I think that $4.9 million would be an allocation to DISA, is my understanding.
Oh, not to NOPSEMA?
No, Senator.
No, that is to the department.
Oh.
I've just let my experts go, but I'll be able to give you a little bit of information on that when I pull up my brief in a moment.
Terrific, because I'm a big fan of money going to the people who do the job, not the department to oversee the people who do the job.
You don't mean that.
What does modernise offshore resources regulation to support gas investment and help mitigate supply shortfalls mean? What is getting modernised?
Look, again, I'd have to defer that that's sort of policy work being undertaken by the department.
Right. Well, hopefully they assist you, Ms McGarry, in speeding up your approvals and modernising, hey? I'll leave that to come back, Mr Jeremenko, to come back to me. Thank you. We've got a budget allocation of... OK, no, I'm going to come back with a bunch of questions to Mr Jeremenko there. Ms McGarry, how many offshore acreage releases have been announced since 2022?
Look, again, Senator, we don't deal with the acreage releases. That is NOPTA as a part of DISA, so I don't actually have historical figures. I know about the more recent announcement from the Minister, but acreage releases are actually undertaken by DISA and NOPTA is a part of that and ministerial decision. So we actually come in after a title has been awarded, then our regulatory role picks up around safety, environmental management and well integrity. But the actual acreage release is actually NOPTA and DISA.
Maybe that'll be part of the modernisation that Mr Jeremenko is doing.
I've just tried to make sure my official hasn't left the building because we've just let them go, and then these questions, we will have the answers. But
oh, I'm sorry. Please apologise to the officials, but
I'm sure she's not far.
It is an important part of the questions. Thank you. All right. Well, I'll have some more questions around those offshore acreage releases for you too. Well, Ms McGarry, do you have any feedback? We take constructive feedback at this committee. Ms NOPSEMA has had any feedback in relation to the regularity of offshore acreage releases?
I don't, Senator. I'm aware of discussions that occur, but I don't get direct feedback in relation to that. I think particularly the industry are pretty clear that that's actually a NOPTA role, so those conversations would occur with NOPTA.
Sure. We had some discussion earlier about seismic testing. How critical is seismic to the continued exploration of offshore gas reserves and the discovery of suitable offshore carbon capture and storage locations, as well as, of course, new gas reserves?
Look, it is. It's a really important part of a number of stages. It is about the location of oil and gas reserves, but what is often not discussed is its role in ensuring safe drilling of oil and gas reserves. So seismic surveys do provide information on where the reserves are, but also where the most likely area is that drilling needs to occur. And it gives some indication to those doing that drilling task of what pressure may be found in the reserve. And the drilling task is actually designed around what they believe or estimate that pressure to be. So it is actually an important task that's undertaken, not just to actually locate oil and gas reserves, but also to feed information into that drilling process.
As the department comes in post-acreage release, has there been less departmental process work undertaken in recent years with fewer releases? Of course, when I say departmental, I mean NOPSEMA.
Oh, for NOPSEMA?
Yeah.
Look, we certainly are seeing less permissioning documents and assessments coming in for seismic than we have in past years, seismic and development. But of course, we have also had two major projects which have been in the development and now in the operating stage in Scarborough and Barossa. So they are two major projects. There are also a number of other projects around which are additional wells or tiebacks to existing facilities. So there's still a fair bit of work that's actually occurring out there in the industry.
Is feeding information into drilling processes, is that something that could also be modernised to support gas investment through the use of AI?
I don't I think they may be starting to use that, but I may actually hand over to Mr Blair, if that's okay, who has more expertise in this area.
Yeah, Graham Blair, Deputy Chief Executive Officer for Regulatory Operations. Yes, Senator McDonald, the answer is very clear on that, and that's primarily in the hands of the operators, the duty holders, the large companies. They're investing heavily in all technologies that can optimise and make drilling or pursuit of hydrocarbon resources as efficient as possible.
Well, that's terrific news, isn't it? That's exciting. Mr Jeremenko, I see that we have dragged your department officials back. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to do that to you.
So if we can maybe just take briefly the Modernising Offshore Resources Regime budget measure, 4.9 million. So it's about reducing regulatory uncertainty, speeding up approvals, supporting investment, including clarifying consultation rules around offshore petroleum and CCS.
What will the money be used for? $4.9 million.
Thank you, Senator. So, as you're aware, we received funding back in 2023 to undertake work on an environmental management review and CCS review. Those reviews conclude on the 30th of June. The $4.9 million that's announced is both in the implementation of those reviews, including consultation with stakeholders in consideration of the EPBC Act reforms which were passed last year, as well as looking at a framework for underground petroleum storage to support East Coast gas shortfalls.
Very good. So could I summarise from that what is getting modernised is storage?
Yes, Senator.
Would you just summarise that for me again?
So it will be underground petroleum storage, or looking into a framework for underground storage, and implementation of the Environment Management Review and the CCS review, including the consultation reforms, streamlining regulatory approvals. So under the Offshore Petroleum Greenhouse Gas Storage Act, Senator.
Oh, thank you. How time flies when you're having fun. That's exactly right, Chair. How much money will that cost? I know 4.9's been allocated, but do you expect to expend all of that?
Yes, Senator.
And so is that money going towards staff, expertise, people?
ASL, Senator, yes.
ASL, okay. And what does providing more clarity mean? Is that more consultation, or how do you see more clarity working?
So I think there's a range of areas that have been identified in the regime throughout the reviews where there's a level of ambiguity. Certainly, as you're aware, the consultation requirements that we identified were one of those areas. That level of uncertainty in the regime makes it more difficult for proponents to engage with the regime and to comply, but also the stakeholders that are invested in those projects. So it is to make a number of amendments through the regime to tighten that up.
Chair, I've got about another 5 minutes on this topic. Do you want me to keep going, or do you want me to pass the call and come back?
We're breaking at 4:30. That's in 8 minutes. So why don't we come back to you, and if you can...
Okay, that means we'll keep the department
minutes.
officials after the break then?
Yes.
That's all I'm clarifying. Okay.
Off you go. Thank you.
Thanks. I just want to ask whether NOPSEM has read the new article in the journal Marine Environmental Research, independent peer-reviewed paper around the impact of the seismic survey off Lakes Entrance on the whiting fishery.
Yep. Yes, Senator, we have, and certainly our Chief Environmental Scientist stays across all of that peer-reviewed research.
Okay, and what's your comment about that?
Look, I'll give an overall comment, and then I'm happy to pass to Mr. Greed. Generally, with any research that comes out, including research associated with seismic surveys, when environment plans are actually submitted to us, they're assessed on a case-by-case basis, and they're assessed taking into account what the latest research is that is available. So if new peer-reviewed journal research has actually come out, then that is taken into account as part of the environment plan process, and the duty holder must address those issues within their environment plan. But Mr Grebe may be able to add to that.
Oh, I'm particularly interested in whether you're going to use this new research in future in terms of your environmental plans.
Thank you, Senator. Cameron Grebe, Deputy Chief Executive Officer, Strategic Regulation and Improvement. We're certainly aware of the research and continue to monitor research that's produced and relevant for environmental impacts of offshore petroleum, both here in Australia and overseas. The research you mentioned relates to studies of an impact from an actual seismic survey in the Gippsland Basin conducted several years ago.
CGG was the company?
Correct,
French
yes.
company?
Gippsland Seismic Survey, correct. And those impacts were actually expected and predicted as part of the environment plan that was approved for the activity. And the environment plan for that activity included a loss adjustment protocol which addressed the impact on the commercial losses incurred in the fishing industry. As the study, that particular study, which is concurs with other studies conducted on demersal fish species, show that the main impact is displacement of fish. They swim away from the seismic source.
So that didn't surprise you that fish would swim away from such a loud noise?
No, it's well established, Senator.
Okay. But you directed CGG following the initial results back in 2019-20 to compensate the fishing industry.
The environment plan,
because they didn't do that.
So, Senator, the environment plan for the activity was only approved after CGG committed to a control measure to address the impact on the commercial feature of those fish species, which was a loss adjustment protocol. Through the implementation of that environment plan, as is usual, we monitored compliance through inspections and identified that the title holder wasn't properly implementing the controls in an effective manner, and we did undertake enforcement for them to make changes to that
Just
loss
out of interest,
adjustment.
did they do that? Because I remember that was kind of voluntary. These things were voluntary and probably still are.
No, it wasn't voluntary. It was a requirement under their environment plan. So we issued an enforcement. It was either general direction or improvement notice at some time ago now. But we undertook an enforcement to require them to make changes and improvements to that loss adjustment. Okay. And I think they paid out loss adjustment amounts in excess of $4 million to address the impact. Those impacts and that loss adjustment was because they couldn't mitigate and avoid those impacts through other means.
And I think, as Mr Grebe said, it's really important to understand that any commitments that they make through their environment plan or safety case or well operations plan to address risk is actually legally binding on them, and that's our inspection program is ensuring that duty holders abide by those.
So I do remember asking NOPSEMA at the time if they were surprised, and I got the same response that Cameron's just given about fish will swim away from noise. But were you surprised that the study showed that 9 months later the fishery still hadn't recovered? In fact, there's still been 99% of the fishery had not come back.
I think, Senator, I'm not sure the study looked at the abundance and distribution of fish across the entire fishery, and it's a very large fishery. I'm aware that the study showed...
Are you talking about the southeast trawl in general? Or
southeast trawl in general is a large...
It's just off Lakes Entrance.
A large fishery, but certainly in those areas, it's not unusual where fish behaviour changes to avoid sound that they may take some time to return. So, yes, aware of that. Studies internationally have identified that there is a lag in time before fish return to all areas.
Okay, I'm just interested. Can you remember what the sound propagation levels were for that particular seismic survey?
I definitely cannot remember that, Senator. Right. We have a great submission.
Bloody loud would be.
Well, I'll take that on
description
notice.
of it. But I'm interested in the Eureka seismic survey or seismic acquisition off Western Australian coast. NOPSEMA has approved that recently, I understand, perhaps a couple of months ago. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator.
Okay, and what's your understanding of the expected sound level, the propagation level for that survey?
Look, again, Senator, specific sound levels, I think I'd need to get back to you on notice on that issue. In relation to the approval, the EP was approved for that activity certainly before the demersal fishing ban was implemented by the Western Australian Government. Pilot have actually formally notified us that they don't intend to go forward with that seismic survey.
They have they?
They have not. They've notified us that they do not intend, and they will actually, their window of when they were going to undertake that survey will no longer be there, so they'll have to resubmit and get the EP reassessed in the future should they decide to undertake seismic in the future, and that would also have to take into consideration some of the information that's been put out by the WA Government. Okay, and that's in specifically the WA, the EPA, unassessed impacts on Western Australian species such as demersal scalefish, including dewfish and snapper, western rock lobster, etc. I mean, my understanding that's 255 decibels that they've been approved to.
It's all right.
Senator,
accuracy, we'll take that one on notice.
We can take the sound levels on notice, but Senator, I think you're going towards some research that's published by Department of Primary Industries in Western Australia and that relates to the state of the fishery. That will be taken into account. And but as Ms McCarry said, that wasn't available at the time the EP was...
Just for Senator's interest, can you tell us how loud 255 decibels is? Can you give us some comparisons?
Well, it depends which unit of measure you're
Okay, let's talk about in the ocean.
You're going to have to hold it over. We're going to break at 4:30 now and we'll come back.
Can we just get an answer to this question, Chair?
Quickly, and then we need to break. Please.
What's the question, Senator? Sorry.
How loud is 255 decibels underwater?
How loud? It depends.
Can you give us
on
some comparisons, some other noises that we might be familiar with, like atomic bombs and...
well, Senator, sorry, I probably need a bit more information. It depends on what unit I've measured. Decibels on its own. Sound is measured in a relative scale, so it's whether it's impulsive sound level or is it sound exposure level over time. So I'd need a bit more units to be able to answer.
And how shallow the water is too, presumably. Okay.
And at what distance from the source and so on. So it's not easy to answer. Are you interested in how that compares to natural sounds?
Yes,
or other...
just so people, for a point of comparison for people who might be trying to grapple with how intense these sounds are underwater.
Well, if it's 255 sound decibels reference to 1 micropascal second sound exposure level, that's one amount, and that would be quite loud.
Quite loud.
But again, it depends on
noises known to human beings.
This is more than one question. Perhaps
it probably is. I'm trying to
be continued. To be continued.
I think over the break.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Thank you.
So we'll suspend for a short break and return at 4:45. Thank you.
Development. What's the process for seismic acquisition around CCS projects? Do they have to do it? I mean, some of them are depleted oil fields or gas fields, so they've got a fair bit of data. Are they going to be? Is NOPSEMA looking at what's happening overseas and setting expectations on how much seismic is going to be required, for example, around monitoring, or from the initial phase through to monitoring?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I won't repeat. I was listening before, and I know that NOPTA have covered that first stage around CCS and the declaration for the storage formation, so they've covered that for you earlier. Again, we come in once they've actually received those licences and they've got the ability to undertake either CCS exploration or undertake a CCS project. Again, our focus is safety and environmental management and well integrity of those projects. Probably, just to give you a bit of an idea, there is a lot of discussion around CCS. There have been some approvals around some exploratory work, but we have had no formal submission to us at this stage to actually undertake CCS in the offshore environment, although I know there is a lot of research and a lot of discussion in that space, so I think that's important to know. But like with a petroleum activity, it's a case-by-case basis, so they need to submit to us and identify what are the risks, depending on, as was mentioned earlier, depending on the formation where CCS is proposed to be undertaken. So all of that research and the science needs to be presented to us as part of an environment plan, safety case and well integrity plan in order to identify what are all the impacts and risks and how are those risks going to be managed. And it is very much on a case-by-case basis in the same way petroleum projects are.
So, because I read the Norwegian project Sleipner, I think it was, out of the two, is possibly the most studied geological structure on the planet in terms of the amount of seismic that's been required over 30, 40 years to monitor it. So just, are you getting that information from overseas to prepare
yes,
for this?
Senator.
Or?
Absolutely. We're a member of the International Regulators Forum, which is a group of international regulators who regulate the offshore environment, including both petroleum and CCS activities. Up until around October last year, we chaired that international committee. We've now handed that over to the Netherlands. Norway is a very active member of that International Regulators Forum, so we are able to access information from around the world on those and other projects as well. And again, any proposal under an environment plan or a safety case needs to take into account any research or any experience and standards that have been developed internationally as well.
So while we're seeing a drop-off in greenfields seismic activity around the country, which was noted a bit earlier, we're possibly going to see a big increase in seismic acquisitions as CCS gets rolled out. Would that be a fair?
It is possible. Certainly seismic surveys are a requirement for CCS.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair. That was three, but I appreciate it.
Okay, if you can finish this block and then we'll head to the... Yeah, thanks.
The budget papers say this is around First Nations consultation. The budget papers say there is an investment in legislative reforms that reduce regulatory duplication and clarify community consultation requirements necessary for offshore resources projects, providing more certainty for investment and better consultation outcomes for local communities, including First Nations communities. This is a quote, this will speed up assessment timeframes, reduce regulatory compliance costs and provide greater legal certainty for title holders and regulators. That's in Budget Paper 1, page 23. Can you explain, please, what reforms this is referring to?
This is the...
I'll hand that over to Di.
Thanks. Senator, this came up earlier in questioning from Senator McDonald. This is the Modernising Offshore Resources budget measure, and that particular reference you've mentioned is the sort of next stage in clarifying those aspects post the Barossa court case of a couple of years ago that set out a degree of consultation that was required, but there was further clarification sought by both First Nations representatives as well as industry representatives, and so there's been a whole process that's been underway to provide that certainty, and there's been a series of legislative amendments that have needed to be made, and that measure partly goes to further work to achieve that. So it's funding to the department, not SEMA.
Okay, and does it bell the cat to talk about consultation standards as being about speeding up approvals for offshore oil and gas projects rather than heritage protections?
Did you want to...
Sorry, Senator, can you just repeat that question on Mr. Part?
I asked, does it bell the cat to talk about consultation standards as being about speeding up approvals for offshore oil and gas projects rather than heritage protections?
So, Senator, I think there's a number of elements to the budget measure that's identified. Clarifying consultation requirements is certainly one of those things. There are a number of other aspects to do with the regime that will help support speeding up approvals, including the declaration for NOPSEMA that was included in the EPBC Act that passed through Parliament at the end of last year. Certainly in relation to the consultation, what we've seen since the Santos Tipicalippa case is that the consultation under the current regime is ambiguous, and First Nations, other stakeholders and proponents are wading through in an ineffective consultation regime. So the idea of clarifying the consultation is to make it effective, genuine consultation that is clear to all stakeholders, and that includes First Nations.
Last week we heard from the Environment Minister that national standards for First Nations engagement under the EPBC Act will not be finalised until the end of this year. Is NOPSEMA being consulted in the development of those standards?
I can take that. Yes, we actually, as we work very closely with DISA on policy development, we also work closely with DQ on any standards that are being developed. Perhaps if I can also clarify, we currently have a regulatory system which includes, as you're aware, consultation with relevant persons, including First Nations people. So that is already a major part of the consultation that offshore oil and gas companies need to do. That was shifted with the Tipperary court case, and I think there were some really positive outcomes out of that court case where it recognised First Nations people's connection to sea country and also recognised both tangible and intangible cultural beliefs. What it has done, though, is it's very much broadened the definition of who is relevant. So it's in order to try and address the ambiguity in the regulations at the moment, the consultation has to be incredibly wide, and we're actually getting feedback from stakeholders, including First Nations groups, that it's actually the consultation is going too far. They've been consulted on projects that are a long way from where they actually are, and that they're actually getting a lot of consultation fatigue. And so we get feedback that they want some clarity around, not that the consultation shouldn't be undertaken, it should be and it needs to be effective, but some clarity around where and who to give better guidance so they're not consulting up and down the coastline for a small project.
And on that, sorry, just let me check. On that, so will your processes be reviewed once the EPBC standards are finalised, as you've mentioned?
Yes, it will, Senator. So obviously any decisions on standards, as you're well aware, and any declaration that may be made by the Minister for Environment is a decision for the Minister, and that's work that's being undertaken by DQ. But should that declaration be made and other changes, which would be for DISA to answer, we would, under that, have to abide by those standards, and therefore, yes, we will have to adjust any of our regulatory processes to suit.
Okay, my final question before I wrap, I'll leave the rest for on notice. The Environment Minister would not give any guarantee that projects would not be assessed under the new expedited NOPSEMA pathway under the EPBC Act until First Nations standards are in place. To the Minister, are you able to guarantee that NOPSEMA will not support projects using that assessment pathway until First Nations standards, national standards are finalised?
It's not something that I've been briefed on or have authority over. Senator Hodgins may, so I'm happy to take it on notice and provide any further detail that I can.
Please do. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to turn back to NOPSEMA for another question, which is right at my fingertips because you're very speedy, Chair, and I hadn't quite turned to it. Okay, I wanted to ask you, Ms McGarry, we spent a lot of time talking about domestic gas reservations and the concerns from industry. Does NOPSEMA feature in any of the stakeholder engagement or had any feedback regarding it?
No, Senator, we're not involved.
You haven't had anything? All right, terrific. And well, I guess we've already covered this about as you've had less post-acreage releases, as there has been less acreage releases offshore, there's been less departmental process work undertaken in recent years with fewer releases. Do you expect that you'll speed up again now that we're having additional releases happening?
Look, possibly, Senator, but that'll be a decision for duty holders and title holders. So, as I said, we don't become involved until titles are actually awarded to companies. Then we're involved in assessing environment plans for activities that they wish to undertake and safety cases, etc. But that will actually be a decision for duty holders, and the actual process for acreage release, as I mentioned before, is actually managed by NOPTA as part of DISA.
Terrific, thank you. If I turn back to you, Ms Shard, when we're talking about providing additional clarity, the wording suggests that there's been a lack of clarity. Has there been a lack of clarity in the application process?
Sorry, Senator, in what application process?
I'm sorry, I've gone straight back to the $4.9 million that's been allocated to modernise offshore resource regulation to support gas investment, help mitigate supply shortfalls, including providing more clarity on the consultation requirements for offshore resource approvals.
Yeah, sorry, Senator, understood. I'll refer to my colleague, Narelle.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, I'd agree that there isn't sufficient clarity, or the review found that there wasn't sufficient clarity in the current requirements on a number of aspects of the regime. I think Ms McCary referenced that it's not clear who a relevant person is, so who they need to consult. The form of the consultation is not clear, how long they need to consult for. There's a number of the extent of the geographical range of that. There's a number of sort of elements within that consultation regime which I think could be clarified to improve it.
Is there also a problem with consultation fatigue? I know some communities just feel like they have been consulted with by either the same project proponent with different iterations of the same project or overlapping consultation areas. Is there a way, do you hope that this process might alleviate some of that consultation fatigue?
Yes, Senator. So we did hear that when we consulted on the consultation aspects of the regime, and certainly I think a number of stakeholders sort of expressed concern about both, I guess, over consultation but not being clear about what they've been consulted about, and sort of the genuine nature of that. It's more quantity rather than sort of quality in its approach, and so this is aiming to tackle that.
Okay. What's your KPI for clarity? What do you think success looks like?
Success for me looks like a regime that provides for genuine and effective engagement with stakeholders that are impacted by a petroleum or CCS project, that properly identifies environmental and cultural heritage risks for title holders to be able to assess and submit their environment plans to NOPSEMA, and that is in alignment and not inconsistent with our national environmental laws which are being reformed.
When they do consultation, is there also, I know the North Coast coastal, I've just forgotten the title of the group. It was an amalgamation of a number of the Indigenous communities across Northern Australia, particularly in the Northern Territory and Northwestern Australia, who were keen to be consulted on the opportunity for jobs and community development. Is that something that goes through that consultation process?
So I guess there are a number of different mechanisms across the government for consultation with First Nations and traditional owners.
For these projects.
So what I wanted to say is how our regime, the offshore petroleum greenhouse gas storage regime, sits within a much broader suite of legislation that governs native title. Our regime is about identifying environmental and cultural heritage impacts and the way that a project will interact with that, and whether or not that can be appropriately mitigated to as low as reasonably practical and an acceptable level. So it's not about sort of broader elements which would be looked after by either Attorney Generals or Department of Climate Change, Energy, Environment and Water.
All right. As this money is meant to support gas investment, has industry been consulted on what improvements need to be made to the approval process? Has there been feedback relating to the approval process from industry?
So we undertook broad public consultation on the regime back in 2024, and that included significant engagement with industry, First Nations and other stakeholders, including environmental groups. Since the review, we've undertaken targeted consultation with industry and other stakeholders on elements of the review, and I've received fairly widespread support during that consultation process.
That's terrific. Mr Jeremenko, just some data. How many offshore acreage releases have been announced since 2022?
So we do have that, and most recently there has been some movement there, which has been welcomed. and I'm just waiting for Ms Chard to jump in. Or Ms Lawshare.
Yes, so the Otway release that was opened on the 9th of December 2025 was the first release since 2022, and more recently Minister King on the 7th of May 2026 announced a call for nominations for petroleum exploration acreage in the Gippsland and Bass basins.
How many tenures in those, in the Gippsland and Bass?
Senator, I don't have that detail on me in my pack, but I can refer to one of my colleagues or take it on notice.
Thank you.
Oh, I am my only colleague. Senator, I'll take that on notice.
Take that on notice.
Right.
So if you could just let me know how many tenures on that first release in December 12th, the 9th of December, and then the 7th of May, how many tenures? And then could you provide me on notice the previous 9 years, what releases were done in that period?
Yes, Senator.
You know where I'm going?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Chair. That is the end of my questions.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Right, thank you. My questions go to working conditions for those working on offshore oil and gas facilities. NOTSEMA operates within the Offshore Petroleum and Greenhouse Gas Storage Act framework, which has some clear differences from the model work health and safety laws that apply onshore. Can you outline whether there are any structural barriers to a closer alignment or harmonisation of those frameworks?
Thank you, Senator. As I know was mentioned before, that particular work on safety harmonisation is work undertaken by DISA. For us, as was mentioned earlier, we work under the OPGGS Act, as you mentioned, and it is very much an outcomes-based regime. It does not mean that there are lesser standards offshore, so they are still required as part of their safety case approval to identify all of the potential risks in undertaking their petroleum activities, and they need to demonstrate to us that they can manage those risks and reduce them to as low as reasonably practicable. That will include, in making those assessments of what is ALARP, is the legal term, we do look at what are the commonly accepted standards that industry uses internationally as well. So particularly when you're talking about the offshore oil and gas industry, and this is something I certainly noticed coming from regulating the rail industry in Australia to offshore oil and gas, it's very much an international industry. So many of these companies are operating overseas as well. So we do look to some of those international standards around safety, and we like to see that companies are actually addressing those as a part of their safety case. So it doesn't mean there are lesser standards. They still need to demonstrate to us that they're managing the risks that are there in the offshore environment.
Would greater consistency between offshore and onshore, however, assist duty holders and the regulators alike in meeting their safety obligations?
Certainly it wouldn't make it easier for us in the sense that we regulate offshore, so we don't regulate onshore as well, so we're not dealing with those two regimes. A little bit of a crossover in Victoria for the pipelines coming through, but essentially we're only operating under that offshore environment, we don't operate onshore. As far as for the duty holders, you'd probably need to ask them as to whether or not it would benefit them if they're working onshore and offshore. But generally, I think it's a pretty well accepted regime, the OPGGS Act. But also we're supporting DISA on any changes that the government wishes to make. As we've often said before, as a regulator, we don't make the law. So if Parliament, through government work, chooses to make changes to that, then we will implement the law as it's given to us.
So you're someone who, your organisation is offshore, your orientation is offshore, your regulation is offshore, but workers move between these worlds, off and onshore. So for them, they want to know they're safe in the same way in both places. Do you accept that?
Look, yes, they did. And certainly we are doing a lot of work both with the unions and with health and safety representatives so that they are fully aware of how our regime actually works. And the changes that I think were referred to earlier that were implemented with some major changes to safety in June last year has included some key things around increasing the role of health and safety representatives. It's also increased visibility of safety cases and procedures to onshore workforce so that they are able to challenge if they do not believe that things are as they should be. We also have a reporting regime, so if there are any concerns, they're able to come to NOPSEMA directly. Generally, you find, yes, we have some contract workers that move between onshore and offshore. They're not necessarily across all of the details of legislation. It's more a case of what are the safety procedures at this particular facility that I'm working at the moment. Those safety procedures are developed based on the risk and, yes, any underlying legislation and requirements.
So people come to me and say that the model work health and safety framework has improved consultation rights in it, clearer duties and stronger prevention of harm provisions. Do you accept that?
Look, Senator, that's something that I refer to the project that's being undertaken by DISA, and I think, as was mentioned earlier, they've been doing some work on doing those comparisons. I think one of the points I would make, though, is, one of the key focus things that we have at NOPSEMA is what is actually happening day to day. There is a thing called paper safe, and there's actually a wonderful book that's been written by a Western Australian expert in this area that, yes, you can have all of the written procedures in the world based on regulations, whether they be model laws, but what we tend to find out of all of our investigations, we generally do not find that there was a deficiency in procedures or requirements in documentation. The issue that you tend to find out of investigations when something hasn't gone is because those procedures haven't been followed, whether they be onshore requirements or offshore. So, and you tend to find that in safety investigations, that actually if you go back and look at the documentation, whether it came from offshore regulations or onshore, it's those procedures aren't being adhered to and risk not being assessed appropriately when circumstances suddenly change. That tends to be, and that becomes our focus, and our inspectors are constantly out there ensuring that they're following their procedures, investigating where things haven't gone as they should have, because we're looking at what's happening day to day in the companies.
And do you think the prescriptions and behaviours in relation to consultation are at the same level of the same standard off as onshore? Because it's a real concern for many workers that their voice, the consultation regime, is different.
Look, I wouldn't be able to pull up word-for-word comparisons at this stage, Senator. I'd need to, and I think it was sort of addressed a little bit earlier, it is part of that work. Certainly, we think there is an absolute benefit to the workforce being consulted. There is absolutely no doubt about that. It's also why we work very closely with the unions on a pretty much a day-to-day basis, so that they feel if a member of the workforce they don't feel that they can come directly to us, they can actually put issues through either the Offshore Alliance or MUA, and that is actually fed to us, and we actually have a good open relationship with them. So I agree, but also there were some changes around the consultation requirements when those changes were put in place in June last year, and I think it was mentioned earlier, some of that is still bedding down, but I'm sure as part of the review there will be further improvements to the legislative regime.
Thank you. 3 years ago, on the 2nd of June 2023, Michael German was killed while performing maintenance work at height on Woodside's North Rankin platform, 130 kilometres off the coast of Karratha. The anniversary, of course, of that tragic event was just yesterday. He was employed by the multinational contractor Vertec. North Rankin is one of the largest offshore gas processing facilities in the world. Has NOPSEMA completed its investigation into the death of Mr German?
Thank you for the question, Senator. And look, we at NOPSEMA are very aware of the anniversary when it comes around each year, particularly those who have been directly involved in investigating. So not just the investigation, but we're offshore very quickly after that incident. So they're very aware. We have, the best way of putting it is we've largely completed our investigation now. So I can't say definitively it is absolutely finished, because there's a relationship between us and the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions. Our task is to undertake an absolutely thorough investigation, which we have done. It's been complex. As you mentioned, there are a number of companies that were involved. So it has been complex, but our investigation's been wide-ranging and thorough. It's involved evidence gathered from a variety of sources, not just documentation, but physical materials, expert advice and testing of those materials, interviews, a whole range of witness statements, which you then, as you gather more evidence, you need to circle back on witnesses as well. So it has been a very thorough investigation. We provided at the end of last year a first brief of evidence to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions. We're at that stage now where we continue, because they'll come back and ask us questions, and we clarify those questions. If we need to collect more information, we do. But ultimately the decision on where it goes from there will be with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions once they've finished doing their work.
So you've given the brief to the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions end of last year?
Yes, Senator, I'd say the first brief of evidence, because as they go through and they do their work, they will come back to us with questions, and we then follow up on those questions and we provide further information.
And have they come back to you already?
There have been a number of meetings and quite a bit of work with CDPP.
Okay, and do you have any sense about the timetable of events going forward?
No, the time frame now actually does sit with the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions. That will be their decision. One thing I will say though, because we have been very conscious of the effect of an incident like this, we have made sure we've kept in contact with the next of kin, so that they are aware of the stage that we are at with the investigation.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair. Thanks for all your answers.
Thank you very much. That concludes our questions for NOPSEMA. So thank you for your time.
Sorry, Chair, if you could bear with me, if I could also make another correction.
Sure.
When one of the other senators was speaking earlier, he referenced Bayu Undan, which is a potential CCS field in the Timor Sea, and I have my colleagues have alerted me to the fact that I misheard, and I characterised it as onshore, which would be a bit weird since it's in the Timor Sea. Yeah. It is certainly offshore.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the NOPSEMA representatives for your attendance and your forbearance in the delay in time. So I will now call officers from the Department of Industry, Science and Resources Program 1.3, supporting a strong resources sector focusing on radioactive waste management, Maralinga maintenance and site remediation, National Offshore Petroleum Titles Administration and Australian Radioactive Waste Agency, and also representatives from the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation. And while those representatives are coming to the table, I will just let those following along at home that the committee has agreed to release the Australian Bureau of Statistics. And for this round of questioning, we will start with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources Program 1.3. So we'll deal with all questions for that group first, and then we'll do ANSTO second.
Chair, we'll take that as tabled.
Oh yeah, and we will incorporate a tabling of the opening statement of NOPSEMA that was circulated earlier. We might wait till they come up and see if they want to make a statement when we get to them. Okay, I think we're right to kick off, so I will go to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. And I'm not sure who I'm going to start with, but can the department outline the spend in the budget forwards for radioactive waste management projects?
Thanks, Cindy. I'll just Mr. Usher will come to the table.
Sam Usher, Chief Executive of the Australian Radioactive Waste Agency. Could you repeat the question, please?
Hello, Mr. Usher. My question is, can you outline the spend in the budget forwards for radioactive waste management projects? How much is allocated year on year, perhaps to be specific?
So we have funding for in two areas. We are allocated departmental funding and administered funding. For departmental funding for radioactive waste management from 2025-26 through the forward estimates to 2029 and 2030, the department is allocated $219.6 million for departmental funding. For administered funding, the Radioactive Waste Management Programme 1.3, we have $33.3 million is allocated for the current financial year and the next financial year, 26-27. And also under Programme 1.4, we are allocated $11.9 million over 26-27 and 27-28.
I can never get my numbers to line up with your numbers.
Well, if I can add to assist, Senator, there has been a movement of funds in the most recent budget that has brought some $4.9 million earlier from 27-28 to 26-27 for hours, so that would potentially be part of your aligning your numbers to what Mr. Usher has just given as evidence. And in addition, there has been, as part of the budget measures, a save of $11.1 million of uncommitted administered funding to the Radioactive Waste Agency, and that has been put towards other spending in the resources portfolio.
Thank you. No, I had identified the 4.9. If it's brought forward like that, do we consider that a cut or reduction in project activity, or how are you dealing with that?
So it's a movement of funds. It just brings it into the year where the work is going to happen, is the way I described it. But Mr. Usher can add.
And then does that mean that there won't be any activity in the year that it's been brought forward from?
So I think it is normal for projects and the work kind of programs that we're doing that funding is allocated on a staged basis depending on the state of the program. We will be delivering very large bits of national infrastructure that will go through a number of staged decision making for governments, and I think it is normal in these kind of programs that funding is allocated by government on a staged basis to take you up to the next stage. We have the funding that we've been allocated at the moment, I believe is sufficient to support the next level of government decision making on disposal pathways. Dependent on those decisions, there would need to, there would be further, budgetary requirements.
So, Mr. Usher, the spend of 24-25 budget, how does this spend compare to the 24-25 budget forecast over the forwards? Perhaps on notice you could give it to me in a table with what you budgeted in 24-25 from the forwards there as opposed to now. Because as far as I can see, it's a cut to your budget.
We'd be happy to take that notice and provide that comparison.
Has it increased or decreased?
I think the departmental funding that is allocated to the Department for Radioactive Waste Management, I don't believe has changed over that period. There has been some reprioritisation of our administered funding that we've had across the portfolio, but we've also had an increase in funding from under Programme 1.4, which is funding from the Australian Submarine Agency. But we'd be happy to provide and confirm those details on notice.
All right, terrific. So you talked about the work program and the government's options for or pathways for radioactive waste management. How are you going on that?
Well, I think we're making good progress on there. I'm pleased with the progress that we're making. We published last year an update to the radioactive waste inventory, which is an important feed into the decisions we need to make on disposal pathways. In October last year, we launched a request for information to the marketplace to better understand the capabilities and capacities that the private sector might be able to play, in particular for near-surface disposal. That request for information closed in February. We're checking, verifying and assessing the information that we received from that. And that's an important input into our work, in particular on near-surface disposal. For geological disposal, we're making good progress in assessing and identifying concepts for geological disposal for civilian waste, and also looking at assessing screening criteria that might feed into a future siting process. And we're also providing advice and a range of advice and input to the Australian Submarine Agency as they look to make decisions for their end-of-life management of submarine waste. In addition to that, we are preparing for an update to the Australian Radioactive Waste Management Framework, which sets out the government's policy, objectives, roles and responsibilities. The last time this was updated was 2018, so it's important that we ensure that is up to date, and we're progressing with that work. We're also undertaking work on social licence and approaches to siting, such that when decisions on disposal pathways are made, we have the work that can help support and inform the development of a siting process.
That document, what departments are included in that?
So which document, please?
Oh, you were just referring to a document. Was it the plan?
The framework.
The framework.
The framework update. So AWA is leading the production of this, but it's a whole of government document, and we've been engaging and consulting across a number of other agencies. This includes the Department of Defence, the Australian Submarine Agency, ANSTO, ARPANSA, ASNO, PM&C. We've been consulting widely across government to inform the development of that.
Terrific. Okay. Well, perhaps then I could turn to ANSTO. The ANSTO people here? No?
Senator, we've got a different minister representing Anstow,
Oh,
so
okay.
that's why I wanted to group them separately.
Right. Well, I think that's
right, Senator
about
Chisholm?
all I've got for you, Mr. Usher. I'm optimistic that with the Submarine Agency now consulting with you, that we may have better coordination and singularity of the government's radioactive waste plan. Thought it was absolutely crazy that Submarine Agency was going to be doing work over here and you'd been doing so much work for so long that made absolutely no sense to me. So that sounds great. Is the government deprioritising radioactive waste management activities?
The government has made clear its commitment to radioactive waste management, and we are. We are getting on with the work that we need to do over what will be long-term programs of work.
Thank you. I'm just checking in. Just give me a moment, please, Chair. I think my bigger block is now for Anstow, so...
Okay, so we're finished with program 1.3 then? Yep.
Yeah.
All right.
There you go.
Thank you so very much for all of the representatives from the Department of History, Science and Resources who've been with us for today and yesterday. Have a lovely evening. And we might just suspend for a short minute while Minister Ayres joins us. I think we're ready to go again. I welcome representatives from the Australian Nuclear Science and Technology Organisation and Senator the Honourable Tim Ayres, Minister for Industry and Innovation, Minister for Science. Mr Jenkinson, would you like to make an opening statement?
Look, I'm quite happy in the interest of time. I understand the committee is running behind to table the statement and take questions.
Okay, I think we've received your statement, so we'll table that. Thank you. And we will go to Senator McDonald for questions.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good evening. Great to see you. Anstow's received a regulatory enforcement direction from ARPANSA. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you outline what this relates to and what's required for ANSTO to take corrective action?
Sure. Okay, so following a sort of a self-reported non-compliance at the end of last year, ARPANSA came in and did an inspection of one of our legacy facilities that stores waste at Anstow. And following that inspection and our own inspection as well, we received a regulatory direction from our PANZA. Now that requires us to do a number of things, and I'll sort of broadly outline what they are. One is to provide a contingency plan for those facilities should there be a catastrophic failure of the facility. The other is to work on the risk assessments and SARs to ensure they come back to compliance. There's some out-of-date documents. And in addition to that, we are to engage an expert panel, an independent expert panel, for them to assess the facility and provide feedback to us and our PANZA on the facility and the operation of that facility. Miles, is there any other elements to it?
No, that's the others.
And we've completed the first action, providing a contingency plan. We are, of course, working with our PANZA closely to ensure that we meet the expectations of that direction.
So you're doing the risk assessment now. Have you engaged an independent expert panel?
So we have engaged 3 independent experts, 1 from the UK and 2 from the US. We're just going through the process of completing visas, and we expect them to be on shore within the next sort of 10 days to commence their work.
So how will that work? The panel will come, they'll do a physical inspection of the location, they'll probably review your risk assessment plan and the contingency plan. Is that the work program that you have identified?
Essentially, I mean, we obviously identify people who've got knowledge and expertise in the area that we're talking about, and we will provide them access to and seek additional information if they require additional expertise. But they come from very strong backgrounds both in the UK and the US, understand the management of liquid waste. They'll come on site. They will obviously, as you identified, inspect and review the facilities, look at the current way we're managing those facilities, have a look at all of our documents. When you operate in this environment, we are heavily regulated, so risk assessments, SARs, safety assessments are all there for review. And, you know, we, with any of these, treat these also as an opportunity to learn. So we would anticipate that this panel of experts will provide a report. We'll gather round that and first of all identify any aspects of good practice that we have, but then look for ways and opportunities that we can improve and implement more resilience in those facilities.
How long have you budgeted for the expert panel to be on the ground in Australia?
They'll probably not need to be on the ground much longer than a week to 10 days. It's one building, one facility. And we will provide them with a level of documentation in advance of travelling as well, so they'll come prepared. And then we'll continue to provide them the information they need and, of course, answer questions. But their expertise in this area means that they will understand the facilities when they see them.
How many buildings or facilities is ANSTO managing?
In the region of 100 buildings around our facilities at both Lucas Heights and our Clayton facility with the synchrotron. And in amongst that, a number of those are legacy facilities.
Would you see any benefit in getting them to look at some other buildings while they're there?
That's a great question, and I fully intend to take these experts and walk them around my facility.
Exactly.
If
well
they're
done.
coming over, I want to take advantage of their knowledge. I think as an organisation, the nuclear organisations are learning organisations, so when you have people like this come on shore, we will get every piece of value out of them that I can.
Oh, that's excellent. Is this the first regulatory enforcement direction from our PANZA?
No, there's been some in the past. I'd have to take and notice exactly how many, but we have had directions before.
Terrific. Would you, on notice then, provide me with a table with perhaps, you know, year on year or, you know, provide a
it won't be a very big table, but
Excellent.
we can provide you
That's
with
what we
those
want.
that have happened in the past.
Very small table. What contingency plans have been prepared by ANSTO in response? The contingency plan that you've referred to.
So we provided our contingency plans rather than prepared them in response. We have contingency plans in place. We've just made sure that they are ready to be sent to our PANZA. So we have contingency plans for all eventualities, including a beyond conceivable event that could happen, a catastrophic failure of all tanks now. You know, this is the sort of thing that's difficult to conceive, but we go to that level of planning.
I visited a nuclear power plant when I was in Canada for PDAC a few years ago, and I pointed to a building and said, "What's that?" And they said, "Oh, that's our backup generators." It was way up on top of a hill.
High, away from water?
Yes, and I said, "Oh, why is it there?" And they said, "Oh, it's in case we have a tsunami." And of course, it's very inland. It's not, but
defence in depth is the mantra in nuclear, and therefore having plans on plans on plans, and resilience is really important.
Yeah, no, impressed with the approach. Right, so the contingency plans have been updated. Was that
They've
one of the
provided to
requirements?
our Panzer.
Right, okay. How does ANSTO manage radioactive waste?
That's a very big question.
I know it is.
So I'm going to start with
let's break
safely.
it down. Yes, safely, good.
It is the most important consideration, that we have been safely managing nuclear waste or waste from our activities at Lucas Heights for 70 years. That is the waste that is generated from the production of nuclear medicines and other activities on site. It's also the storage on site until such time as there is a national radioactive waste management facility. So depending on the type of waste will depend on the way it's managed, and we have a number of facilities around site where we store low-level waste, which is waste that can be contact handled and managed, and often that waste will then decay away and delay and can go to hazardous waste and to landfill in some cases. With other types of waste, they're stored in tanks, and at the moment on site we're also in the process of commissioning a new facility, a Synrock facility, which is Australian technology developed at ANSTO over a number of years to treat the waste from nuclear medicine. And what effectively happens there is we take that waste and we put it into a process where it is put under heat and pressure and compressed into a highly durable waste form, what is ideally then ready for final storage at a national waste repository at some point in the future. So that's a very high level view, but there are multiple facilities on site for managing waste.
Terrific. Can you tell me what's your budget for radioactive waste management as it relates to ANSTO in the forwards?
I'll need to take that on notice to give you the specific details of the waste budget.
Thank you. Is this figure, do you know, an increase in the radioactive waste management portion of funds allocated to ANSTO in previous years?
So we have I suppose the best way to put it is a baseline of funding. We'll provide that detail to you, but then from time to time we go to government seeking funding for additional facilities where we need to expand storage on site so that we can continue to safely manage the waste from our activities until such time as there's a national repository. So the budget funding isn't even and level, it's dealt with based on the needs and what we identify with the forward look for how long we'll need to hold the waste on site temporarily.
So when you provide the budget for waste management in the forwards, would you provide me with the table for the reverse, the previous years? Thank you. So yes, to your point about storage always intending to be temporary, in ANSTO, I think we've had this discussion at previous estimates about indefinite storage being not the preferred long-term management waste outcome or outcome for this waste. So what's your engagement with government been like about what the plan is for a more longer-term solution?
So we work closely with our colleagues at ALWA and Sam Usher, who you've spoken to earlier, to provide our inventory levels and our line of sight to the storage that we currently have on site so that we can ensure that they have clarity around what the levels of waste that we are holding and planning to develop based on forward demand for nuclear medicines so that they can plan that framework and plan for the future.
How long, I think I'm about to ask you a question that you've already answered. was going to ask how long has the waste subject to the direction been stored at Lucas Heights? Though I assume it hasn't been there for the entire 70 years.
No, but I think it's about 40.
When that waste was first stored, what assumptions were made about the availability for a future disposal pathway?
So I would not be to give you with any clarity what assumptions are made at the outset of that, but certainly during the time I've been at ANSTO in sort of the late teens and the early 20s, assumptions at that point was for a facility to be available mid-2030s. That obviously has changed since then, and we're planning to hold that waste longer than that until such time as there is a national waste repository.
Okay, yes, it's been quite the journey, hasn't it? Has ANSTO consistently supported the development of a permanent radioactive waste solution, national waste solution?
Yes, very much. It's we take care of that waste, we manage it safely, but there's a view that it is to go to a national waste repository, which is considered international best practice.
Has the cost of delaying and monitoring legacy waste inventories increased over time?
I mean, as we grow the volume of waste which we're managing and the need to put up extra facilities, then there's a cost associated with that, Senator McDonald. And in the table that we'll provide you, which is that history in the forward look, you'll get a view of what the costs are over time.
And I guess, it's only a couple of years ago since there had to be additional funding provided to you for additional storage, given that Kimber didn't come through and there hadn't been another permanent waste location identified. In ANSTO's view, does a continued delay increase the burden and risk on governments and taxpayers?
We manage the waste safely, so I don't see a risk associated with us continuing to manage the waste. But I think that best practice globally is to try and manage these facilities to a national waste repository as soon as possible. But that's been difficult to achieve in many countries. So Australia is not alone in facing this challenge of finding locations for a national waste repository, but we are working towards that. As Mr Usher mentioned earlier, there's a framework being developed at the moment.
Can I assume you'd prefer to transfer the appropriate waste to a permanent disposal facility once one becomes available?
Yes, that would be a preference.
Is it fair to say the direction demonstrates radioactive waste management remains an active regulatory challenge for the Commonwealth?
I think if you look at the direction, as was explained in the direction, this was a precautionary direction. So there was no incident at the facility, there was no harm to individual workers, there was no damage to the environment. It was a self-reported non-compliance. We were at the time looking to do some more work to increase the resilience of the facility, so to some degree the direction from the regulator reflects the importance of our work and respect the decision of the regulator to take that action, but as they say, it was precautionary and it's about one facility at ANSTO. So I think that the waste is managed well across the organisation.
So really, what we're waiting on is the existence of an approved disposal pathway to allow you to reduce your own long-term storage obligations.
That's correct.
Is ANSTO continuing to generate additional waste through its ongoing activities?
Yeah, ongoing production of nuclear medicines and opportunity to refresh everyone on that. The impact of nuclear medicines on the health of Australia. To put it into context, every Australian is likely to get 2 doses of nuclear medicine from ANSTO during their lifetime. So it has a very dramatic effect on the health of the nation. It's widely used. So that is an important activity at ANSTO. We continue to manufacture, and that does generate waste on an annual basis.
How large is the waste that you generate each year?
Do we have take that on notice. I've got in my mind 3 metres cubed per year, but I'll need to check that.
Thank you. And it is terrific work that happens at Lucas Heights. I mean, we can't... My understanding is that the medical radioactive medicine that you provide can't be imported from other countries, that this is something that we have to do here, and it's incredibly important to the health of Australians.
For reliable supply, production in Australia is by far the best option. When we're shut down for maintenance, we do try to bring product in from overseas, but that is fraught with challenges on flights when product decays at a rate of 20% a day. And if you have delays to aircraft, products doesn't exist.
You wouldn't want it to miss the flight, would you?
So reliable supply relies on local production.
Yeah, all right, terrific.
Crucially to Senator McDonald, for regional Australia, that as you can imagine, imported product faces additional, it means that decay is much harder to deal with. So this Australian production facility is crucial for regional health.
How much, look, I'm just very quickly going a bit off topic, but how much of the medicine would be transported to a non-capital city location?
Quite a large amount. We deliver to about 250 facilities across Australia.
Okay.
And the rationale for that is very straightforward, is when you think about the patients who take and use this capability, they're often people with heart disease and cancer, and they're already under stress and duress. So you don't want them being transported to capital cities. You want them being treated as close to home as possible.
Yeah.
It's far better for them.
Yeah. No, it's terrific. I hadn't known that, so thank you. So you would expect then that Australia's radioactive waste inventory will continue growing over the coming decades?
It will continue to grow from the activities at Lucas Heights, yes.
Would a mature national radioactive waste management framework ultimately include the permanent disposal facilities rather than reliance solely on storage?
It's an international best practice, and certainly in the view of our regulator, is that a national waste repository is the best solution. And I think that obviously my colleague from AWA would probably have some views on that as well.
Does Australia currently possess radioactive waste requiring permanent management?
I'm not sure I really understand that question, because from my view is all the waste we have at ANSTO requires permanent management.
Yes, I think that's exactly right. Sorry about that. ANSTO has consistently stated that storage is an interim measure pending disposal. Given ARPANS's recent direction, is it ANSTO's view that the need for permanent radioactive waste disposal pathway is becoming more urgent rather than less urgent?
I think the urgency and the need for a national radioactive waste management facility remains consistent with what it always has been. I think what is important is making sure that site selection is done well. Facility is identified properly so that it can be constructed in the right way and become a facility that is used for years to come.
I mean, would it be ANSTO's view that the ability to manage our own radioactive waste is a part of a responsible national stewardship program?
I think that is viewed internationally as best practice, that managing the waste from your activities is important. And I think, as I said earlier, that is a challenge that's grappled with across many countries, which is why the development of our SynRock capability at ANSTO is so important, as we see that that could become a solution internationally for other players and may actually be a very good commercial opportunity for Australia to take this technology, which really is world leading, could manage and produce a very durable waste form, and could be something that has the attention of other players around the world.
But the SynRock storage would still be required to go to a low-level radioactive waste
It would
facility.
need to go to some form of final disposal.
Yeah, okay. All right. So, okay, we've discussed regulatory action. I mean, I guess what this says to me is that the urgency of being able to get a long-term permanent storage solution is, you know, I think ANSTO's been flagging that for some time. We had to expand your interim storage capacity just a couple of years ago in the budget, and here we are now with ARPANSA providing regulatory directions, which I accept you're managing, and I'm not suggesting that there is a risk to either workers or otherwise, but you know, I don't know, I just feel like I come to estimates every year and we're no further down the path to a permanent solution. I think the government's call for expressions of interest from commercial and other players last year was a great step forward, but we're waiting for a result from that, I understand. So, I don't know, I'm double underlining, let's get on with this. It's outrageous that here we are 4 years after Kimber. The Kimber decision was not challenged by the Minister, and we still have no permanent storage. So I don't expect you to provide an opinion on that. I'm just beggars belief, really, that we're still having the same conversation. All right, that is the end of my questions to you, Mr Jenkinson. I don't know what more I can do to encourage the Minister to get a wriggle on, as a technical term. So,
well, Senator McDonald, I suppose you've had an opportunity to have a discussion with AWA about this, and I'm sure that while you weren't a leading figure in the previous government,
no, I was not.
This has been an issue that has been long in the making. And the work that ANSTO do is very important work for Australia and for Australian health. The Minister's taken the steps that have been outlined, and it's not my intention to provide a history lesson on how previous efforts on this front have found it. It is important work for Australia and for the ANSTO facility and for some broader concerns as well.
Yes, that history lesson was one that I collided with coming here when Senator Carr was begging me to support the Coalition's efforts to land the Kimber site, back in the days when it was a bipartisan program to find a permanent solution. So anyway,
I wouldn't try and obviate that. I don't think pointing the finger at the Minister's decision to on the basis of advice is not where I'd start. Usually these things are founded because of the way that their foundations have been built. And you're right, Senator Carr has been consistent on these questions. I remember his work in this area when he was the Minister. It's quite a long time ago.
It is quite a long time ago, and there was an opportunity for the current Resources Minister to appeal the decision and for the government to be a bit more muscular in making the decision on a permanent waste facility, but instead we've sold the site and Australia remains still, after 70 years, with no permanent storage solution. So,
well, as I indicated, I'm resisting the opportunity to give you all a history lesson on how
I was there too, Minister. We could trade discussions on. We've had such an easy day. An easy day without.
But that is a very convenient reading of the history. Very politically convenient, and it is utterly untrue.
Perhaps on that note we will conclude.
What a good idea, Chair. See, what a peacemaker you are.
So,
the peacemakers.
We are miraculously 1 hour ahead of time now. The committee will conclude its consideration of the industry, science and resource portfolio for today. I thank all of the officers of the portfolio who've provided evidence and been here for the last couple of days. Given the early finish, we will now take a break for dinner instead of at 7, and we'll at 7 o'clock consider the 25-26 additional estimates with the Treasury portfolio. So we'll suspend now for dinner and resume at 7 p.m. Thank you, everyone.